In part 1 of what will undoubtedly go down as one of the most detailed and long Planet Zoo supercuts ever made, we began the process of transforming a barren field into a thriving zoo. It wasn't by any means easy though, and we thankfully managed to overcome every single obstacle the world as well as Frontier could throw our way, culminating in one of the most immersive safari experiences the game has ever seen. Everything that we accomplished last time though, let's just say we were playing on easy mode. In part 2 of the supercut, we battled with some of the most challenging mechanics, game-breaking bugs, as well as difficult species that the game could possibly throw our way. While at times it was downright infuriating, I'd rather show you than describe it. Welcome back to the Keystone Wilds Supercut. Oh, and if you missed the first half, watch this video here, and come back in like 6 hours once you finish it. I promise we'll wait. Like I said last time, the entire series was literally too long to upload to YouTube in one part. As the weather up north grows colder, certain species begin to migrate south to warmer climates. At Keystone Wilds, we officially have opened one of the most delicate projects we've ever attempted, our brand new migratory butterfly garden. If you followed this project for a while, you'll remember the sister garden back at Keystone Park, an oasis of milkweed, wildflower, and other native shrubbery that became a seasonal sanctuary for monarchs and more. But with temperatures rapidly dropping up north, those same butterflies needed a warmer waypoint. Enter Keystone Wilds, which happens to sit just a bit further south, precisely positioned along a natural migration corridor, and in the last few weeks, something incredible has already happened. The first wave of monarch butterflies from Keystone Park has officially arrived. This is only the beginning. As the season shifts, we're expecting more species each week: swallowtails, cloudless sulfur, and maybe even a rare visitor or two if the conditions are right. With conservation being at the epicenter of everything that the Keystone name aims to accomplish, it's very possible that species who haven't called this region home in decades could in theory make a comeback. For now, the garden remains quiet, calm, and full of potential, but if the monarchs are any indication, Keystone Wilds is about to become a temporary home to thousands of wings on the move. But this isn't the only exciting opening at Keystone Wilds. Far from it. Matter of fact, the first bus of guests appears to be arriving any second now. After nearly a full calendar year of planning, building, revising, more planning, holding our breath through initial inspections, sleepless nights of editing, and even more planning, the gates are officially unlocked and the pathways are alive with guests for the very first time. It truly does feel surreal seeing guests enjoy Keystone Wilds for the very first time, and to know that all of our staff's hard work was worth it in the end. To be able to finally share this experience with the patient fan base who have been waiting day in and day out truly is a spectacular experience that we're lucky to be able to have. This hasn't just been a continuation of Keystone Park, it's a full evolution of what our community has helped us build. Keystone Wilds is here, and today only marks the beginning of our story. Thankfully, the initial opinion and reviews from guests of Keystone Wilds so far have been overwhelmingly positive, and we couldn't be happier to see all of our hard work truly pay off in such a fashion. Being able to witness the very first guests on site was an absolute treat, and the only people more excited than our staff were the guests themselves. Watching their eyes light up as they learn about our ever-growing roster of animals from around the world was absolutely priceless, and if we ignited a passion or general interest in animals in just one of the guests, we did our job. Zoos and similar facilities truly do have the power to make a change in the world. A spark of interest and passion is really all it takes to begin something special. Seeing so many families bring their young children to Keystone Wilds on opening day, many of whom admitted they made the journey all the way from up north in Keystone Park, shows just how important our message truly is to the world today. Thankfully, Keystone Wilds now officially stands as a beacon of wildlife conservation, right alongside the original Vision Keystone Park, but that doesn't mean we're even close to being done yet. Keystone Wilds has undoubtedly had a very successful start, reaffirmed by our massively successful grand opening. However, any successful business knows that it's far more important to focus on the negatives and areas of improvement. Admittedly, it is a lot of fun to bask in the glory of a nice win. However, if you do this for too long, people are going to get stagnant and bored. In any business, customer feedback is an invaluable resource, second in this case only in importance to caring for our actual animals on site. Through various feedback campaigns surrounding the opening day, several guest desires have quietly begun to trend. First of all, it's very apparent that Keystone Wilds is lacking in marketable species. One could argue that our mascot animal, in this case the African savanna elephant, could be considered marketable. However, Baobab Safari is sort of its own thing, as you have to pay a little bit extra to attend, so not everybody can participate. We're lacking that iconic and cuddly animal right on the front lines of the zoo that everybody can see. You can't possibly miss it in its location. Think about Bobby the Beaver from Keystone Park. The second main point of criticism at Keystone Wilds is actually a fairly basic one, and it's quite surprising that we haven't accomplished this yet. We're lacking a completely indoor habitat. Keystone Park had several of these, and to be totally honest, I was actually shocked that we didn't have this at Keystone Wilds yet, so this is certainly going to have to happen in the future. The third main point of contention at Keystone Wilds is the lack of biome diversity. A lot of the stuff at the start of the zoo looks very similar, and this is by design, but the issue is it looks very similar to Baobab Safari and the stuff at the back, despite it's supposed to being set in Africa. This again was by design, but outside of the aardvark enclosure as well as our spotted hyena, Africa doesn't look entirely African if you go to Baobab Safari. A new heavily themed area certainly is in the works, but unfortunately not everything fits both in the budget and mission at this time. There is, however, one expansion that we can currently build that will certainly make the average guest very happy. In building this, I think we'll even be able to be reintroduced to some old friends that we haven't seen in a very long time. Speaking of old friends, our veterinary team has recently informed us that our lar-gibbon pair have seemingly made a full mental health recovery. In case you were unaware, these peculiar primates gave us quite the scare over the past few months, culminating in the opinion and arrival of a primate specialist's diagnosis. They weren't injured at all, they weren't pregnant, they weren't sick, and they weren't entering old age. They were bored. It turns out there's no amount of enrichment items, not even the really expensive ones that they manage to break every week, that can replace genuine human interaction. Thankfully, after the zoo opened, our gibbons' energy returned in the blink of an eye, and they can commonly be found rapidly traversing their complex environment once again. And if you're a fan of our lar-gibbon, you're going to want to stick around for the future of Keystone Wilds, as the gibbon's health wasn't the only reason we needed the primate specialist on site. There's another species that's very similar yet in an equally poor conservation status, and if you think you know what it is, let me know in the comments. Apparently I can reply with voice comments now, so I'm actually kind of curious to check that out. While we're on the subject of some of our older species, we also wanted to give everyone an update on Anita, our giant anteater, and her cub, Cubby. Both of them are doing really well here at Keystone Wilds. Cubby's continuing to grow, sticking very close to his mother, but on occasion has been seen exploring new parts of the habitat all by himself. Cubby was actually a massive part of the success of the launch of Keystone Wilds, as some of you may remember that Cubby's father, Bear, actually came originally from Keystone Park. He's still found there today, and continues to be a very important part of the giant anteater program. It's nice to be able to see the connection between these two locations continue as Keystone Wilds expands. Giant anteaters are sadly still classified as a vulnerable species, and their numbers are declining in the wild due to habitat loss and other pressures. Zoos play a major role in keeping their population stable through managed breeding programs and conservation work, so having a very healthy mother and cub here is something we're quite proud of. Before we look at the future plans, it's critical to know what's happened in the past. Just in case you missed the last episode, we finished Baobab Safari, the main draw of Keystone Wilds and the crown jewel of our African expansion. Africa was difficult and admittedly a very exhausting expansion, but the end result was well worth every single second of struggle. Baobab Safari is an absolutely gigantic project that guests have only had positive things to say about before getting in line for their next tour, and if you yourself would like to take a tour, feel free to stop on by. The reserve houses some very iconic African species, ranging from the massive African elephant to a flamboyance of greater flamingo, ultimately culminating in the king and queens of the jungles themselves. The West African lion is unfortunately a critically endangered species, and Keystone Wilds is proud to be able to partake in our own conservation efforts to hopefully help bring their wild population up in the future. Leading the way are our two lions, Simba and Nala. They've called Keystone Wilds home for a couple of months each now, and have adjusted into the family very well. Any species of lion spends a majority of their day resting, and this is amplified when twice a day our keepers bring food right to their doorstep. Admittedly, knowing this, we weren't exactly confident in having the lions act as the finale of the safari. Differing opinions throughout the idea of having the elephants be the last stop on the ride. However, we stayed confident that the tale of extreme conservation efforts would leave a greater lasting impact. Surprisingly, the duo of lions seemed to enjoy the role on the ride, often playing around or making for a memorable sight to the passing guests. While Baobab Safari may be in the rearview mirror, and the guests are currently happy, we do have to look to the future and continue expanding on this momentum. Keystone Wild started off well, that's a concrete fact, but now it's up to us to ensure that it stays this way as we venture into higher points in both reputation and altitude. If you'd like to further support the ongoing construction and development of Keystone Wilds, consider joining Club Keystone. Members receive access to videos the second that they're completed, and your name will permanently be etched on the wall of donors as a token of our appreciation. If you enjoyed today's episode, please consider subscribing. Your support isn't just appreciated, it's absolutely critical. Engagement is the fuel to the algorithm's fire, and by liking the video, leaving a nice comment, or even sharing it with friends, you're helping us grow and reach an even larger audience of animal enthusiasts. The channel's growth lately has been absolutely incredible, and with your help, that momentum is only going to continue to the full release of Planet Zoo 2, where the Keystone name is going to firmly plant its flag among the other greats. Veterans of the channel will remember that even prior to Keystone Park was the Orchid City Zoo, and due to an unfortunate disaster beyond our control, we were forced to evacuate the premises effective immediately, leaving behind all of our hard work and family. This unfortunate natural disaster led us to starting anew in an undeveloped plot of land now known as Keystone Park, but what you may not know is that the Orchid City Zoo, our original vision, actually managed to make a full recovery in the meantime. It's available right now in the console workshop if you'd like to check it out for yourself, or you can check out the journey on the Discord server. The link is in the description. The Orchid City Zoo restoration project has been so successful, matter of fact, that they're actually going to be giving us access to two of the oldest animals in the entire zoo, our two original red pandas, Dolly and Dama. It's been years since we've seen these two, and their reunion is certainly going to be a special occasion, especially seeing that Dama is now pregnant and expecting very soon. These two veterans of the mission are going to both work as a marketable species, but also the introduction animal to our newest expansion, the Himalayan highlands. Before we get too far ahead of ourselves though, it's going to be critical to relearn how to make an excellent habitat for the two red pandas that are coming, soon to be 3. Unfortunately, the red panda is still an endangered species with a wild population estimated to be around 10,000. Their population is locked to a small area between the eastern Himalayas as well as southern China. Despite being shockingly feisty and territorial, they don't need very much land requirement at all. However, contrary to most African species we've worked with recently, they do need a fair bit of climbing space. As mentioned, the red panda is both solitary and territorial, so typically having two in the same habitat can be a gamble. However, Dolly and Dama have known each other for so long that they're inseparable. Despite being in captivity for several years now, both still are shy to the guests. Their habitat in the Orchid City Zoo is one of the very first we actually constructed, so we're gonna have to give it some very nice quality of life updates, including a variety of new enrichment items. I'd love to get the soothing sound of a wind chime involved. Wrong page. The Himalayan highlands are going to be home to 2 additional species, but neither of them are going to be found with Dolly and Dama. Admittedly, we've already sort of started the Himalayan highlands with our Chinese pangolin enclosure, as the red panda and Chinese pangolin actually have some overlapping territories. Their habitats are going to be neighbors separated by a very wide path, as the red panda enclosure is going to be built right alongside of the Oasis, one of our fine restaurants on site. We first are going to need to expand the back of the Oasis with a proper backstage though. We've built so many backstage facades at Keystone Wilds at this point that they all come together in no time. But what you may realize about our newest staff zone is that it's much larger than needed to care for 3 small red pandas. This is exactly by design, as this building is going to be the main staff hub for the entirety of the Himalayan highlands. For today, we're only going to focus on the top portion. With our red panda duo expecting offspring within months of arrival, our care team are going to have to keep a very close eye on them at all times. We've decided to cover a majority of the concrete on the ground with a variety of comfortable materials for the red pandas to nest in. Leaves and hay are going to keep them warm no matter the hour, although the backstage should be relatively well insulated by the time it's completed. To hold the loose materials in place, I added wood supports to both the ground as well as the walls, even connecting some of them up, forming small indoor climbing structures. When the red panda are born, they typically stay in their birth nest for several weeks before venturing into the outdoors, where they learn how to survive. This backstage is effectively the penthouse suite version of a nest, and we're making it as comfortable as possible for the future newborns. It looks like placing all of the enrichment items seems to have annihilated the surrounding terrain, so to fix it I used mulch from the nature menu and placed it all over the crevices. I then outlined the outside of the backstage with some basic wood panels to help it blend into the rest of the habitat, but let's not get that far ahead of ourselves just yet. Back inside, I added a few more weathering details, as well as a PVC strip wall to help keep the backstage warm for the red panda family. After that, it was easy throwing a roof over everything we just built. Despite everything being stuff we've realistically made here before, I can't tell you how refreshing it was to build a classic backstage after the absolute gauntlet that was Baobab Safari. Building landscapes is really fun, but there's something special and even challenging about building a small enclosure with a finite amount of space. I definitely think the red pandas are going to be happy here, and it's certainly safe and cozy for the future newborn. However, once they're old enough, they're going to want to explore the outside. Red pandas in captivity are notorious escape artists. The Zoopedia outwardly mentions this. Containing Dolly and Dama certainly is going to be a challenge, especially since odds are they're going to try and push the boundaries of their new habitat. In order to contain them, we're going to have to make a strong foundation of materials that they're not going to be able to easily climb over. I went ahead and pre-marked out the area for the anti-climb with grass while leaving the eventual traversable area of soil and dirt. Using the terrain paint options to act as a guide for builds is one of my favorite time-saving strategies in the entire game, and time-saving strategies are very important for weekly uploads, seeing as that it's currently midnight and the video's due in just 9 hours. Using the flat side of some larger rocks is going to make a great base for now, but we're going to have to come back later with some finer details to truly keep them enclosed. Thankfully, if one of the red pandas does happen to escape, the worst they're going to do is climb a tree and maybe wander around curious. It happens at zoos a lot more often than you'd think. The right side of their habitat is going to begin the base of a very large mountain facade that is going to gradually get snowier and snowier as we approach the summit. This is later going to lead into an indoor portion of a habitat in the Himalayan highlands, which is likely going to be the focus of next week's episode. This area is going to be the highest point in all of Keystone Wilds, and the decor is going to reflect it. It's going to be a perfect mini-series as we delve into winter. Focusing back on the red panda enclosure at the base of the facade, I tried my absolute hardest to blend the rocks of this really strange plant that I've never used or seen before. I forget its name since I've yet to see it in the menus, but I have to admit it looks quite good. After that, I used some more traditional Chinese plants native to the red panda's home in the mountains, mainly large bamboo shoots. I then blended everything together using some of the creosote bushes, just like we did all over Baobab Safari. With the foundation of the perimeter finally complete, we're in a prime position to give the build some character and really nice details. A very fun step, but also very easy to mess up and ruin everything we've made so far. No pressure at all. After running over the terrain and updating our future foliage palette for the next step, I then shifted my focus towards making the backstage look a lot more immersive into the build, in what will in the future become the rest of the Himalayan highlands. To accomplish this without making it look out of place with the surroundings, or take away from the mountain facade that's eventually going to overshadow the build, I used very basic materials and muted colors. I've never built in this traditional Chinese style before, and to be honest with you, I was running a bit behind this week anyways, so I did something that I haven't done in all of Keystone Wilds. I used a Frontier blueprint.
Squidward.
I took the base and trimmed off a little bit of the fat, shaping the roof into a design that fit over the red panda's backstage, but is also going to allow us to make an industrial roof over the rest of the backstage that won't be seen by guests. Building in this style is something that's going to take me a bit of practice to get used to, and a species that's classified as endangered according to the IUCN is not going to be a test subject for mediocrity. The other challenging aspect of the exterior of the habitat was making the wall of the oasis gel with the red panda's habitat. To do this, I placed a very thin layer of plaster over the green and used brick decals to give it a weathered appearance. A lot of the Himalayan highlands is going to appear old and ruined, as per the concept art that currently exists solely in my head, so we're going to ease into the effect at the base, and it'll take over at the peak of the summit. To help take guests' eyes off the wear and tear of the building, I designed a really small photo opportunity using some prop red pandas as they appear to have overtaken a fruit cart. I really wish a lot more species had personalized pieces like this. It's a lot more fun to build for the ones that do, in my opinion. The reason that I started with the exterior details this time around is because I think it's a lot easier to work from the outside in, which in this case is definitely true, at least for now. We need to finalize the foliage before getting to what is probably the most important part of the entire habitat. Thankfully it shouldn't be that difficult, seeing that the entire right side of the enclosure is rock and faux snow. Like normal, I used the pre-planned terrain paint as a visual blueprint for placing the first layer of basic grasses and shrubs. The challenging part about this section was finding what trees I could possibly use here without messing up the sightlines of the eventual mountain facade. It's really hard to prepare for something that doesn't exist after all. Eventually I did something that all great architects do. Give up and worry about it later. While I thought of different fixes, I detailed up some other mindless areas of the enclosure, like adding in little pebbles along the path or some minor texture details. I was also able to install the enrichment items, and thankfully I fit in the wind chimes into the build after all. Somehow they don't even look out of place outside of a monastery-looking building. I'm surprisingly happy with the progress we've made so far. If anything, I made it a bit on the larger side. This was because I'm not positive on how large I want the base of the mountain facade to be, and it's going to be significantly easier to make it a little bit bigger than to shrink it down. I also purposely left room for one final detail in the red panda habitat that's going to tie everything together. While they do have ample climbing space on the inside of their habitat, guests aren't going to have a view of it. We're going to have to build them a visually appealing climbing structure out here so that everybody can enjoy. I started off by using the natural tree trunk climbing piece and making a very, very basic wooden cube around the center. This is going to act as a tiny nest for the red pandas to rest in, and I say act because it's in no way functional. To give the illusion of negative space on the inside, I used a black circle to represent a hole in which the pandas would come in and out of. I even experimented using the prop red pandas poking their heads out of here, but the look didn't quite work to my disappointment. To make it look even more like a real tree, I used the beech tree sapling to get leaves coming out of the top. Climbing structures generally are pretty challenging to build in my opinion, certainly on the higher end of challenging for me at least, but once you get started it's really not so bad. I like to start with a sturdy base, and then just build random paths and obstacles off of it. I was even able to work an angled bridge piece into this one. Climbing structures probably take more practice than any other element of a habitat. Underwater viewing is debatable. The issue is once you get underwater viewing right, the animals will deep dive perfectly. Once you get climbing pieces right, this happens. It's not bad for a casual player, but from a content creator's perspective, it makes recording stock footage of climbers an absolute nightmare. It took a while, but eventually I came up with a design that could comfortably house the returning red pandas, and I have to say I quite like how everything turned out today. Admittedly, I didn't really have much of a plan going into this one, but I think we did a great job regardless. Let's see what Dolly and Dama think though. Dolly and Dama seemingly were a bit uncomfortable upon finally arriving to their new home. However, thankfully this resistance quickly faded once they realized that Keystone Wilds is heavily upgraded from where they'd come from. They now have nearly 6 times the amount of space to explore, and much better staff care monitoring them as well. It took them a bit of time to venture outdoors for their very first time, but when they did, they went straight for their climbing toys. Dolly even found his way over to the wind chimes, and it's safe to say they were a great inclusion. It's evident to even newer members of staff that these red pandas are very close, as they're typically seen walking in tandem or even roughhousing with one another. Keystone Wilds officially has a new cutest animal, and I'm pretty sure that guests are going to be lining up around the perimeter of the habitat 4 people deep just to even get a glimpse of these beautiful creatures. Unfortunately, it looks like the dynamic duo have had enough exploring for one day. Adjusting to a new zoo can be a pretty stressful experience for animals, so we should probably let them rest. What did you think of their habitat, and are you excited to see the rest of the Himalayan highlands developed? As I mentioned before, there's going to be 2 additional species, both being carnivores. Leave your guesses in the comments below. Unfortunately, I think that's where we're going to have to call it for today's episode. Until next time, Kingpin out. After adding in some final touches to our entrance, Keystone Wilds officially is open to mostly positive reviews. Seeing all of our hard work and dedication finally pay off really was a special moment. To be able to give back to the community that's grown with us and supported us from day one, all the way back during the days of Keystone Park's initial rise, was something that for our staff team was absolutely critical we got exactly right. Thankfully, it seems that everyone is in agreement that the opening went very well, and Keystone Wilds now stands firmly alongside Keystone Park, and many of the other incredible zoos built in the recent years. If you're new around here, this is Keystone Wilds, a long-term Planet Zoo project where we aim to build realistic habitats and tell conservation-driven stories about the species that call them home. The excitement of opening a new zoo eventually fades out, routines set in, and the park slowly starts to reveal what works and what still needs some attention. After all, success is a milestone, not the finish line, and in this business, standing still is often the quickest way to fall behind. Despite zoo interest currently seeming to be in a bit of a low point due to some recent technological innovations that are a bit out of our pay grade, Keystone Wilds is still going to continue on strong. As the seasons begin to change and visitor expectations evolve, we're reminded that a zoo is never truly finished. Habitats always need to grow, stories need to deepen, and our conservation goals need to keep pushing forward. It's easy to look around at what we've built and feel comfortable, but comfort can quickly turn into complacency. For now, we shift our focus towards the future. New species, new expansions, and long-term plans begin to take shape behind the scenes. While Keystone Park was absolutely critical for the success of the brand by starting us off on the right foot and giving us the means to push the mission forward, Keystone Wilds is where the miracles truly happen. We house nearly a dozen species listed as endangered or worse according to the IUCN, and many of them are in captive breeding programs to potentially help out their unfortunate situations. As time passes on, it's not just the park that begins to mature, but the people behind it as well. Many of the staff here at Keystone Wilds started their careers learning directly under the veteran teams from Keystone Park. Through shared training programs, rotating assignments, and hands-on experience with complex cases, that knowledge has slowly but surely been passed on. What began as simple guidance has truly grown into confidence. Our keepers and veterinary team are now more prepared, more adaptable, and more capable of meeting the unique challenges that come along with caring for our growing collection of species. The foundation built at Keystone Park continues to shape every decision made here, ensuring that Keystone Wilds isn't just expanding in size, but in expertise and responsibility, and a long-term vision as well. You would think that the tangible proof behind our staff's expertise would lie in the impressive care units that watch over our largest species on site. The hippopotamus, the elephants, and the 2 species of rhinos found in Baobab Safari alone would be more than most teams could handle after all. And trust us, they certainly are a handful regardless of the experience of our staff. But no, the true culmination of the work actually comes from our smallest member of the zoo. The Chinese pangolin is a critically endangered species and is among the most trafficked animals on the black market due to their alleged healing properties. Unfortunately, this has led to a sharp population decline in recent years. However, Keystone Wilds was able to help in this regard a fair bit with the birth of Xiao Bao. Another reason the pangolin's wild population is so low despite global conservation efforts is that they're very difficult to breed in captivity. This effectively means that once their wild population numbers go down, they're nearly impossible to raise back up. However, nearly impossible still means there's a very real chance we can help the species. Xiao Bao is no longer the juvenile pangolin that required constant monitoring in highly controlled conditions. He's quickly grown into a fully mature individual with established routines and predictable behavior. Reaching adulthood with a species this sensitive and vulnerable is one of the hardest milestones to achieve, and it marks a turning point not just for Xiao Bao, but for the entire conservation program at Keystone Wilds. His continued presence at Keystone Wilds is now directly tied to our ambassador animal program. Ambassador animals are individuals who help bridge the gap between guests and wildlife by allowing us to share their story in a way that supports education, awareness, and long-term conservation goals. And starting now, every month at Keystone Wilds, a brand new ambassador animal species is going to be chosen with fun facts and interesting information being delivered throughout the month. You can actually check the first ambassador post now. While Xiao Bao's ultimate destiny is to stay here at Keystone Wilds and help his species thrive in the wild, some members can better accomplish this heroic task from outside our facilities and in the wild itself. In case you're unaware, the entire journey of Keystone Wilds started with a series veteran, Bear the giant anteater, who we first were introduced to back in Keystone Park. He's lived in both zoos for long periods of time in his life, but was brought to Keystone Wilds for conservation purposes only. After having a pup with his mate Anita, Bear returned home to Keystone Park, leaving behind his son Cubby. Now admittedly, this does sound quite sad. However, it's entirely natural behavior for the giant anteater, as males never play a role in raising their offspring in the wild. This is entirely the job of the female, and thankfully, first-time mother Anita did an excellent job. Now you may notice that I said did and not is doing, and that's because recently Cubby has officially matured. While many may think this is a time for celebration, and to be fair it partly is, for our keeper staff there's a very important job to be done. Giant anteaters tolerate their offspring. However, upon reaching maturity, they're expected to leave the group with the end goal of finding their own mate and continuing the cycle. The giant anteater is another vulnerable species, and they need all the help they can get in the wild. Sadly for guest and the staff team alike, this does mean that Cubby's ultimate destiny is outside of our care. Temporarily, Anita's been relocated back to Keystone Park and reunited with Bear, in hopes to give the now adult Cubby some time to be used to solidarity. In time though, Cubby will experience the wilds of South America. Speaking of South America, in other excellent news, our white-faced Saki troop are expecting offspring in the coming months. While this species thankfully is listed as least concern as per the IUCN, their mating habits are surprisingly unknown by researchers and biologists. Our medical teams have been keeping a very close eye on the expanding troop to ensure that the pregnancy goes as smooth as possible, and thankfully everything so far has gone exactly according to plan. Today, that's sadly all we have to report from our white-faced Sakis, but that's not to say we don't have any other monkey business going on in our facilities. During a routine checkup in Baobab Safari's Pachyderm Pass, our staff team was shocked to discover one more mandrill than we remembered was there yesterday. While we knew of Mandy's pregnancy, the arrival of this juvenile was very premature. Thankfully, despite rapid and unforeseen circumstances, the baby appears to be in fair health. This is a very important birth, because unlike our white-faced Sakis, who are abundant in the wild, mandrill are actually very endangered in their native regions of the Congo and Africa. If you have any name suggestions for the male juvenile mandrill, leave them in the comments below. I'll pick the top 4 most popular, and we'll do a community vote just like we did for Cubby and Xiao Bao. Luckily, like most primates, mandrills live in tight-knit family units called troops. This takes an incredible burden off of our staff team, because after some routine but necessary medical evaluations, the mandrills make for better carers than any staff team around. We'll be sure to monitor their progress and behavior from a safe distance, but things thankfully are trending in the right direction. Even Kiko seems to enjoy the little one's company from time to time. In case you missed the last episode, we started our newest expansion to Keystone Wilds yet, the Himalayan Highlands. This brand new expansion aims to bring guests to the high altitudes of China, Nepal, and other surrounding nations. Your journey to the high peaks are going to start on the ground level, where you'll meet 2 of our new residents to the zoo, Dolly and Dama. If these 2 look familiar at all, that's because you may recognize them from the Orchid City Zoo, the project that preceded even Keystone Park. Adding to our recent baby boom, Dama's currently expecting offspring, and we're going to house the juvenile red pandas here once they arrive. This is another critical birth for conservation, and the red panda duo were sent here specifically to ensure a smooth delivery and aftercare. Red panda are sadly also an endangered species, so this pregnancy is currently our staff team's #1 priority. In the meantime, both Dolly and Dama have enjoyed their stay at Keystone Wilds, despite them just being temporary visitors. We still have a ton of work to do with the rest of the Himalayan highlands though, and I think it's about time we get started. If you'd like to support the ongoing construction and development of Keystone Wilds and our latest expansions, consider joining Club Keystone. Members receive early access to videos, and your name is going to be permanently etched onto the wall of donors as a token of our appreciation. I'm also in the process of cooking up something very special for channel members. More information on that's going to be revealed next week. If you enjoyed today's episode, please consider subscribing. Your support isn't just appreciated, it's absolutely essential. 2025 was an incredible year for the channel, and there are so many more adventures to be had throughout 2026. Trust me when I say, you're not going to want to miss any of it. Meet the Pallas cat, the newest species added to the Keystone Wilds family. With a wild population of 58,000 and an IUCN rating of least concern, thankfully in terms of conservation, the species is doing quite well. They have quite the surprisingly vast habitat range, being primarily found throughout the Himalayan mountain range and the surrounding nations. Luckily for us today, it seems that they only need land requirement in their habitat, and not very much of it at that. However, if you look closely, their barrier has to be climb-proof, which implies that they do have the capability to climb pretty far. The Pallas cat is a solitary species, however the male and female territories tend to overlap in the wild, so we're going to try and replicate this today. Being used to living high in the mountains also inherently makes them relatively shy animals. Like most, if not all species of wild cat, the Pallas cat is strictly carnivorous. Since this habitat is going to be entirely indoors, it may be difficult to work in some of the larger enrichment zones like the scratching trees. We're going to have to get pretty creative with how we approach this. Like most solitary animals, the Pallas cat doesn't benefit from sharing space with any other species. Today, as we start our ascent up to the highlands, we're going to build something that Keystone Wilds has somehow entirely lacked up until this point, a fully indoor habitat. To start off 2025, we made a fully indoor reptile house, and it's safe to say that that video did quite well. Somehow, in the entire year since then, we never made a single other indoor habitat. I'd like to start off the new year in a similar fashion. Not only is the Pallas cat portion of the build going to be 100% enclosed, just like the reptile house, but we're also going to be making several small and custom terrariums for reptiles scattered throughout the building. The habitat itself has 3 portions to it. 2 Pallas cat viewing opportunities, as well as a very highly detailed backstage. Coming off of Baobab Safari, the urge to build a dedicated staff zone has been really strong. Effectively 2 months straight of building nothing but vast landscapes for large species has me wanting to build something a little bit different. I think this is going to be an excellent starting point as well, since it's going to act as the habitat's foundation. Everything that we build afterwards is going to anchor off of this backstage. For the most part, this building is actually going to be surprisingly simple, as a majority of the details are going to be found right along a straight path. For now, all of our attention is going to be on the right side. Whenever building an indoor habitat, the first thing I like to do is mark out where the exhibits are going to be. Right here is specifically going to be the terrariums or the reptiles are going to be housed, and over here is going to be the indoor portion of the Pallas cat. The cats are going to be able to be seen from the outside of the building, however the entirety of their habitat is going to be located indoors. Focusing back on the backstage, we're certainly going to need a keeper hut. The Himalayan highlands isn't yet connected to any other part of Keystone Wilds, so this keeper hut is going to be critical for efficiency as the area expands. If you don't have a keeper hut within a reasonable distance of your habitats, staff are going to take longer and longer to feed your animals on site the more you expand your zoo. This leads to staff needing more frequent breaks, in which they can't work at all. Having a keeper hut within the backstage itself is also going to make the later detailing process significantly easier, since it takes up a fair amount of space and comes pre-made for us. To connect it to the rest of the build, all we have to do is hide it beneath a faux path we used making concrete. We've used this exact same building technique all throughout Keystone Wilds. As long as there's a physical path underneath the construction pieces, guests and staff can walk on them. Using the exact same logic as we did for the keeper hut, I thought it made a lot of sense to put a staff center back here as well. I want the Himalayan highlands to run as efficiently as possible without having to rely on outside sources in the zoo. Now that we've dug out a good starting point, we can start to work around it and fill in the foundation. This includes the basic shape of the structure, which in this case is a simple rectangle, as well as the roof, which is going to follow the exact same path as the floor, but we'll wait on that for just a second. When a guest comes to the zoo, or really anywhere to be entertained, they expect to see unique structures and builds that they wouldn't otherwise see in their day-to-day lives. This is typically why most zoos try to hide their backstages from the public eye, since these areas are built for function and use, not glamour. Many of the staff-only sections in Keystone Wilds look extremely similar to one another, and this is completely by design. Our backstage today is going to be no different. After getting the basic shape of the structure and knowing exactly what we have to work with, some minor details can be added to the outside to make the build just look a little bit nicer. At this point, we've developed a pretty signature style of trims for these staff zones, first using some stone walls at the base of the foundation, and then coming into the roof and adding a trim to blend the two materials together a little bit easier. Trims of any kind are very important in the build process, because they're what allow you to use unlike materials together. If you have a proper trim that looks good on both materials, you can pretty simply blend any two objects together when making a building or viewing gallery. My personal favorite trims are the Planet Zoo wood family, which are both flexi-color and in the base game, so everyone has access. The outside of the backstage is looking pretty good now, especially when you compare it to the under-detailed front half. And don't worry, in time this is all going to be covered up. Now we're just left with the interior of the backstage to handle, and thankfully this is a lot easier to do than it looks. The first thing I always like to add are the doors, because aside from the foundation, they're the one aspect that every single build needs. Be mindful that you'll need to double side most of them, since their back texture is typically blank. After that, I noticed that the roof and the walls on the interior didn't mesh together all too well, so I added another interior trim to blend everything together. Next we have to handle climate control, because palace cats have a thick double coat of fur and need to be kept in cool to cold temperatures at all times. This is going to require some pretty heavy-duty AC units running throughout the building, and since guests are never going to be back here, we can have the ducts showing. To finish the interior, I relied heavily on workshop items. There are a lot of people in the community much more talented than myself when making this kind of stuff. Now that we have the entire backstage looking nice and acting functional with both our staff room and keeper hut, the Himalayan Highlands is finally ready to start working on the next habitats. To start, we're going to be making some small terrariums for some custom reptiles off the workshop. One of the biggest requests for Planet Zoo 2 that I've seen so far is a complete rework of the exhibit system, and this is something that I can certainly get behind. For now though, the exhibits are a fixed size in Planet Zoo 1, and for our purposes today they're far too large. This means we're going to have to get creative on how we can display these prop reptiles. This is a surprisingly simple process, and like most things we do, we need to start with a solid foundation. Much of making the faux exhibits look nice comes from a lot of prior planning. To start, you're going to need to leave yourself a decent amount of space to burrow into. This is exactly why we never filled in this wall adjacent to the backstage. We'll then be putting a thin layer of plaster over the metal walls of the staff zone, and following the path to the edge of the building. From here we can take our plaster of the same color with shapes cut out of the middle. These pieces are going to act as our viewing windows after we're through. Next, simply add a pane of glass acting as the exhibit barrier. From here, you're going to need to fill in the back of the habitat. The more space you left yourself to work with in the beginning, the sloppier you can be with how things look. All of this orange plaster is going to be covered up in time, so it can look as rushed and unpolished as I want it to look. From here, all we have to do is detail the terrariums themselves. I find it easiest to start with a very thin layer of mulch at the bottom, and then place whatever foliage you'd like on top, starting from the ground level. Funny enough, this is actually the only foliage we're going to be using in the entire build. Once the terrariums are detailed and ready to go, you'll then need to find a prop animal, and this is another reason why the workshop is an amazing feature of Frontiers games. Take the designs from the blueprint of your choice and populate your habitats. Certainly not bad at all, and it's nice to have a mini reptile house in the zoo, but I think now we need to focus on the main event. The palace cats need a home. At this point the total build was coming together rather well, but suddenly I hit a roadblock in creativity. It's been a really long time since I made a dedicated fully indoor habitat, and even longer since I made a building that wasn't a square. To avoid making a flat and boring facade, I first moved on to the exterior viewing window. This is going to be the main draw of the entire palace cat habitat, and it's going to feature a simple yet nice looking curved window that contrasts heavily with our sharp angles the buildings typically have. To get the window the exact shape I wanted was actually surprisingly easy. We just had to make sure we had angle snap on, and keep track of all the measurements in degrees. This may not look like a whole lot right now, but trust me, that slight angle is really going to come into play later on in the process. Since I hadn't made a fully indoor habitat in so long, I'd pretty much forgotten really how to make a habitat like this. I pretty much had to start from scratch. I started off by taking some standard wall pieces and lining the rough outline of the building. Just like with the plaster pieces beforehand on the staff section, we're going to eventually place pieces over these so they don't stick out too much. Since I want this building to have some interesting shapes and textures some pretty interesting shapes as opposed to being a standard square or rectangle, I came off the grid a fair bit, which I typically wouldn't do in this scenario. Surprisingly, overall, the shaping of the building wasn't so hard once I got into a good groove. However, making the shaping look good from the guest perspective is going to be a bit of a challenge. To start, I used even more plaster in a slightly brighter color this time, and lined all of the walls near the viewing window. From here, to ensure the build looks less rectangular, I designed an interesting diagonal support that runs from the ground all the way to the roof. This addition not only helps differentiate the build from our typical works at Keystone Wilds and Keystone Park, but also gives us more space to add a ton of decals. Decals are among the best details to possibly add to any build, and they especially excel at making things look weathered and run down, which is the precise look we want this entire section of the zoo to capture. By using brick decals especially, it appears that the plaster is peeling and revealing the skeleton of the build beneath, and by mixing in some grunge and chip, it makes the build feel that much older. To help break up the texture of the plaster pieces, whenever a square column happened to form, I use these small concrete wall pieces to make an interesting brick texture that runs the entire length. I really do think we did a pretty good job of making this building stand out amongst the rest of our works, but now we need to start working on the interior and the habitat itself. Since a palace cat is actually no larger than an average house cat, their habitat isn't going to be overly huge. It will, however, feature two distinct sections, sharing one common connection point. The first of the two sections is going to mimic the palace cat's habitat when they're not quite at the mountain's summit yet. As a result, I lined the walls with blue plaster to represent the sky above. I then took some of the stalactite decals and recolored them to make them appear like distant mountains, to really bring the illusion to life. From here, using some simple taiga rocks, I was able to make the palace cat's perch. From what I've personally seen at zoos, they always seem to be at the highest possible points in their habitat, so I decided to give them a sizable platform in both sections of the enclosure. I can't explain how foreign it actually feels to build a habitat without any pieces of foliage, but regardless, so far so good. The habitat is already serviceable, but now we need to make it exceptional. To do that, we're going to have to add the many details to make the habitat look unique on the inside, and I started off with merging some snow rocks into the texture of the taiga, to make it appear that the snow has fallen in a natural and random pattern. After that came the enrichment items, and this was surprisingly difficult all things considered. Since the rockwork gets pretty close to the eventual ceiling, we couldn't use any larger items and instead were limited to the small ones. Boxes, tennis balls, ice blocks, and items of this nature are all that are going to fit into the enclosure today. There simply weren't enough small enrichment items in the menus to make the habitat feel full, so we had to get creative and make some of our own. By using climbable components from the construction menu, I was able to make some pretty interesting custom climbing structures. I tried to use a mix of natural as well as man-made items to give some visual variety. Whether they're functional or not is yet to be seen, but I think it looks really good and I like it. As for the other side, I made a relatively basic climbing structure using pieces from the habitat menu. I also added a lot more snow to the ground to help represent the peaks of the mountains. I went ahead and finished up the exterior of the habitat while I was at it. Nothing too extreme, just simply refining the details we already made. But please be sure to let me know what you think about it in the comments, and are you overall happy with the first build of the new year? Obviously, I care a lot about what you all have to say. However, the only thing more important than how you feel is how the palace cats feel, and I'm pretty sure we're going to get to find out very soon. Welcome to the zoo. Palace cats have a pretty unfair reputation of being aggressive since they tend to look annoyed constantly, but upon initial observations, they're shockingly similar to simple house cats. This of course means they were immediately curious about their new environment, and it was now their mission to explore their new home and master every inch of their territory. Surprisingly for being described as solitary creatures, the duo of palace cat actually got along surprisingly well, which was uncommon and unexpected. They're also a fair bit more camouflaged than initially thought. Guests might have a surprisingly difficult time spotting them in their habitat, unless they happen to be against a blue backdrop. For a shy species, though, this is certainly an accidental win. Despite being curious creatures and having pretty tough facades and exteriors, it was pretty evident that the palace cat were a bit uncomfortable in their new scenario, as they were jumpy around every sound. We'll be sure to constantly monitor their health and progress and ensure their adjustment goes well. This is going to take some time, though, and right now I think the best thing for our palace cat duo is some personal time to themselves. Adjusting to a new environment is never an easy task, especially for a solitary and shy creature. If you have any names for the male and female palace cat, feel free to leave them in the comments below as well. Unfortunately, I do think that's where we're going to have to leave off in today's episode. I'll see you guys next week. We'll be continuing the Himalayan highlands, and I'll see you then. Conservation is absolutely the core of everything the Keystone name stands for, and that's been shown time and time again through a variety of difficult and expensive initiatives. Whether it be our various breeding programs for rapidly disappearing species, building a natural migration corridor spanning hundreds of miles at 2 different locations for native butterflies, or even our philanthropy work in other zoos and wildlife reserves, the Keystone brand has always aimed to better the world that we all share together. Our newest project is certainly an expensive one, and it may seem unwise with the current state of affairs at Keystone Wilds, between our recent baby boom, as well as being in the middle of a pricey expansion in the Himalayan highlands. Starting a new project typically wouldn't be a smart business decision. In case you're new here, welcome! This is Keystone Wilds, a long-term Planet Zoo project where we aim to build realistic habitats and tell conservation-driven stories about the species that call them home. We've recently purchased a massive plot of land right in between Keystone Park and Keystone Wilds for a future project which is still in the beta phases of planning. To keep focus on current events at Keystone Wilds, this project is being directly overseen by Keystone Park's head keeper. As the most veteran staff member in all of the Keystone brand, he's more than qualified to oversee a brand new expansion. More will certainly be revealed here in time, so please reserve your questions until more information is revealed. Back at Keystone Wilds, things are as hectic as ever. A poorly timed expansion in the midst of our largest baby boom to date has our staff team spread thin. The brutally long hours members of the staff team put in day out truly is commendable, and nearly every member of the staff has gone above and beyond the call of duty. Despite the long hours and difficult tasks at hand, it's important to be able to slow down and enjoy the little moments. In the early hours of the morning, our keepers on site noticed that our white-faced Sakis were seemingly missing from their enclosure. After a routine wellness check, the troop was found in their blind spot, with a brand new member as well, a healthy baby girl. She surprisingly seems to enjoy her space away from the rest of the troop, which for a juvenile primate is exceedingly rare. To take some of the workload off of our stressed and overworked staff team, we're going to observe this from a distance. We trust that the troop can keep her safe and in good care for the time being. If you have any name suggestions for the newly born female white-faced Saki, feel free to leave them in the comments below. This was an absolutely monumental birth for biological studies, as it's not currently known if the white-faced Saki is a monogamous or polygamous species. Seeing as that our lone males show no signs of mating with any other members of the troop, our research would tend to lean in the direction of monogamy. More tests are almost certainly going to need to be conducted, as one lone result isn't enough to draw a conclusion, and findings compared with other zoos in location as well are going to be quite necessary, but this is certainly an excellent foundation to solve one of nature's great mysteries. In other news, Baobab Safari's newest resident has officially had its name chosen by the community. Meet Makini, our juvenile male mandrill. Just like our newly born white-faced Saki, Makini has adjusted into his troop quite well, and we're proud to report that despite a very premature birth, he's in excellent health. He typically spends his days running about the enclosure and messing with some of the other older members of the troop, especially Kiko. Makini also enjoys watching guests on passing safari vehicles just about as much as they enjoy seeing him. Overall, Makini is proving to be a wonderful and energetic addition to the Keystone family, and there's plenty more to come in the future. We'll be sure to keep you up to date with Makini's antics, but despite this very positive addition to the family, unfortunately, we also do have some very sad news to share with you all. Most days at Keystone Wilds are filled with happiness and smiles, with guests learning about some of the species we share our planet with along the way. Normally, Keystone Wilds isn't correlated at all with sadness in any way, but today there was an unfortunate somber undertone that was nearly palpable from the very beginning. As you likely know, our journey at Keystone Wilds started with Bear, a long-running series veteran all the way back from Keystone Park, and to make a long story very short, Bear had left Keystone Wilds and returned to his original home, leaving behind his pup Cubby. Cubby was a critical birth and important milestone in Keystone Wilds history. Not only are giant anteaters a vulnerable species as per the IUCN, with a rapidly declining wild population, but Cubby was also the first ever birth at the zoo. Cubby was raised by his mother Anita exclusively at Keystone Wilds after Bear's departure to Keystone Park, and over the years, she thankfully equipped him with the necessary skill set to survive on his own and thrive in the wild. And sadly, that's the next step in Cubby's journey. Giant anteaters are primarily solitary creatures, and upon reaching maturity they're expected to leave their mother's care. So after a final day at Keystone Wilds filled with plenty of visitors and final goodbyes, some of the closest staff to Cubby gathered after hours to see him off into the transport. It certainly was a sad scene to say the least, but ultimately hopeful and filled with a great sense of pride. Conservation remains at the heart of all we aim to accomplish, and we're very confident that Cubby is going to be able to thrive in the wild and will be able to also help the native population of other giant anteaters grow. We've handled very similar situations like this before, once with the first ever animal to be born in Keystone's care, Bobby the beaver, as well as another endangered Amazon species, the giant otter. This one, however, felt a little bit different, as an even greater sense of pride and accomplishment swept away all of the sadness. To be able to give back to nature and hopefully help a struggling species is a privilege that not many locations say they've achieved. Thanks for everything, Cubby. You truly will be missed. Good luck on your journey. Despite the tear-jerking farewell, many members of staff were eventually able to return to their normal routines. Pull it together, we still got 15 minutes! Things at Keystone Wilds are actually quite happy at the moment, as we're incredibly proud to have officially launched the first issue of the Keystone Ambassador Program. On the first day of each month, channel members are going to exclusively receive access to a completely original online virtual magazine starring the Ambassador Species of the Month. To celebrate the launch of the program, this first issue everybody can check out. The link is in the description below. January's Ambassador is a familiar face, starring Xiao Bao in our Chinese pangolin breeding program. A brand new ambassador species will be chosen each month, and they don't already have to call a Keystone Zoo home. It's a way to get more and more species involved in our care, and to bring lesser-known animals into the spotlight. Stay tuned for more ambassador news in the days leading into February. In case you missed the last episode, we ascended into the highlands once more and built for a surprisingly sweet but solitary furball, the Palace Cat. Thankfully, they're listed as a least concerned species as per the IUCN. The lack of a breeding program will take a tremendous weight off of our veterinary team's shoulders in the midst of this extreme baby boom. Sadly, however, the Pallas Cat's adjustment into Keystone Wilds care wasn't as easy as we would have hoped, and both of the felines have spent a considerable amount of time at the vet. For the first few days in our care, their appetite seemed to completely disappear, and they weren't getting enough fluids in their system either. To avoid a catastrophe, they've been undergoing frequent vet check-ins to ensure that there's nothing wrong with them. Thankfully, the stress of the brand new environment went away about as quickly as it came, and both of our Pallas Cats are stress-free and back to normal. Meet Manu. He's certainly the more solitary of the duo, always preferring to be alone in his own space. And meet Mars, certainly the more sociable of the two, and secretly likes the vet's attention and care a bit more than she leads on. Together, they officially have begun the upper portion of the Himalayan highlands, Keystone Wilds' brand new expansion. Here you'll find many species built for the colder climates found in some of the highest points across the planet. Life at this elevation requires evolutionary traits that can help conserve heat, use oxygen efficiently, and maintain a balance on steep and rugged terrain. Sure-footed movement is absolutely essential to these conditions, often leading to the development of hooves. Speaking of hooves, despite so much going right lately at Keystone Wilds, we've actually received a considerable amount of complaints about the current roster of animals. The most apparent is their lack of hoofstock. This may seem like an absolutely outrageous claim, especially since the largest section of any Keystone Zoo features exclusively hoofstock, from the towering heights of our giraffes to the small frames of the springbok and other ungulates. The problem here is found within the business model. Baobab Safari cost a bit extra to attend, so guests with a standard zoo ticket miss out on all species on the reserve. This isn't to say they can't enjoy the rest of Africa, but outside of the okapi, who actually is able to be seen off of the tour, the rest of the roster is hidden behind an additional paywall. Thankfully, we can take this constructive criticism and use it to place 2 buffalo grass at 1 button press. There's a species whose territory is close enough to the Pallas Cat that it actually makes perfect sense to fit them in next door. The hard part is going to be tracking down a healthy mating pair. Mark my words, this won't be easy, but things in the zoo business rarely are. If you'd like to support the ongoing construction and development of Keystone Wilds, please consider joining Club Keystone. Members receive early access to videos, exclusive access to the Ambassador magazine starting on February 1st, and your name also is going to be permanently etched on our wall of donors as a token of our appreciation. If you enjoyed today's episode, please consider subscribing. Your support isn't just appreciated, it's absolutely essential. 2025 was an incredible year for the channel, and there's so many more adventures coming throughout 2026. Trust me when I say you're not going to want to miss it. Recently, a brand new member of the Keystone family has come into our care directly from a local zoo. Unfortunately, one of their markhor had recently taken a quite nasty fall, and is currently in our veterinary system making a full recovery. Not wanting to separate the herd, we'll need to build all 3 of them a habitat with plenty of opportunities for verticality to ensure that it's safe for the trio of incoming goats. Let's figure out exactly how we're going to do that. It looks like the markhor is a near-threatened species as per the IUCN, with a very oddly specific population in the wild of 5,754. It looks like they tend to inhabit the mountains of the Middle East, needing at least 390 square meters of space. Surprisingly, they don't require any climbing requirement. However, that might be a slight oversight by the Zoopedia, as typically that only tracks for primates and big cats. Currently in quarantine, we have a sole male and 2 females, which fits perfectly with their social requirements. It appears that the female herds have an age-based hierarchy system, so it's going to be important to figure out exactly how old our markhor are. The main centerpiece of this habitat is going to be the goat climbing mountain, a habitat enrichment item that I've never actually been able to use before. Other than that, it doesn't appear that anything is out of the ordinary. Surprisingly, the markhor actually does share some cohabitation with the takin, although unfortunately none is planned for today. Although with the new Ambassador Members program, never say never. The whole point of the program is to bring in animals to our care that don't necessarily need full-length episodes to develop. The plan for today is surprisingly simple, especially when seen from a bird's eye view. No, the markhor aren't going to necessarily have an overpass leading them to a second habitat or anything crazy. This eastern plot of land is actually going to be for next week. The markhor enclosure instead is going to be on this northern plot of land, and as you'll likely notice, there isn't a ton of space. We're going to be building a simple backstage attached to some guest amenities, and then building a trench to keep the goats contained. From there, we're going to worry about the backdrop, which is certainly going to be the hardest part of today's build. Typically when I say something is surprisingly simple, we end up building this. Or this. Or even this. But today I promise I actually mean it. Building a trench is actually very easy, and something that's really important to learn how to do well. One thing I frequently see both new and old keepers frequently ask is how they can make their habitat stand out from one another, and this is a surprisingly difficult task, as it has nothing to do with one's building style or skill, and everything to do with presentation. Every single Planet Zoo builder to ever exist has a signature style. You may not be able to describe it yourself, but others can certainly tell. It's extremely difficult to deviate from one's style, and this is why keepers' habitats can tend to look similar and samey. The way I handle this at Keystone Wilds is simply by looking around at what's near. Our Markhor are going to be neighbors of the Palace Cats, who use a glass viewing window. That immediately eliminates glass from today's build, since it's right next door. In summary, you typically don't want two habitats right next to each other that look similar or fill like roles. Try and master a few different habitat barrier types, whether this be a trench style, mesh habitat, or even glass. It's totally up to you. Focusing back at our project at hand, let's break ground and dig out the trench. A trench-style habitat is nice to have in your tool belt because it gives guests an uninterrupted view of whatever happens to be on the other side of the pit, and making one is actually really easy. Like most builds, the hard part is the planning, which I've gone ahead and already done. I've marked up exactly where the trench is going to go, as well as the backstage and habitat itself with various terrain paints. Now we just have to execute. As you likely know, because you two have been frustrated by it time and time again, the pathing system and terrain tools typically don't mix at all. Normally, this is absolutely insanity-inducing, I will admit, but building a trench is one of the few instances where we can use it to our advantage. Since the terrain tools can't ever manipulate the path once it's in place, we can simply place the path on either side of the trench to get the dimensions perfectly even. Once the depth of the trench is chosen, depending on the species in the enclosure, as a grizzly bear is going to need more security measures than a red panda for example, we can then flatten the foundation to everything and don't even really have to be careful since the path acts like a guiding hand. Once the rough outline is finally put in place, we can then delete the temporary path on the inside of the habitat. From here, I always like to focus on the guest side, as this likely won't ever change, whereas the habitat side almost certainly will. To blend in this side of the trench, I used our Himalayan Highlands path palette and covered up all of the path leading up to the pit, and extended it ever so slightly over the drop-off. I then connected this slight overhang to some breeze bricks to give it a bit of a more rugged feel, since this is technically infrastructure after all, and then finished the outline up with a basic concrete flooring. Now that the rough outline of the habitat is finally completed, we can start to put in place important POIs on the inside. I'm thinking that we should start with the backstage, but it's going to be a lot easier than last time, I'm sure. To help save on frames if you play on PC, or the dreaded complexity meter if you play on console, building backstages certainly isn't always necessary in your zoos. If you want to build in a realistic style, however, they're all but required. Building a good backstage is among my favorite side tasks in all of Planet Zoo, since it's so different from the main builds we typically put out, but today it's merely going to be a facade. Keystone Wilds is getting big to the point where it may soon start to get a bit laggy, so saving on pieces and entities anywhere we can is going to be critical going forward. And don't worry, this isn't going to compromise build quality in any way, shape, or form. Truthfully, I've had this mindset since the very beginning. Since we already built a highly detailed as well as functional backstage in the Palace Cats enclosure, who remind you are located right next door to the Markhor, there's no reason to go above and beyond today. Instead, we'll just add in the facade of the backstage connected to some guest amenities. Pair this with the Goat Mountain enrichment item, as well as a standard backing of terrain as a believable backdrop to later be covered in stone, and the shell of the habitat really was that simple. Now, all we have to do is go over every individual area, and bring the level of detail up to what you've come to expect of the rest of Keystone Wilds. To take a build from a rough outline to something that you can be proud of is actually a lot easier than you might think. The trick is to add a detail, and then when you're done with that detail, add a second one. And you'd be shocked to know just how many keepers skip that last step. The first thing that we're going to need to do is match the overall color scheme of the building with the base color of the Palace Cat enclosure without making it visually repetitive. To do this, we're going to cover the entire building in a very thin layer of plaster, including even the habitat gates and faux doors. Next, I wanted to add a habitat door that in theory would allow the Markhor access to their two separate environments, but this won't be functional, purely for show. Today, if we were building a detailed backstage, we would have used a different piece, but the design would be largely the same. Now we can come in and place a crude roof over everything that we've built so far, and once that's complete, add in some trims to help blend the two different textures together. I like to use the base game wood planks as well as some gutter pieces. This not only looks good in its own right, but adds another great detail too. Next, to give the roof some character, I always like to include air conditioning units. Where Keystone Wilds is located can get pretty hot in the summertime, and when we're dealing with species that come halfway from across the world, they may not want to deal with the summer heat. Air conditioning units are absolutely critical to keep your animals cool. Now that the building is starting to look pretty good from a bird's eye view, we need to start working on what the guests are actually going to see themselves. One of the most important tips I can give to a new builder would be to utilize depth in your works. It doesn't have to be crazy deep at all, but a slight difference in elevation can make a build truly pop in all of the right places, and sometimes this is actually all you need to make things work out. By using depth, it also makes adding texture significantly easier in the future, whether this be large pieces like these stones I used to match the Palace Cat house, or even some decals. Decals are especially important here because while the texture is critical for realism, repeating textures can do the opposite, so when things get a little samey, you can throw in a decal to completely change how the texture looks. While at the end of the day we are trying to make these builds as immersive as humanly possible, sometimes zoos need basic building requirements that aren't part of the illusion that they're trying to sell. I like to use these electrical outlets and place them low to the ground for this purpose. This way, for whatever reason, if our staff really need an electrical outlet, they're there, but they're also low enough to where the guests may not notice them. But if they do, it's not the end of the world. Lastly, to bridge the gap between the backstage and the habitat itself, I want to give the keepers an entrance to the habitat without having to use the backstage at all. This again is simply for show, and not actually accessible by a staff path underneath our construction pieces, and it was pretty easy to put together using some simple mesh and tools from the conservation pack. It really is amazing to me how quickly you can put together a highly detailed building in the game just by using a few small details that add up to make something truly special. To break the fourth wall, this took about 45 minutes. We still have a long way to go before the habitat is finished, however, so let's break ground in the interior of the habitat and make sure the Markhor have plenty of rocks to climb on. In general, ungulates tend to be pretty easy animals to build for, as they don't need over-the-top enrichment items and are normally easy to contain. Markhor, however, are the absolute exception, as they have a giant climbing goat mountain in the center of their habitat, and they can climb really well, making them difficult to keep in an enclosure. As for the habitat itself, it actually wasn't so bad to throw together. The first step was half of the work of the entire whole, as I had to completely cover the entire terrain backdrop in rocks, and use a ton of different shapes and textures to make a bunch of gray blobs look visually appealing. To actually keep the Markhor in the habitat, I used a concrete backdrop that's a lot taller than it looks from the guest perspective, since it sits further back than the rocks do. This way, it doesn't interrupt the guest's view, but also contains the goats in a safe and humane way, since they won't be able to climb this and fall over. I wasn't entirely happy with the texture work around the rocks, so I used some faux rocks recolored in a natural hue to make the floor and the base of the climbing rocks that much more interesting to look at. I then added in a variety of enrichment items scattered at key points around the Markhor enclosure that I wanted them to visit. I even gave them a fruitcake since they're new to our care, and one is currently recovering in the quarantine vet center as we speak. It's doubtful that the Markhor trio are going to use these fallen logs to climb on as a smaller species like a cat would, but I added them to the enclosure because they look nice, and that's really about all my reasoning. To further add color variation, I added very sparse groups of foliage at the front of the habitat and all throughout the rockwork structures as well. I then added in a couple of trees as the backdrop to further hide the concrete wall even more. I actually really like how this one turned out, and we're almost done now, but as you can probably tell, this habitat is neither safe for the guests nor the Markhor with the trench in this state. We're going to have to add some walls to both sides of the enclosure without ruining the view at all. It might be a tad bit tricky, but I've got a couple of ideas. With the main bulk of the habitat finally getting the okay from our staff team, the last aspect we need to fix was the guest viewing portion. Luckily, this wasn't nearly as difficult as we anticipated. Effectively, all we did was start with a very basic glass wall low enough to not impair guest view, but tall enough to keep guest articles, including smaller guests, from falling into the pit. From here, we simply made another round adding in more details. And then 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 another round adding in more details. Until the entire trench was to that of Keystone Wilds' standard of quality. If that seemed a bit repetitive, that was intentional, and it's because that's exactly how detailing can be sometimes, and it may not be the most exciting thing ever to build, but it truly is rewarding when you can't argue with the results. I think the only thing missing from the habitat now isn't any detail, but the animals themselves. Let's go check quarantine and see if the Markhor are ready to enjoy their new home. Unfortunately, there's still visual lasting evidence of our female Markhor's fall, but she seems to be doing a lot better now, and has gotten the green light to enter the habitat by the vet team. Unlike the other two Markhor, who were quick to explore the entirety of their home, it seemed like this one still needed a bit of rest despite being cleared by the vets. Like usual, if you have any name suggestions for any of the three Markhor, feel free to leave them in the comments below. It took the trio a fair bit of time to fully want to explore the entirety of their habitat, with the lone male watching over the herd of female, but eventually they both got to their feet and started to explore. Not too surprisingly, it was the male of the trio to first take to the peaks of their new habitat, fully exploring the goat climbing mountain all the way to the top. It truly is incredible just how this species has evolved to climb on the peaks of the mountains they call home in their native habitats. At a glance, you wouldn't think there's anything too special about this species, but it couldn't be further from the truth. The markhor, despite not being a widely known species worldwide, fits into Keystone Wilds perfectly because of this exact reason. There truly is beauty wherever you look in the planet as long as you're looking hard enough, and one of the main goals of conservation is to make sure this is brought into the light. Overall, the team at Keystone Wilds is absolutely stoked to work with this incredibly unique but vulnerable species. Let me know what you thought of the habitat in the comments below. I'd love to hear your opinion and feedback. Unfortunately, I do think that's where we're going to have to call it for today's episode, as we need to give the trio of markhor time to adjust into their new home. It is a stressful situation for animals after all. I mean, look at our palace cats. I'll see you guys in the next episode, when we're going to be building for the final animal of the Himalayan highlands, for a species that Keystone Wilds completely lacks up until that point. Let's just say the bare necessities of our roster is going to be challenged. See you guys then. Kingpin out. Keystone Wilds and our sister zoo, Keystone Park, have been intertwined since the very beginning. Species cross over between locations for various reasons. Members of staff help both zoos when they need emergency aid, and even the guests themselves travel the long distance between the two developing sites. In all of these examples, the people themselves are the driving factor of interaction. However, now both Keystone Park and Keystone Wilds are being used by a native species without any human intervention. As the weather up north has been particularly frigid this winter, numerous native butterfly species have left the northern regions in hope of finding warmer nesting climates, and Keystone Wilds just so happens to be right along their path. Knowing this, we recently constructed a native butterfly garden for our delicate visitors, and it's safe to say that it's been getting a fair bit of attention lately. After our passing monarchs first tested the grounds, Keystone Wild staff have reported seeing dozens of migrating species, too many for one garden to contain in fact. Luckily, we've been purchasing acres upon acres of native land for an upcoming project set to begin construction after Keystone Wilds, and for now, the untouched land can act as a natural haven for our traveling pollinators. It won't stay untouched forever though, and that's a promise. In case you're new here, this is Keystone Wilds, a long-term planet zoo project where we aim to build realistic habitats and tell conservation-driven stories about the species that call them home. We recently have released a very important member of our zoo into the wild. Cubby the giant anteater was the first ever baby animal to be born in our care, and after a very tear-jerking farewell, is exactly where he belongs. Giant anteater are classified as a vulnerable species from South America, and another healthy male hopefully is going to give the species a better fighting chance. Back at our facilities, naturally after losing Cubby, our vets immediately started the process of a replacement, and to do that, we're going to have to reunite his parents Anita and Bear. The issue of this, however, is that Bear, Cubby's father, is unfortunately getting a little bit older. He's been around our facilities and care since halfway through Keystone Park, and that project predated even Keystone Wilds, and as a result, it makes a lot more sense to bring Anita to him. Effective immediately, Anita is going to temporarily be housed at Keystone Park in an effort to bear another pup, and once she's pregnant, she's going to return to Keystone Wilds. While on paper this is a solid plan, in practice there's one big problem. Our giant anteater enclosure is among the first habitat a guest sees at the zoo, and having the habitat be entirely empty for a prolonged period of time might not be the smartest business decision, especially since we just opened our gates to the public. It makes absolutely no sense to completely change the habitat since the anteaters are going to one day return, but we need to replace them with something. Luckily, there's a win-win scenario within our grasp, but we just have to locate them. After months and months of searching, eventually Keystone Wilds came into contact with a wildlife reserve in South America, who just so happens to care for a trio of orphaned maned wolf pups. For one reason or another, their mother abandoned the litter early in life, and without the help of the reserve, they likely wouldn't have survived. In South America, pretty much anything could have caused that separation, but what's important is that now Keystone Wilds is in the direct care of 3 orphaned maned wolf pups. They're on display right now at Keystone Wilds, and the best part is they may be a permanent addition. The giant anteater and maned wolf have interspecies enrichment, meaning the two have a symbiotic relationship and get along with one another very well. There are too many variables to predict exactly how this is going to play out, but having options is never a bad thing. As for the maned wolves themselves, it took a fair amount of time for them all to adjust into their new home, but once they did, they proved to be quite entertaining to our guests. They were and sometimes are still quite timid, but thankfully they've bonded with the staff very well. We'll be sure to keep you up to date on all of their progress in our care, and like usual, if you have any name suggestions for any member of the trio, feel free to leave them in the comments below. On the topic of juveniles, in the early hours of the morning, the veterinary team monitoring Dama, our pregnant red panda, noticed some strange behavior of the first-time mother. After a process that would certainly get this video demonetized if I were to describe it in detail, we were then left with this little fuzzball, a beautiful, healthy baby girl. Sadly, with the birth of the juvenile, both Dolly and Dama are to return home to the Orchid City Zoo restoration project, leaving us on parenting duty. While their stay at Keystone Wilds was brief, they allowed us to help further conservation efforts for a critically endangered species, and their time here certainly will never be forgotten. The newborn is going to remain off display for the time being, and be limited to the backstage until she has enough strength to climb and explore on her own. We'll certainly keep you up to date with her progress, but for now that's all we have. With all of the arrivals and departures coming and going from Keystone Wilds, it's important to make sure that the staff team are well taken care of and in a good mental state. It's a lot of work to be employed at a zoo. There's so many moving parts and things are constantly changing that it's very important to check in with the people making it all happen pretty consistently. Luckily, all of our expert staff teams are highly motivated and very passionate about everything that we stand for, and have come to an agreement that they can rest as soon as the job's done. Right now, the job entails the completion of the Himalayan Highlands, Keystone Wilds' newest section. Compared to other expansions between Keystone Park as well as Keystone Wilds, the Highlands is certainly on the smaller side, and this is by design. The Highlands, once completed, is going to act as a bridge between 3 sections of Keystone Wilds, meaning to experience the full zoo, a guest is almost certainly going to have to pass by. Guests who do choose to make the journey up to the summit are going to be met with some of the most unique species we have to offer, including the Pallas cat as well as the markhor. In case you missed the last episode, we built a mountainous habitat for the aforementioned markhor, one of whom arrived to our care in pretty rough shape. Luckily, thanks to the expertise of our veterinary team, all 3 of the markhor in our care are now healthy and fit to explore the peaks at their leisure, and explore they do. Markhor are very gifted climbers, and will certainly put on quite a show for the guests once the Himalayan Highlands is open to the public, with the addition of our final habitat. Meet Dexter. He's the leader of the herd and always moves slowly and deliberately, making sure the 2 females are safe and within eyesight. And meet Jessica. She's the most adventurous of the markhor, always spotted at the highest points of elevation possible. It truly is impressive to see her ascend the mountaintop in record times. Overall, the habitat was an outstanding success, but the Himalayan Highlands has one small issue, and that's that we're lacking a main event species up here. Keystone Park is home to 2 species of bear, and these habitats often draw in the largest crowd the zoo sees throughout each day. Both bear habitats are among the best Keystone Park has to offer, and feature unique elements not seen anywhere else in the zoo. Guests traveling to Keystone Wilds after seeing what Keystone Park has to offer have been disappointed by our lack of a bear enclosure so far, and today we have a great opportunity to change that. Hopefully, this is the last bear necessity we're going to need at Keystone Wilds. If you'd like to further support the ongoing construction and development of Keystone Wilds, please consider joining Club Keystone. Members receive early access to videos, exclusive access to the Ambassador magazine which releases on the 1st of each month, and your name will forever be etched on the wall of our donors as a token of our appreciation. If you're interested, the link is in the description below. If you enjoyed today's episode, please consider subscribing. Your support isn't just appreciated, it's absolutely essential. As you likely know, Planet Zoo content on YouTube is lacking a bit lately, and it's very difficult to get momentum going behind the scenes without your engagement. By liking, subscribing, or even sharing with your friends, you're helping creators like myself more than you could possibly imagine. Today we're going to be building a complicated indoor and outdoor habitat for one of the most dangerous species between any Keystone location, and that's a high honor when you look at their overall rosters. The sloth bear is an often misunderstood species, but dangerous nonetheless, and can even be unpredictable and lash out with little warning. With proper care and precautions though, our staff are relatively confident we can put an end to this aggressive stereotype. We currently have 2 sloth bears in our care, a male and female breeding pair. They're currently in our veterinary facilities undergoing some basic screenings and tests, but should be up and moving soon. We're going to have to build this habitat fast. Let's read the playbook today and see what we're up against. Despite having an unknown population in the wild, the sloth bear is unfortunately still considered a vulnerable species. This is relatively uncommon in the animal kingdom, as typically species with an unknown wild population are simply too high to count. They have a relatively broad habitat range, being found south of the Himalayas, all throughout India, and I believe that island is Sri Lanka. They're going to need some pretty heavy-duty barriers, as well as 850 square meters of land, as well as 40 square meters of climbing space. This is a relatively in-depth species. The sloth bear is primarily a solitary species, with male and female interaction typically limited to mating season. Having both in our care may cause some issues in the future. We'll have to keep a close eye on that one. Interestingly enough, despite their fearsome reputation, their diet as well as habitat enrichment items would show that this species typically is more of an insectivore as opposed to a hypercarnivore. Hopefully this is the first of many examples that can help disprove this animal's fearsome stereotype. Like many solitary species, and most all bears, the sloth bear doesn't have any cohabitation bonuses with any other species. Let's get to building. Throughout Keystone Park and Keystone Wilds, a trend that seems to have formed with our habitats is that the most popular tend not to be our indoor or outdoor enclosures, but our hybrids. Wanting to end the Himalayan Highlands on a high note, we're going to have to build both of these sloth bear a habitat with both types of viewing. For a species like the white-faced saki, this was child's play, they're like a foot tall. But for a species as potentially dangerous as the sloth bear, this is going to be a challenge. Guest safety is absolutely a #1 priority, and thankfully, our only escape so far has been a prairie dog at Keystone Park. Sloth bear, while relatively small compared to similar species, are still bears at the end of the day, and even the smallest bears are large animals all things considered. This means we're going to have to allocate a significant amount of space for their enclosure. I'm thinking we put the indoor viewing on the immediate right of the Highlands entrance, and have the outdoor portion, a similar trench-style habitat, right across from the Markhor. Building the backstage and an indoor viewing is probably going to be a good starting point, as if our sloth bear are cleared from quarantine early, they're going to at least have a place to stay while construction continues on the exterior. This habitat is in a tricky place in Keystone Wilds, and what I mean by this is that we can't really go too tall and disrupt sightlines of other nearby habitats, but we also can't make it drastically different than the Markhor right next door. I would, however, like to make this habitat a fair bit more lush than the rest of what's around it, because unlike the Markhor and the Palace Cat, the sloth bear doesn't necessarily live on the high peaks of the mountains. Not only is this new addition going to be the main star of the Highlands, but they're also going to act as a very nice and smooth transition into our next expansion after the Highlands are finally completed. Starting off with the build itself, I first wanted to line the entire perimeter of the backstage and indoor viewing with some basic metal plank walls. So far, this typically has been our go-to foundation piece for anything staff-related or even some backstages, and it seemed appropriate to reuse it here. Another reason I wanted to incorporate these pieces in is because the sloth bear backstage directly intersects the pangolin facility, and to make the buildings merge into each other smoothly, they needed to be made out of the same material. I tried my best to give this habitat a unique shape, and avoid basic squares and rectangles we often use in Keystone Wilds. There's absolutely nothing wrong with the basics, but repetition can grow boredom. I then threw in the glass to simulate the indoor viewing of the habitat, with the enclosure gate likely being placed on the left side in time. It's not looking bad so far, and I have to say I quite like how the shaping is turning out. Indoor shaping eventually extends to the exterior of any habitat, and replicating the trench from our Markhor enclosure was actually pretty simple. In case you missed that episode, we used a path to hold the habitat side secure, and come in with terrain subtract tools to dig out the pit. The path makes it so subtracting tools can't interfere with the terrain on the habitat side beyond the path. From here, we simply use the exact same construction pieces as before to finish out the trench. As for the general shaping of the habitat, I went with a crater design for the outside, with the hills all converging at the center of the habitat, in which we'll eventually build the sloth bear's climbing structure. Finally, I added a small pond where we'll eventually implement a waterfall. I really want this outdoor portion not only to be drastically different from the rest of the Highlands, but also merge into what's coming next. Sloth bears don't actually have the ability to deep dive, unlike a majority of the other bear species in the game, but will still implement water features in the habitat nonetheless. From above, the habitat outline should be pretty clear, but from the ground level, what's even more evident is that we certainly have a long way to go before this habitat is completed. We've got a little bit of momentum in the building and the indoor portion right now, and we'd be crazy not to capitalize on it. Let's keep going. Thankfully, the uptick in construction hasn't seemed to upset our Chinese pangolin a ton. Typically, we would send a species with this close proximity to construction to an alternate temporary location, but the Chinese pangolin happens to be our ambassador animal this month, so they can't exactly move from the public. If you're watching this on the day of release, a new ambassador species for February is going to be chosen tomorrow, and if you have any guesses to who it's going to be, feel free to leave it in the comments. Focusing back on the project at hand, we need to start making the building presentable, and the first step to doing that is actually pretty easy. We need to place thin layers of plaster all over the metal planks to not only make the habitat feel less industrial, but also help blend together the surrounding habitats and the facilities. When doing this, it's pretty critical to check in from different angles often to ensure that what you're doing blends together well with the surrounding environment. It's never a bad idea to check in on your work midway through construction. Once a fair bit of the exterior was lined up with plaster, I shifted my focus towards the sloth bear habitat itself. I began by lining the inside of some Arctic wood, a criminally underrated piece family if you ask me. After that was completed, a majority of the interior lining was finished as well, and it was time to throw a roof on top. Our roof design has also stayed very consistent since day one of Keystone Wilds, simply using some Planet Zoo planks to blend together the two clashing textures. While everything looks presentable now, I wouldn't exactly say it looks good. To finalize the exterior's foundation, we're going to have to add some shaping as well as depth. Depth is among the most important details you can possibly add to the facade of a building, as simply making the building not flat already puts you in the top percentage of builders. A very slight overhang on the roof is sometimes all you need to achieve this look, but there are certainly plenty of complicated techniques out there for you to discover. One such technique involves building irregular shapes to line the sides of walls to make them more dynamic and interesting, but they should always serve a purpose beyond the design. This angled slope, for example, merges the trench together with the building itself, and bridges the gap between the two elements on differing elevations. It really is amazing how much a building can significantly improve by adding in some small details, but now that the shaping is finally finalized, let's add some larger details to really tie everything together. The surrounding habitats in the Himalayan highlands certainly all have a unique and almost run-down look, and this contrasts heavily with the rest of Keystone Wilds. While each area certainly has its own unique theme and build style, most try to capture a relatively modern look. To make your buildings appear run down is certainly a gamble, and there's definitely a reason the Highlands are pretty far from the entrance of Keystone Wilds, as buildings like these typically don't make for the greatest first impression for guests. Something this stylized and unique isn't for everybody after all. To capture this unique style, we've primarily been using decals, and mostly brick and grunge at that. Brick decals are really nice to show age and degradation. In simple terms, it makes it feel like the building has history and has been around for some time. Grunge decals I mainly pair with plaster to aid in eliminating repetitive textures. Typically grunge is used to show dirt and grime, which it certainly can, that's exactly what it's for, but by recoloring it to the exact same shade as the material it's on, also mixes up the texture of the base material very well. Not all texture has to be through decals though. I've really started to like the look of lining out the corners of these concrete pieces stacked on top of each other. It helps sell the illusion of the more ancient look of the Highlands, and exactly why we went with this ancient look is going to make a lot more sense once the next section of Keystone Wilds is revealed. Signage isn't always necessary, and in some cases it can honestly make a build look outright tacky. I always like to use it right on the outside of buildings though, so guests know exactly what they're going to be walking into. I really hope that in Planet Zoo 2, every single species has a sign in this similar style, and potentially even be to scale with one another. On that note, I'd also like for scaling objects to be in the game, and we should probably cut here, otherwise I'm going to go on for an hour about exactly what I want. After replicating the trench details from the Markhor habitat over, all roads are leading to the inside of the sloth bear enclosure. Let's finalize the backstage and indoor viewing. I started off with a food tray to give the sloth bears a valid reason to come in here, making the rest of what we build serve a greater purpose. To further incentivize them to come in here, I scattered around some hay flooring for added comfort, and enrichment boxes and other toys as well. Now that the room was fully functional, I started to line the walls with wooden trims and pray this wouldn't impact the sloth bear hitboxes. Like I said before, sloth bear aren't huge, but they're still bears. Speaking of our sloth bears, since they have a tendency to get aggressive, I decided to use their poor eyesight against them in this instance by adding in a mesh layer over the glass. This is going to allow guests to still have an excellent view, but also keep the sloth bears from getting overwhelmed by the guest's presence. You could use one-way glass to do this exact thing, but I always enjoy finding a convoluted solution to fix an easy problem. I happened to find this excellent bear height education piece on the workshop, and thought it filled up the interior very nicely. Also, what a coincidence that it displays the 3 bears found at Keystone Zoos. Gotta love the continuity. The rest of the interior was more of the same. Decals, education, etc. But eventually, after enough hard work, we were left with an extremely detailed interior, and I've got to say I'm quite happy with how it turned out. What we think doesn't matter though, as the true critics still need the other half of their home built before they can form an opinion. Let's shift our focus towards the outside and start working on a waterfall for the sloth bear to enjoy. The outdoor portion of the sloth bear habitat may seem large from the other side of the trench, but it's not nearly as big as it seems with the plans we still have to put in place. Our sloth bear not only are going to need a small climbing structure installed, but also a waterfall feature to make the habitat a fair bit more dynamic of the moving water. A dynamic habitat normally has some movement to it beyond the animals themselves, although a habitat with enough species present certainly can be dynamic on its own. These kind of habitats usually are much more engaging and energetic, which contrasts heavily with our quiet interior for the sloth bear. With a flowing waterfall naturally comes rockwork, which is easily one of the most overlooked aspects of habitat construction. Rockwork is usually pretty easy to get right, especially when you can hide imperfections and repetitive patterns with foliage, but we can't really use thick foliage around the waterfall because obviously we want it to be able to be seen by the guests. Many builders simply turn on random rotation and use a single rock to make their barriers, and this certainly can work in most scenarios, but by even using a few different textures rotated on each of the 3 axes can make repetitive textures a thing of the past without needing for any supporting foliage. We're also going to be implementing 2 different colors of rock here, with the lighter rocks being used around the waterfall itself and the darker tones hugging the building. We'll eventually merge the 2 hues, but for now this is just going to help us separate the colors a bit and make the overall build look a little bit less like a big gray blob. After the initial rockwork was finally finished, I wanted to add in a bit more realism to this habitat, and hopefully learn a few tips and tricks along the way that I can take into future builds. Planet Zoo is a pretty difficult game to improve in, as it's very easy just to stick to what you know and are good at, but by adding some details that are almost a bit petty and extra, really can help take your builds to the next level. This runs true whether you're a beginner at the game, or a longtime veteran as well. Normally, whether it's seen or not, the bottom of bodies of water in a zoo aren't simple rock or even natural elements. They're usually filled with a pool liner or concrete. A bear's claw would go straight through a pond liner, so that leaves us with just concrete. Adding in the bottom of the pool is as simple as it gets, only using a few pieces of concrete to make the small barrier and the floor to contain the water. We also added in a small drain that's going to funnel the water back up to the top of the waterfall, making the entire thing function. Like I said before, you don't necessarily have to do this to make the waterfall function in-game. However, in real life, this is roughly how it would work. The remainder of the rockwork was thankfully much easier. We simply lined the perimeter of the habitat, making small barriers that the sloth bear wouldn't be able to easily climb over, and paving natural walking paths that put the animal in great view of the guests. We're going to add climbing structures later on to make sure this habitat is a little bit more traversable, but for now this is a good time to start detailing some foliage. Despite the rockwork being a pretty good natural barrier, with a species with this reputation I don't want to leave anything to chance, so I placed a rather basic climb-proof fence around the majority of the habitat. From here, I placed all of the sloth bear's enrichment items scattered about the enclosure. I always like to place these items in first, as the foliage I put in after typically complements the enrichment items. I wouldn't plant a huge pine tree in front of the enrichment tree, for example, and ruin both the view for the guest, as well as the thumbnail. Once all of the items were finalized, I was finally able to start placing the foliage, starting with the classic tried and true buffalo grass. This is far and away the most prominent plant in the entire zoo, and in simple terms, it looks a lot better than the default grass texture, mainly because it's 3D. If you have the frames to spare, I highly suggest adding it in this way. Foliage is one of the most difficult aspects of Planet Zoo to explain how to do well, as every time I do foliage, I like to feature a new plant species to help make each habitat very unique. In this habitat, for example, I used a fair bit of these ponytail palms in the backdrop into the sunken rocks. I like how their leaves droop down at an angle and cover the tips of the jagged rocks. It makes for an interesting look. This sloth bear enclosure also acted as a pretty fun opportunity for me to get used to a bunch of families of plants that we're going to be using a lot more in the future. While this habitat marks the completion of the Himalayan highlands, we're not necessarily leaving Asia quite yet. Overall, the foliage here is relatively basic, and that's not necessarily always a bad thing. The habitat is nearing completion, and we're completely secure and ready for the sloth bear's arrival. First, though, we're going to have to add in their climbing structure. Climbing structures can be very difficult to build, among the hardest aspects of any habitat, but normally they get easier and far less complicated the larger the species you're building for. Many of the climbing structures present in Keystone Wilds are built for much smaller species, in which case they need a lot more to climb on. A sloth bear is the exact opposite. They're not going to need branching paths or a variation where they can climb and where they can't climb. All they need is a simple bridge from point A to point B to keep them entertained. The main goal of this habitat is going to be to simply provide a path for the sloth bear to get over the waterfall without actually having to get wet. Climbing structures at this scale are typically pretty easy to make since they don't require many pieces to look good. It's just a matter of lining them up to not glitch the animals out using them. Overall, I think the outdoor portion of the habitat turned out great. I'd certainly like to plant some more trees off screen, but I have a thumbnail to take and I can't have shadows around for that. Our veterinary team have just informed us that the sloth bears are ready for arrival. Let's meet them inside. Luckily, to the delight of both the staff team as well as the guests patiently awaiting the opening of the highlands, the sloth bears were able to strike a pose for the camera while enjoying their indoor habitat. It certainly took them a fair bit of time to realize that they could explore the outdoor portion as well, but once they did, it was nearly impossible to get them back inside. Despite the species' fearsome reputation, they seem to enjoy their enrichment items a fair bit. You'd never think a bear this happy would be capable of hurting a fly, but let's not test that. What they didn't seem to enjoy, though, were each other. No signs of aggression or violence was observed by staff. However, the two rarely interacted in a positive or negative sense. Admittedly, this was to be expected, and their indoor habitat was also built to potentially separate the two bears if need be, but thankfully when they do interact, typically during feeding hours, they seem at worst cordial. Sadly, this does lower our chances of ever seeing a baby sloth bear at Keystone Wilds, but just housing any of this little-known species is a win in our books. The sloth bears explored every single inch of their habitat, and are sure to put on quite a show for guests as soon as the Highlands opens, which is coming very soon. And like usual, if you have names for either of the sloth bear, male or female, that's not named Baloo, feel free to leave them in the comments below. Unfortunately, I do think that's going to do it for today's episode, and I hope you all enjoyed. Until next time, Kingpin out. History tends to repeat itself, and depending on the context of the original event, this can either be a really good thing, or a really, really bad thing. On one hand, Keystone Wilds opened to outstanding reviews despite a small decline in public zoo interest, just like our sister location Keystone Park before it. On the other hand, one of Keystone Park's greatest tragedies sadly has managed to make an unfortunate appearance at Keystone Wilds. And this time, we didn't manage to come out unscathed. In the distant past, after the completion of the largest single habitat in all of Keystone Park, a very serious outbreak of the avian flu influenza swept through our king penguin flock. Thankfully, due to the quick thinking and action by our medical teams and emergency care units, all of the penguins were safely quarantined and treated before anything tragic could happen. Back at Keystone Wilds in present time, sadly we weren't so lucky. Our little penguins were unfortunately exposed to a remnant of the deadly disease, and unlike our king penguins from Keystone Park, These little penguins unfortunately are nearing the end of their days. They're some of the oldest animals here at Keystone Wilds, being here with us from nearly the start of construction. And sadly, their aging immune systems simply aren't powerful enough to fight off the pathogen. As a result, the original flock of little penguins has been sent into hospice care to hopefully live the rest of their days in relative comfort and peace. Sadly, loss is a natural part of nature, as well as the zoo business, and it may seem impossible at first, but all we can do now is simply move forward, difficult as it may be. Back at Keystone Wilds, we immediately located a brand new family of little penguins to take into our care. Luckily, little penguins are listed as a least concerned species by the IUCN, so this was relatively trivial and we were actually left with plenty of options to choose. In case you're new here, welcome. This is Keystone Wilds, a long-term Planet Zoo project where we aim to build realistic habitats as well as tell conservation-driven stories about the species that call them home. We don't just build habitats here, we build a world and narrative as well. The new flock of little penguins quickly adjusted into their brand new home, bringing an energy back into the habitat that guests were eager to witness. Despite the species in the enclosure remaining the exact same, our friends also managed to bring something new to the table, a little penguin hatchling. If you have any name suggestions for the female hatchling, feel free to leave them in the comments below. Community engagement is an absolutely amazing thing, and I love to read each and every single idea you all have. Sadly for her, she can't quite yet join the rest of the flock in the water, as little penguins don't have the ability to swim straight out of the egg. This will come in due time, but luckily for the guests, this all but guarantees an excellent view. To celebrate the recent baby boom we've had at Keystone Wilds, as well as the dozens of species of native butterflies who've made their way from the frigid north during their migration trails, we've planted thousands of flowers around the front of the zoo. Our guests absolutely loved the new change of scenery, and we yet again set a record for attendance. This was especially important today with the installation of our ambassador animal kiosks located all around Keystone Wilds. In case you're unfamiliar, our Ambassador Animal program focuses on a single species per month, providing channel members an exclusive virtual magazine to learn all about them, and how they've helped shape the series. This month focus is all about the capybara, who can actually be found at our sister zoo, Keystone Park. If you'd like to read this month's issue, and gain access to future magazines as well, consider becoming a member of Club Keystone. Guests have been extremely pleased with the progress we've been making at Keystone Wilds lately, and we certainly will continue to make massive strides for conservation, education, as well as entertainment for the community for years to come. Keystone Wilds is incredibly fortunate to be able to house a variety of species who range from near threatened to critically endangered in the wild. To be able to have these vulnerable creatures in our care is something that we all are truly grateful for and take very serious, as being able to share their stories with visitors in turn can help raise awareness for the species themselves. Conservation is a story that absolutely needs to be told, and the animals themselves don't have voices, so it's up to all of us to speak on their behalf. Recently, Keystone Wilds has played a small but meaningful role in supporting the future of two very threatened species. Through a local managed breeding program, we've welcomed a baby red panda into our care, while also taking in a trio of orphaned maned wolf pups in need of care at the same time. Each arrival came with its own set of challenges, but both species have shown remarkable resilience as they've adjusted into their new environment. The young red panda Dahlia has settled in quickly and has begun to explore the outdoor environment for the very first time, growing more confident by the day as she engages with enrichment and begins to display the curious and playful nature the species is known for. Meanwhile, the maned wolf pups initially were cautious and reserved, but they slowly found comfort in one another, forming a tight-knit group as they learn their space and routines together. These three still need names though, and if you have any ideas, feel free to leave a comment. Their journeys are just the beginning, but their presence here serves as a very powerful reminder of why conservation truly does matter, and why these stories deserve to be told. In the wild, the maned wolf is a near-threatened species, and the red panda is unfortunately listed as endangered as per the IUCN. Simply by learning about and observing these species, we've already taken the first step towards furthering conservation efforts, as any form of conservation begins with a conversation. In case you missed the last episode, we completed our latest expansion of Keystone Wilds to date, the Himalayan Highlands. After ascending the peaks to a height of about 10 feet above plaza level, you'll be met with 3 species with certain adaptations to help them brave the harsh environments they call home. Visitors will come face to face with the ever-so-grumpy palace cat, watch our Markhor get to places they realistically have no business getting to, and learn the bare necessities with our newest friends, our duo of sloth bears. Our sloth bears have adjusted into Keystone Wilds surprisingly smoothly when putting their fearsome reputation into careful consideration, which we certainly did when constructing their habitat. It's fit with various security measures to keep the duo calm and ensure that there's never a stressful situation they can't immediately escape. Meet Bella and Hoffman. Despite their reputation for being intense and offensive in the wild, here they've both shown a calm confidence in their new surroundings. The first few days were spent investigating every corner of their new home, testing out their climbing equipment, and getting familiar with their off-exhibit spaces. Since then, they've truly settled into the zoo. Guests can regularly and expect to see them engaging with enrichment items, foraging about, and even making full use of their varied terrain. They've developed a very comfortable routine, splitting their time between active exploration and relaxed rest in shaded retreats. From a welfare standpoint, the transition has been very smooth. Steady appetites, consistent activity levels, and growing comfort of their environment all signal that they're thriving in captivity. You have to remember, it's not only an adjustment for the animals as well, but also a step in the staff's routine. Thanks to the team's hard work and dedication, their presence has added something special to the Highlands. As a whole, the Himalayan Highlands expansion has been met with overwhelmingly positive feedback. Visitors love the sense of elevation and the diversity of the species adapted to rugged landscapes. It really does feel distinct from the rest of the zoo. But as guests finish their ascent up and head back down towards the rest of Keystone Wilds, one question keeps coming up in their minds. What's next? If you'd like to further support the ongoing construction and development of Keystone Wilds, please consider joining Club Keystone. Members receive early access to videos, exclusive access to the Ambassador magazine, and your name will forever be permanently etched on our wall of donors as a token of our appreciation. If you enjoyed today's episode, please consider subscribing. Your support isn't just appreciated, it's absolutely essential. By liking, subscribing, and even sharing with your friends, you're helping creators like myself more than you could possibly imagine. The start of Keystone Wilds doesn't necessarily have a theme tied to a specific region. Instead, it displays animals from all around the world in an attempt to highlight this planet's amazing biodiversity. Only when you venture past our opening lineup do you get into the more heavily themed location-based areas, in which so far we have two: Africa, as well as the Himalayan Highlands. Africa covers a wide variety of landscapes, however predominantly features savanna-based species, and the Highlands features species who are exclusively based in high-altitude environments. This left us with just a few possible options for expansion. North and South America were immediately ruled out as our sister location Keystone Park heavily features both. However, upon looking back at Keystone Park's South American habitats, we realized that we wanted to go tropical in contrast from the dry decor of the Highlands. This sadly also eliminated Europe and Australia, the two remaining contenders, leaving us with only one direction to expand: east. Welcome to the Asian Trek. The Asian Trek is planned to be Keystone Wilds' largest walkable section and feature a wide variety of species from all over the tropics of Southeast Asia. Guests will find the trek on the right side of the zoo, nestled in between our rhinoceros hornbill habitat and the recently opened Butterfly Bites restaurant. These aren't placed here by accident. They're the first hints of what lies ahead, gently easing guests from the familiar into something more immersive. From the moment you step past them, it becomes clear that this isn't just another exhibit in the zoo, it's a complete journey. Fittingly, the very first project within the trek is going to be one of our most ambitious yet, and is certainly going to be the largest building we've built in Keystone Wilds to date, yet it's designed for what is likely the smallest species we've ever featured. So before we break ground, let's take a moment to understand what exactly we're working with here. The spectacled flying fox is unfortunately listed as an endangered species according to the IUCN, with a wild population of 44,000 in Australia. However, in other regions it's actually unknown. If you'll notice, this page looks a little bit different than normal, and that's because the spectacled flying fox isn't a normal habitat animal, and they can only be placed in the walkthrough exhibit, so we don't have to worry about any sort of habitat requirements that we typically would. It looks like this is an incredibly social species living in large groups in the wild. Due to their conservation status, I would like to have some reproduce in captivity. However, this is going to be a bit trickier than usual, but not impossible. Exhibit species work a little bit different than habitat species, which we'll certainly get into later in the video, but for now just know that every single one of these enrichment items is going to be featured in the habitat. It's actually a lot easier than it sounds, because most of these exhibits are pre-built, but we can certainly weave some creative elements in there. To my knowledge, there's not a single exhibit species in the game that features cohabitation. The spectacled flying fox is no different. The plan for today's habitat is actually a lot more simple than the plans would make it appear, as the top portion of green is going to be a next episode problem. Today our sole goal is to get the spectacled bat house up and running, and create the start of the staff area for the Asian Trek to keep Keystone Wilds running smoothly. As you can likely see after placing the walkthrough exhibit for our flying foxes, this building is going to have to be quite large. It is technically possible to shrink down the size of the building. Our butterfly garden at the start of Keystone Wilds uses the exact same walkthrough habitat, however we made the mesh walls invisible. Today that's not going to work though, especially with the plans we have in place, since it won't actually be able to be walked through. However, these bats fly around so much I'd rather not deal with the clipping through faux walls, so in this case this is the hand we've been dealt. Let's figure out how to make it work. The first thing that we're going to need to do when working with an exhibit species is actually place them in the habitat, and this is the complete opposite of what we typically would do, but in the exhibit species special case, it's all but mandatory because after placing the species, you then unlock their preset enrichment items. First, we're going to run through and place each of them to see exactly what we have to work with, and I want to do this now so we know exactly where the fixed items are, so that later we can avoid any ugly collisions. While we're here, we can also adjust the temperature and the humidity levels, which is necessary for all exhibit species. Think of this as their terrain requirements. Using this exact same thinking, but this time in a square, not a rectangle, we're also going to set up a second and much smaller exhibit for the Malaysian leaf insect. Keystone Wilds so far has lacked a lot of smaller exhibit species, so any chance to add one is an opportunity I'm not going to pass up. Now that we have both key viewing points in place, we're free to start setting up the habitat and surrounding structure. But first we're going to have to find a way to stop the guests from actually walking through the walkthrough habitat, but I think I have an idea. No matter what it looks like, guests can only walk on the actual path pieces. Throughout the majority of Keystone Wilds, it may appear as that they're walking on construction parts, but there's always a path present underneath. Technically, we could just get rid of the path in the middle of the walkthrough exhibit, but then our staff wouldn't be able to take care of our flying foxes. We need a way to ensure that only the staff themselves enter the habitat, while also keeping the habitat looking nice using the null path that guests can technically walk on. By placing staff-only paths before the habitat, this is going to make sure that the staff can walk over it and take care of the bats, while the guests can never technically access the habitat, despite being able to walk through if they were to somehow get inside. In more simple terms, basically the guests can walk through the habitat, but they can't get to the habitat itself to actually walk through, because the staff path completely stops them from getting through the door. Now that the pathing and function of the building works exactly as intended, we can start to work on the structure itself. The guests are going to be viewing the flying foxes through a massive window that runs the entire length of the building. I then continued lining the exterior with some basic metal planks that are going to be covered up later with a much more appealing material. All I want to do now is get the rough shape so I can visualize what exactly we're working with. And once that was done, I went into the exhibit menu and selected all of the mesh walls, except for the side touching our glass viewing. Now that we can see exactly what we're working with and exactly how big this building is going to be, adding the rest should be relatively manageable. I want to completely close off the building first, which is never an easy feat though, especially because the building from above looks a little bit square, which I wanted to avoid going in. We're going to have to fix that, and I think I know exactly how. As a builder, it's surprisingly simple to grow stagnant in a game like Planet Zoo once you get confident in a certain building style. However, you're truly going to begin to improve once you branch out and master a variety of different techniques. For me personally, I'd like to start making my buildings less square and rectangular. In a staff area, that's perfectly fine, as these are built for function and not glamour, but in areas for guests, I want to start making my buildings looking a little bit more appealing from the outside. In the Himalayan highlands, particularly with our Palace Cat and Sloth Bear enclosures, I tried my very best to venture away from the standard square and rectangles I normally build with, and I ultimately think we succeeded here. Using what we learned from those enclosures, I'd like to take the flying fox habitat one step further. Before we get to that though, we need to prepare for the more intricate shapes and details with the basics first. On an interior habitat, I always like to start with the details surrounding the viewing window, since this is the one area that's unlikely to ever change regardless of habitat revisions. Another thing I'd like to heavily improve on is using a variety of different textures within a single structure. This is also something that I worked on a little bit in the Highlands, however here we have plenty more options since a majority of these builds are going to be made out of wood, which is commonly flexi colored. Luckily we can improve on both of these fronts at the same time by utilizing some negative space. This simply means to make the exterior shell of the building a little bit larger than the interior, allowing us to be pretty messy of construction since this small chamber is never going to be seen by the public. It's going to be completely covered up by the interior walls. By doing this, we can build a more unique shape without compromising the look of the inside. The broadside of the habitat is going to remain pretty flat though, and we're going to have to get creative on how exactly we deal with that part, and to be honest right now I've got nothing. Luckily we have plenty of time to think as we work on the interior. Normally when I have a little bit of creative block, I tend to rely more on the boring methods of construction, because between you and me I'd rather think about anything else than placing more trims and gutters. Detailing interiors is a little bit more fun though, and I tried my very best to have a variety of different colors and textures inside the flying fox house. I used Arctic wood to line the ceilings, but also contrast heavily from the main walls, for example. Textures tend to be a lot of trial and error, which is exactly why I'm certainly thankful we have an undo button in Planet Zoo. After a while of very tedious detailing, I finally figured out what to do with the broadside of the habitat on the exterior, and it ties in with the rest of the Asia Trek as a whole. We can set up a staff zone here, as our other primary location is all the way on the other side of Keystone Wilds. While obviously guests pay for tickets to see the animals, a zoo staff truly is the backbone of the entire operation. Staff areas are very easy to overlook in Planet Zoo, because like I've said numerous times, they're usually not the most visually appealing, and this is exactly why normally they're left behind the scenes. Despite them not being the flashy builds that everybody loves to make, they're necessary to have an efficient zoo. Having a small staff area per each section of your zoo simply is going to make it run faster and more efficiently, as the less time on the clock is going to be spent walking between locations on opposite sides of your facilities. With the location of the staff zone in the Asian Trek, we're ultimately going to connect it to the staff areas behind Butterfly Bites, which share space with our little penguin backstage. This is going to end up making it a sizable staff location, the second biggest in Keystone Wilds. I started off by placing a variety of scenery pieces and blueprint items to give the area a small bit of energy and purpose, and then shifted my attention to making a staff parking lot that's going to sit in the connecting point of the two staff zones. The lot itself was actually fairly basic, mainly utilizing concrete pieces as both the asphalt of the parking lot as well as the parking space divider lines. Those have to have an actual name. After placing a few trucks that are going to soon drop off supplies to the surrounding areas, our little staff section was actually finished rather quickly. The only issue now is that you're able to see it from pretty far away, and I'm still not 100% happy with the exterior of the bat house. I think planting a lot of foliage around can fix both of those problems though. While building Keystone Park, the surrounding foliage of habitats was actually one of the easiest things to manage. Because of where the zoo was located, if I ever wanted to find some inspiration, all I had to do was simply look outside. The Asia Trek is going to be a little bit different, as a majority of the plants that we're using aren't exactly what I'm used to using at all. We certainly are going to get used to them in time, but all plants need a solid mulch foundation to live first and foremost. We're first going to be using the ever-reliable creosote bush to help blend the planters into the ground. These are probably my second most used plant in all of Planet Zoo behind buffalo grass. They're simply just the most versatile plant in the entire game, and look good nearly in every single scenario. After that, I used a lot of Bengal bamboo for two things, to vertically match the height of the bat house, as well as some foreshadowing. I then shifted all of my focus to using the larger plants, such as the yew tree and the Scots pines, to block the guest's view of the new staff area, and once that was finished, I lined every single gap in the mulch with buffalo grass like usual. Now I would say that the bat house, despite being basic on paper, especially from certain angles, looks a lot more interesting than it is because of the foliage surrounding it. Let's keep making the exterior more and more dynamic, and add in some more fun details to the facades of the building. We're going to be utilizing a lot of Indian pieces from the construction menu in the Asian Trek. While technically it's not exactly accurate, the Southeast Asia pack didn't include any pieces, so if anything, blame Frontier instead. Decals are by far the easiest and most efficient ways to add character and age to builds. I detailed up our plaster walls with the standard recolored decals, mainly grunge and moss. We use these all over the place in the Himalayan highlands, and I got really used to using them in different and very special ways. Here they're going to be used a little bit more sparingly than the highlands, but they look nice in either style. I utilized these Indian doors and this fancy handle that goes with it for all of the entrances and exits all over the Fox House. Normally I don't tend to over-theme doors like this, however in this circumstance I found that it looked way better than anything else I tried. Lastly, I placed ivy all over the facades, climbing up to the very top of the building. This is going to come into play a lot more when we detail up the bat's habitat itself, but for now I just placed it going all the way to the very top. It really is amazing what some basic details can do to a build, but the exterior is only the first half. The inside is arguably more important, especially because odds are that's where the thumbnail is going to be taken. To get the interior to that point though, we're going to have to reuse a lot of the same techniques we used on the exterior. Thankfully, since we trimmed up and planned out this exhibit very well in advance, we already have a pretty clear template as to where all the details are going to be placed. As much as the beginning steps of habitat construction, at least the way we do it here, may seem boring from an outsider's perspective, I truly do promise there is a method to the madness. The more you plan out ahead and research, the less work you're going to have to do in the long run. And seeing a habitat come together really is what it's all about, and the more time spent in the early stages of construction, the better product you're going to create and be proud of. Case in point, check out this interior. Since this is the first building in the Asian Trek, I wanted to add a lot of references as to what's to come on the walls. Keep your eyes peeled, because there's a lot more than meets the eye. But now I think it's finally time to start actually building the bat habitat. We certainly have put it off for a while. Typically building habitats is a bit of a daunting process because of how much space they can take up. However, this enclosure has the exact opposite problem, in that the space it's going to take up is very finite. Regardless, we're going to have to work with the hand we've been dealt by Frontier in these walkable exhibits, so I started by placing a layer of logs all across the floor, followed by a layer of mulch, and then a very thin layer of shrubs and plants. I was sure to keep each layer visible, as to give this indoor habitat some character and personality. With the enrichment items effectively having been placed for us already, it was up to the foliage to finish the look of the enclosure. I first connected the ivy from the outside to the interior by having it grow through the mesh. This is going to make the build really flow from the inside to the out, and to be honest, outside of a couple of trees, that was about it. These flying fox are absolutely huge and they move surprisingly quick, so the more things that are in their way, the worse the habitat is going to look when it's all in motion. Let's get the rest of the bats inside and see how it actually does look though. Once all 10 of the spectacled flying fox were in the enclosure, they quickly took to the skies. Bats really are some of the strangest creatures we happen to share the planet with. However, without them, the world would be far, far worse off. I'm quite proud to be able to house the spectacled flying fox in Keystone Wilds, as they are the epitome of a keystone species. The movement out of these animals is something that really does need to be seen in person, as the habitat is constantly in motion. Just as the Zoopedia said, these are highly social animals, and there's so many of them in here that something is always going on. Keeping the ceiling open was certainly a risky choice, but one that ultimately paid off, because the spectacled flying fox really do tend to appear at the top of the habitat more often than not. It also should be evident as to why we didn't put a ton of foliage in the center of the habitat, as this footage isn't sped up whatsoever. These bats are just that fast. Thankfully, on occasion, they do take a small break to eat some of the fruit that our staff has prepared for them, and they don't seem to be too picky on which kind either. Unfortunately, I do think that's where we're going to have to call it for today's episode. I really hope you enjoyed it. Let me know what animals you think are going to be coming later in the Asian Trek, and if you managed to find any of the Easter eggs hidden within this enclosure. Until next time, Kingpin out. Outstanding reviews despite a small decline in public zoo interest. As the weather up north grows warmer by the day, hopefully this is the last we've seen of the snow for the foreseeable future. While it may look beautiful and the peaceful atmosphere really can't be beat, I personally prefer the look and sounds of happy guests in a thriving zoo. Keystone Park drastically drops in attendance throughout the harsher months of the winter, much like the butterflies who have vacated their gardens in search of warmer nesting grounds. However, also like the butterflies and other migrating species, once the weather up here grows warmer in the spring, the guests too return in droves. Upon arrival, guests at Keystone Park are going to be happy to see many familiar faces roaming their habitats, but are also going to be introduced to a brand new friend. Anita, our female giant anteater, is originally from our current project Keystone Wilds. She's been at Keystone Park for a majority of the winter getting reacquainted with her old mate Bear, with the end goal of hopefully providing us with another pup. Giant anteater are sadly listed as a vulnerable species, and every pup born in captivity can drastically help the species as a whole. Anita has given birth before in captivity at Keystone Wilds, but her son Cubby has since been released back into their native home in the Amazon rainforest. In time, Bear and Anita will hopefully conceive yet another cub, but for now there's not much to report in the situation. With the two anteaters aging, it surely is now or never for the duo. Back at Keystone Wilds, our old giant anteater enclosure and first habitat we ever built at the zoo has been renovated to house 3 orphaned Maine wolf pups in Anita's absence. In case you're new here, welcome! This is Keystone Wilds, a long-term Planet Zoo project where we aim to build realistic habitats as well as tell conservation-driven stories about the species that call them home. We don't just build habitats here, we build a world and narrative as well. The Maine wolf pups have been in the spotlight for a few weeks by now, and the guests have loved absolutely every second of it. Their energy, combined with their playfulness and vocals, contrast very heavily with the calm demeanor of the anteaters who used to call this habitat home. Meet Masa, Bolinha, and Faith. All 3 of these Maine wolf pups have grown extremely comfortable in captivity, which on paper does sound amazing. However, this can have some pretty unfortunate downsides. The Maine wolf is sadly listed as a near-threatened species according to the IUCN, meaning their wild populations aren't as bad off as the giant anteaters, however they do face very similar issues. Deforestation, poaching, habitat loss, there are sadly tons of reasons as to why these species' wild populations are currently plummeting, and you'd think if this is the case, that releasing the trio back into the wild would be the smart decision when they're of age. However, this would also be a pretty poor choice. Animals raised in captivity pretty much from birth typically don't have the tools to survive in the wild, especially those who have also been raised in captivity without a parental figure. Sadly, this likely means that the trio of Maine wolves is going to be in our care for the remainder of their time, as they're likely not going to be able to survive in the wild. This certainly will cause problems once Anita is ready to come home, hopefully with a cub of her own, but that's a problem we're sadly going to have to deal with later. Despite all of the recent success found within Keystone Wilds, between our massive strides in global conservation efforts, networking with other zoos and locations, and even the aforementioned arrival of the Maine wolf pups, this has actually been quite a somber time for the team, as sadly we've recently lost our original family of little penguins to an outbreak of the avian flu influenza. This wasn't the first time we faced this nasty virus, as we also had quite the scare at Keystone Park right after opening the king penguin enclosure. Those penguins, though, were in the prime of their health, and our little penguins at Keystone Wilds were quite old as they've been around for some time. While thankfully we were able to reload the habitat with a brand new flock of birds right after an extensive quarantine as well as deep clean, our original little penguins will never be forgotten thanks to a generous donation by one of our amazing staff members. On the topic of our staff, we've been hard at work upgrading our operations behind the scenes. The Keystone staff is among the best in the business and we have the resume to prove it. Between emergency illnesses, extreme weather, after-hours calls, and more, there hasn't been a single time throughout Keystone Park or Keystone Wilds where the team hasn't been able to rise to the occasion and pull us out of a jam. This in part is because of the massive amounts of effort and funding we pour into our staff facilities, which not only keep the team motivated and happy, but in turn allow them to keep the zoo running efficiently, which pleases the guests and makes them want to return later. A zoo success absolutely starts with the staff team, which is why we were very shocked to learn that we may have a saboteur in our ranks. While reviewing our security monitors late last night, one of our more seasoned guards noticed something very unusual. Behind Butterfly Bites, an entire dumpster had been tipped over with its contents scattered all across the ground. Unfortunately, our current camera system only provides a live feed and doesn't record any footage, so we weren't actually able to catch whatever caused this in the act. That said, the scene itself tells us a few important details. For starters, it absolutely could not have been a guest. The area sits well behind Butterfly Bites in a staff-only zone, and this occurred after zoo hours. There's simply no realistic scenario where a guest would have had any access to this space. That pretty simply narrows things down to either a member of the staff team itself, or something else entirely. What's particularly strange about the scenario is that the adjacent dumpster, used only for recycling purposes, was left completely untouched. No disturbances, no mess, absolutely nothing. Whoever or whatever did this clearly knew exactly what container was worth all the effort. Because of this incident, we're going to be increasing security in staff-only areas effective immediately. Whatever caused this, whether it have been intentional or not, we can't afford for behind-the-scenes work to be disrupted. I truly do want to believe our entire staff team is innocent, but there are many things capable of tipping over a dumpster of that size without tools, without leaving clear evidence other than a nasty smell, or without making a prolonged disturbance. Our sister location, Keystone Park, is home to raccoons, skunks, and other opportunistic scavengers, but this doesn't quite match the behavior we typically see from them. The size of the mess, the selectiveness of the target, and the overall strength involved all suggest something a bit more confident. Until then, I genuinely don't know what or who could have been responsible. If you have any theories, let me know in the comments. We certainly could use your help. If you want a good place to start, it's never a bad idea to rewind and get all the details again, because there may be something you didn't pick up on the first time. In case you missed the last episode, we started the newest major expansion to Keystone Wilds, the Asian Trek. This brand new area of the zoo is set to be the largest by far, not including the absolutely gigantic Baobab Safari, which funny enough is actually larger than Keystone Park in its entirety. The Asian Trek focuses on species from tropical Southeast Asia, and contrasts very heavily with its neighbor the Himalayan highlands, despite both being based in the continent of Asia. Where the highlands is rather dry and void of foliage, the Trek aims to completely immerse you into the jungle immediately. Last time, we began construction on our Flying Fox House, which is among the largest buildings in the entire zoo. Here, 12 different flying foxes call the habitat home, as well as a small group of Malaysian leaf insects. The two species contrast heavily from each other, one stationary and silent, and the other almost always vocal and on the move. One is obviously going to be a much greater hit with the guest, but just because an animal isn't generally exciting to watch doesn't mean they aren't fascinating in their own way. Their shared building is among the first things you see in the Trek, however it's not the first, as right before there's a conveniently dug out pit. Ground is already broken on our next project. Let's join in on the fun. If you'd like to support the ongoing construction and development of Keystone Wilds, then consider joining Club Keystone. Members receive early access to videos, exclusive access to the Ambassador magazine which releases on the first of each month, and your name will be permanently etched on our wall of donors as a token of our appreciation. If you enjoyed today's episode, please consider subscribing. Your support isn't just appreciated, it's absolutely essential. As you likely know by now, Planet Zoo content on YouTube is lacking a bit lately, and it's very difficult to get momentum going behind the scenes without audience engagement. By liking, subscribing, or even sharing with your friends, you truly are helping creators like myself more than you could possibly imagine. The Asian Trek is being designed to be as immersive as possible, and the hints of what's to come are present well before even stepping inside, as soon as you begin to cross the bridge over to the right side of Keystone Wilds, the towering foliage should immediately be eye-catching. Sight isn't the only important sense to capture at the start of a new area. Sound is equally as key to immersion, so we need to build for a couple of species in the coming weeks that can be heard from quite far away. Today is admittedly not the loudest animal planned for this section, that would actually be next episode. However, the northern Sulawesi babirusa is nowhere near quiet. It says right here that they're a vulnerable species with the wild population just a hair short of 10,000. Thankfully, in their native region of Indonesia, they're considered a protected species. However, this doesn't stop all issues. They should be a relatively easy species to build for, only needing 290 square meters of space with absolutely nothing else required. Their habitat will have some key design elements inside of it, but it's not going to be anything related to climbing or water. The babirusa has a pretty interesting social dynamic, as the males tend to be solitary, however the females are a little bit more social. Currently we have 3 babirusa in our care, a sole male as well as 2 females, so we're going to have to get creative on how we display them, because all 3 of them can never be in the habitat at once. Like most pigs, Babirusa are surprisingly intelligent, so they have access to a wide variety of enrichment items. Today, their entire habitat is going to be designed around the forage feeder. It doesn't look like the Babirusa has any cohabitation with any other species, but none was planned anyway, so this is perfectly okay. Learning about an animal before building their home is an extremely important step and often overlooked by planet zookeepers. The Zoopedia is an absolutely essential resource in this. However, if you'd like to learn even more about some specific species present within, consider checking out Club Keystone's Ambassador program. We're releasing a brand new magazine tomorrow on the European badger. They're the first species to star in an issue that's not actually present in one of our zoos. The Ambassador program simply allows us to learn more about a species even at a faster rate than I can edit and upload videos. If you're interested in becoming a member, there's a link in the description below. As I mentioned before, the Babirusa habitat is going to be the immediate first impression of the Asian Trek. You quite literally have to walk right past it whenever entering or exiting the section. With this in mind, it's going to be absolutely critical to get it right, as it's nearly impossible to redo a bad first impression. Normally this would be a relatively simple task, however located right behind the Babirusa's pit happens to be the sloth bear enclosure, which means if we build too high, we're going to throw off the look and sightline of their habitat. Immersion is absolutely of utmost importance at Keystone Wilds, and being able to see some bamboo or palm trees from the sloth bear enclosure, which takes place in the highlands, is really going to throw off the look and feel of the entire section. This immediately puts us in a pretty difficult scenario, as we can't sacrifice the look of one habitat to make another more appealing no matter how important it may be. This becomes an issue when you see what we have in store, as I'd really like to build a couple of waterfalls with flowing water down to the enclosure. The higher they are, the better they're going to look, but if we build too high, it's going to completely ruin the sloth bear's habitat. We need to find the in-between. I've already gone ahead and painted out exactly where I want the waterfalls to flow using some terrain sand, so installing them was as simple as it gets. The trick is to blend them into the surrounding terrain in a natural way. To do this, we're going to use the temperate rocks to act as a riverbed and map out where the flowing water is to run, and surround the rest strictly in tropical rocks. We'll detail this up much later in time, but for now I'd just like to get the rough shape down, and from here we can use various special effects to get the flowing look locked down, as this is likely never to change. Often what makes a habitat stand out from the rest isn't necessarily what's inside the enclosure itself, but what's behind it. A good backdrop can take a mediocre and almost boring habitat and completely flip the script. Foliage and details are an absolute must-add, but look very out of place without the proper foundation. Foundations typically aren't glamorous, or heck, even fun to put together, but it's very important for the overall look of a habitat once it's finished. Directly behind this habitat is the oversized sloth bear backstage, and as you may recall from that episode, the exterior of the building is far larger than necessary for how small their interior space actually is. This is because today we're going to be putting together an implied backstage. By using some very simple pieces and building techniques, we're putting together an entrance to a backstage when in reality it leads to nowhere. This is going to explain where the Babirusa who aren't currently on exhibit are being housed. In reality, they're simply going to be located in the trade center, completely out of the zoo. But from the habitat's perspective, a guest could assume that they're currently being housed right behind this door behind the scenes. Now that all of the major elements of the habitat are in place, we can start to finalize the foundation. The first thing that we need to do is blend the waterfalls into the rock while making it all look very natural. This would be quite simple if we had infinite room to build like usual, but as a reminder, we can't go too high and ruin the look of the surrounding enclosures. For now, we're going to make the tops of the waterfalls the highest point of the habitat, using a wide variety of tropical rocks of different shapes and sizes, and even different angles to effectively blend together to backdrop. We'll worry about making it look pretty later. For now, we need a rock-solid foundation to pave the way for foliage and other details later. Luckily, we were quite successful in our work, as you can't see the foundation at all from the sloth bear's habitat. That doesn't mean the struggle is over though, as the Asian Track features several plant species that grow to the heights of our buildings. Let's start detailing up the Babirusa's enclosure now, making the habitat to the Keystone standard. For the most part, Keystone Wilds has a far more tropical look and feel than our sister zoo Keystone Park, and this is in large part thanks to a single building trick that we've been using since episode 1. Before, we used tropical rocks to line the foundation for one very specific reason, and that's because they work extremely well with the dynamic mossy rock family when merged together. I always like to use this building technique when dealing with water features in an enclosure, as moss is otherwise pretty difficult to capture on a dynamic and rigid surface. The building style is overall quite simple. We pretty much just need to go over our rockwork again with the mossy rocks and make the formation appear far more lush and green. This in turn is going to perfectly pave the way for a ton of well-placed foliage soon. I don't normally like to place these rocks entirely at random. Instead, I try to make it appear that the moss is only growing on the tops of the surfaces. This can almost act like a mini optical illusion and make the builds appear far more in depth than they actually are. In reality, quite simply all we're doing is merging two rocks together, but there's such a variety of colors and textures that it looks a lot more complicated than it truly is. It's a great, cheap, and easy way to detail tropical style habitats and save a lot of stress on your frame rate and or complexity meter too. Luckily we're doing very well at making sure the sloth bear enclosure stays completely unimpeded by the construction of the babirusa habitat. You can't even tell it's there. Beginning with the foliage, first and foremost, one of the most important things we can do in the babirusa's portion of the habitat is to make sure you also can't notice the sloth bear. So in order to do that, we're going to be planting a very thick layer of creosote bushes all across the top trim. You can certainly still see it a little bit, especially from the viewing platform, but once the rest of the plant life is in place, this really shouldn't be an issue. The dual waterfall visual as soon as you enter the Asian Trek is going to be one of the coolest sightlines in all of Keystone Wilds. We just have to really execute in this foliage to really enhance the look of the flowing water. Using trees of any kind, even those of pretty short models, even when sunken into the ground, was a bit risky at the top of the waterfalls, because I had to continuously check in if the sloth bear habitat to make sure they can't be seen from over top. Some of the more notable foliage details include some ivy on top of the implied backstage, as well as some vines draping down over the larger of the two waterfalls. It's pretty funny to think that everything we built so far hasn't actually impacted the habitat a single bit. It's all been for the backdrop. Granted, I think we've done an amazing job so far, and at a first glance into the Asian Trek, this is going to stand out amongst the rest of Keystone Wilds very well, but let's start making some progress on the habitat itself. When dealing with a pit-style enclosure, especially for a species with tusks of this caliber, it's absolutely critical to make it safe for the guests. In case you were unaware, there's a very dangerous invisible force always attempting to drag you down at all times. It's called gravity, and that would be a shame if that ever was an issue at a zoo. So to not have a pointless, negligent, and avoidable tragedy on our hands, we're going to have to build a pretty strong guest barrier to keep them and the babirusa at a safe distance apart. To accomplish this, I first used many of the rock techniques again to completely line all sides of the habitat. Just like our foliage needed a strong foundation before we placed it, so too does the guest barrier. Eventually I got to the point where I was quite happy with it, but as you'll notice, between the foraging pool and the rock wall, there's a bit of an ugly terrain gap. We need to fix this. Doing this doesn't actually require anything special. However, to make things look even better and more natural, I first placed some roots climbing down the rocks at various increments. From there I used creosote bushes to blend the rocks into the ground and help the look of the large roots we'd just placed. Second to buffalo grass, this is by far the most versatile and my most used plant in the game. Now shifting our focus to the guest barrier itself, this is actually one of the areas in the game I really struggle with and would like to improve on. I try my best to limit the piece counts for projects like this, but to make a detailed fence with minimal pieces that also looks nice is a tall order. Eventually, after filtering every single wooden construction piece and looking through every single one of them, I couldn't find a design that really stuck out to me, so I decided to take this ladder piece that happened to be flexi color and use this as a very simple barrier while I thought of ideas. This is going to be the habitat's barrier all the way up until we get to the ramp, and once we get on the ramp that overlooks the babirusa's habitat and gives the guest a really good view of the animal, we're going to have to make our own design. Thankfully, after an absolutely comical amount of trial and error that you're lucky I cut out of the video, I came up with a design that I was pretty happy with, using a very few amount of pieces. Now admittedly, the reason that recording was almost an hour long was solely because I had to take this piece that's no bigger than a meter long and place it all over this bridge, which has a few wacky shapes and turns. This is a very tedious and time-consuming process. However, to create a habitat that's at that next level, that's often exactly what's required. To truly progress your skills, you need to take the time and slow down, make small adjustments, and let the build come together naturally. In Planet Zoo, everybody starts somewhere. However, if you take your time, I promise you're going to be proud of your work, no matter if you're a veteran of the game or you just started. After that was finally over, the enclosure was fully surrounded and all sides were pointing towards the interior of the habitat. Believe me, after spending nearly an hour making a simple fence, some good foliage and habitat work was exactly what I was hoping to do. Like many areas of Keystone Wilds, the Asian Trek is going to have a very unique feel and look. One of the most fun things to do in Planet Zoo is to figure out exactly what that means. Every major themed area at Keystone Wilds has a very specific feel, but the Asia Trek doesn't since it's only just begun. This gives us plenty of creative freedom when working with the habitat, but what we don't have a ton of freedom with are the babirusa's enrichment items. We have to place those first. Typically the first enrichment item I always place besides the water pipe is going to be the habitat bedding, because this completely controls where animals sleep, and behind the scenes that's typically for content creator purposes. It helps with cinematics a lot. However, in this case, realistically speaking, the babirusas would probably be sleeping in their behind the scenes backstage, but we don't actually have this, remember it's just implied. So what I did instead was place it really close to the door, like the babirusas have almost tracked some out. It's probably not going to be functional, but I thought it was a really nice detail. Afterwards, I placed an herb scent marker over where the long grass is going to be near the creosote bushes that help blend the rocks into the terrain. This is over where the waterfall seeps down, so it would almost be like the babirusa can come over here to cool off. The fruit spike tree is a piece I don't really use a whole lot, but I don't want the babirusas to be forced to use their forage pool to eat. I then began to paint the terrain with grass and various other materials. A lot of players would stop here, however this is just step 1 for my foliage routine. All I'm doing here is pre-planning. Where there's grass, there's going to be buffalo grass and other species. Where there's rock, I'm likely going to replace it with the actual rock pieces. This really does save a shocking amount of time when detailing with the foliage, because now instead of sort of just winging it, you know exactly where every single piece is meant to be. Before getting to that though, we need to better hide this forage pool, because it's a little bit of an eyesore sort of just sitting in the middle of the habitat. I first placed a lot of mulch patterns around to mix up the texture of the dirt inside. After everything matched up, it was really easy to blend the forage pool into the surrounding terrain because we could use the mulch that we already used inside of the forage pool itself. This is going to be the main draw of the habitat, and I designed it to sort of just be like a giant muddy pile in the middle of everything that the babirussas have dug up. The reason I went with the mud design is because we have 2 giant flowing waterfalls that directly deposit water into the habitat itself, so making the lowest point of the habitat where the water is naturally going to end up, mud was realistically the only design we possibly could have gone with if we wanted to keep it realistic. Otherwise we would probably have to work in some drains and other ways to get the water out of here. Once that was finished, the next step in comparison was very easy. All we had to do was place buffalo grass and a few other different variants like the creosote bush a little bit out of the ground over every single area where we already placed the terrain grass. While I was here, I also utilized some buffalo grass to help blend everything into the forage pit. This is sort of the focal point of the habitat, so we need to make sure it looks good from all angles. Babirusa are pretty powerful animals, and while I don't necessarily think they would have the power to take out a tree of this size, I think fallen trees in general just give habitats a lot of character. The forage pit stuck out a little bit too much, so I placed a ton of grasses as well as the tropical leaf litters throughout them, sunken down a little bit to help blend in with the mulch itself. I think this was the missing piece in the puzzle to really get the natural look down, and I'm going to be utilizing these tropical leaf litters throughout the Asian Trek a lot. This is exactly what I was talking about before, how the first habitat of an area can really dictate some of the permanent details that are going to be in every other habitat. Lastly, I noticed that the ground is pretty flat and undetailed, so I recolored some faux rocks into a very natural color to match the terrain, and placed them really far sunken into the ground. Sometimes the more simple the habitats, the better they end up looking. Not everything needs to be glamorous or glorious. The Asian Trek certainly will have some habitats that fit these descriptions to a T, but this certainly isn't one of them. Nonetheless, we successfully established the entire tone of the Asian Trek with this one habitat, and that was exactly what we set out to do today. Now though, there's only one thing missing. The male babirusa was the first to get a chance to test out the habitat, and he's easily distinguished from his 2 female counterparts by the large horns protruding out of his nose. These actually never stop growing and can be relatively dangerous for babirusas in captivity with inexperienced keepers, but luckily the Keystone Wilds staff is among the best in the business. If you've made it this far into the video, thank you, and if you have any name suggestions for our male or female babirusas, feel free to leave them in the comments below. Our male was quick to explore the depths of his forage pool, using his tusks to root about looking for any sort of food that might be hidden within. Eventually he was taken to the backstage, and the 2 females were finally given an opportunity to roam about. The Zoopedia was exactly correct, because these 2 were tied at the hip. They were almost inseparable throughout their entire first venture into their new home. As you can likely see, the females completely lack the massive tusks that our sole male had, and this is by far the easiest way to tell them apart. It looks like our veterinary team needs to check off a couple more boxes when dealing with the babirusas, so we should probably leave them to their work. I really hope you guys enjoyed today's episode, and if you made it this far, please don't forget to like and subscribe. There's plenty more content just like this coming very soon. Until then, Kingpin out. Keystone Wilds has been incredibly busy as of late. With rapid expansions, recent heartbreak, medical emergencies, and even more, our staff team is being pushed to their absolute limits. Just because the workload is quite heavy doesn't at all mean that it's not rewarding, as Keystone Wilds is continuing to thrive. Seeing guests leave with a bigger smile than when they first arrived truly does make it all worth it in the end, and the positive feedback from the community truly does help motivate us to keep going no matter how hectic the day or week has been. And trust me when I say these last few days have been absolutely hectic, as just last week we experienced our very first escape at Keystone Wilds. Our juvenile white-faced Saki Pomegranate has been growing more and more confident in her climbing abilities, and apparently her father Mango has as well, as during a routine checkup on the baby, Mango was nowhere to be found in the habitat. Thankfully, if any animal at Keystone Wilds was to escape, the white-faced Sakis are on the lower end of the danger scale. Matter of fact, we were so confident in a smooth recovery, we didn't even have to hold an emergency evacuation of the property. Thankfully, the zoo was able to stay open, as Mango watched from afar. Eventually, he was finally located and returned home, and everything quickly went back to normal right after. This marks only the second escape in our franchise's history, as just over a year ago to the date, one of Keystone Park's prairie dogs also managed to escape. In case you're new here, welcome. This is Keystone Wilds, a long-term Planet Zoo project where we aim to build realistic habitats as well as tell conservation-driven stories about the species that call them home. We don't just build habitats here, we build a world and narrative as well, and we're happy to have you along for the ride. Recently we've been working tirelessly behind the scenes on a few projects bigger than Keystone Wilds itself. Conservation is at the core of absolutely everything we aim to accomplish, and that mission is about to take a very exciting new step forward. As we speak, construction is well underway on our ambassador animal building, a brand new space designed to bring guests closer than ever to the stories behind the animals we care for, as well as some brand new friends that have been patiently waiting behind the scenes for their special moment. This building has been a long time coming, and we're quite thrilled to share that it's set to officially open sometime next month. Once complete, it will serve as the heart of our education system and outreach efforts here at Keystone Wilds, a place where one special ambassador animal chosen each month is going to help us connect guests directly to real-world conservation efforts. Alongside the physical space at the zoo, we're also expanding what it means to support Keystone Wilds through our ambassador animal program. This program is exclusive to members of Club Keystone and includes something we're incredibly proud of, a real virtual magazine. This magazine is fully educational, very thoughtfully designed, and heavily inspired by the zoo subscription magazines many of us, myself included, grew up with. It deep dives into our ambassador animal species, behind-the-scenes stories of Keystone Wilds, real-world conservation parallels, photography, as well as long-form features that don't quite fit into a YouTube episode. It's a lot slower and more intentional, and built to be something you can actually sit down and enjoy at your own pace. If you've ever wanted to support the channel while also getting something meaningful in return, this is absolutely for you. You can find the link to Club Keystone and the Ambassador Animal program in the description. New magazines release in the first of each month. I've left our January issue in full in the description below also, so if you're on the fence about purchasing a subscription, you can check out one for free and see if it's for you. One of the most important tasks a zoo can accomplish is bringing new animals into the world. This in turn allows guests to learn more about them, observe them in a safe and controlled environment, and maybe even spark the creation of a new passion in the individual. Keystone Wilds has had a very solid track record of captive births as of late, and we're very happy to announce the arrival of one more. Guests who are able to board the safari vehicles in Baobab Reserve are going to be met with dozens of different species to observe in a simulated natural environment. It's among the most immersive creations ever put together under the Keystone name. Nearing the end of the tour, if you're lucky enough, you may just be able to catch a glimpse of our cheetah cub. Cheetahs are sadly listed as a vulnerable species as per the IUCN, with a wild population of 6,700. Every single birth, both captive and not, greatly helps the species' chances. Cheetah cubs are admittedly quite helpless when born, but thankfully both of his parents have proved excellent fits for the role and new responsibilities. It's very rare to see the cub without one of his parents lurking close behind. If you have any name suggestions for the male cheetah cub, feel free to leave them in the comments below. In other very exciting news, from the exact same leg of the safari matter of fact, we're also due for a rhino calf in the coming months. We house two species of rhinos on the reserve, the critically endangered black rhinoceros, as well as the well more favorable southern white rhinoceros. While many zoos across the globe have conservation efforts in place for the black rhino, Keystone Wilds is preparing to welcome a southern white calf. Luckily for us, the southern white rhinoceros stays pregnant for a very long time, so we have plenty of time to prepare. We'll be sure to update you with more information as the pregnancy progresses. Throughout the past weeks, we've been upgrading our camera systems across the entire zoo in an effort to solve a mystery we've been trying to keep on the down low. To make a long story short, we've had an ongoing issue of someone or something rooting around our trash. Unsure of the culprit, we sent one of our trusted team members over to our sister zoo, Keystone Park, to ask around about some of the native species to the area. Keystone Park is the zoo that built the foundation that Keystone Wilds stands on, and due to the highly limited starting budget of the project, we started off by mainly housing species local to the region. To the Keystone Wilds staff, the main culprits of the case possibly could have been a raccoon or maybe even a family of skunks. Both of these species are highly intelligent and easily capable of opening human containers. They're efficient scavengers when they have to be. The Keystone Park staff was nearly certain that it was a family of raccoons, with cameos from skunks being a possibility, until they saw an actual picture of the incident, and their mind changed in an instant. A raccoon doesn't have the strength needed to completely tip over an industrial-sized dumpster, and the Keystone Park team immediately informed us that some of our staff team could potentially be in danger. Immediately upon hearing this, we issued a warning to all staff near the Asian Trek to avoid the tree line. Later that night, we finally caught the culprit in the act, a Native American black bear, a species that Keystone Park was aware of, but had somehow eluded a spot in the zoo's roster. If only there was a good opportunity. Later that night, the bear was safely and humanely relocated deep into the woods, far from any danger he could possibly pose to man, or man could more likely pose to him. A situation where thankfully everybody involved wins. In case you missed the last episode, we built for an underrated animal native to the Asian tropics, the North Sulawesi babirusa. Their habitat is the very first thing you see upon entering the brand new and currently developing Asian trek, so we spent a little bit more time on the backdrop of the habitat to start guests off with a great first impression. As for the habitat itself, our trio of babirusa have adjusted very well into Keystone Wilds, and are generally pretty unproblematic animals, with one exception. The three babirusa can never be displayed together at once. Males tend to be solitary, while the females are much more social, so our current gender ratio forces one group to be behind the scenes at all times. This can add some variation to an otherwise basic enclosure, as you never know which babirusa you're going to see on any given day. If you're lucky, you may even catch both groups, as they switch in and out of the enclosure pretty often. Meet Barbosa, Barbie, and Rosa. Together, these three have provided us with an amazing first impression of what the Asian trek has to offer. The lush look and overwhelming foliage contrasts very heavily with our otherwise more drab and dry sections of the zoo. The Asian trek is progressing very well, but what we need now is a great habitat that's truly going to blow the guests who venture on the trek away. And luckily, I have a couple of ideas. If you'd like to support the ongoing construction and development of Keystone Wilds, consider joining Club Keystone. Members receive early access to videos, exclusive access to the Ambassador Animal magazine, which releases on the first of each month, and your name will be permanently etched on our wall of donors as a token of our appreciation. If you enjoyed today's episode, please consider subscribing. Your support isn't just appreciated, it's absolutely essential. As you likely know right now, Planet Zoo content is lacking a bit on YouTube lately, and it's very difficult to get momentum going behind the scenes without audience engagement. By liking, subscribing, and even sharing with your friends, you're helping creators like myself more than you could possibly imagine. One of the first species we built for at Keystone Wilds, and actually the species that's been at the zoo the longest, are our lar gibbon. At Keystone Wilds, they act as our entrance animal, which admittedly is a bit out of the ordinary, but between their loud vocals, rapid movement, and extreme energy, they really have been a standout amongst our roster. The only thing we've been unsuccessful with in our gibbon care would be our breeding efforts, as despite numerous attempts, our lar gibbons still haven't given us a baby yet. This has been quite bothersome for much of our veterinary team, as they've all worked very long and hard in an effort to help this fragile species. Luckily though, we may have just found a solution. There is certainly more than one species of gibbon on the planet, and we've thankfully managed to track down another who's already pregnant. There's a chance that by observing the soon-to-be Siamang mother, we may just figure out the missing piece of the puzzle. The Siamang is listed as an endangered species according to the IUCN, with a wild population that's actually unknown. The rainforests they call home are so dense it's nearly impossible to get an accurate rating. Naturally, this means they're going to need a ton of climbing space, 80 square meters to be exact, with 305 square meters of land. Like most species of gibbon, including those that we're used to, the Siamang live in monogamous pairs. These pairs become incredibly close over the course of their life, and it's likely you'll be able to hear them harmonizing from nearly any point in Keystone Wilds. Despite the Siamang being the largest species of gibbon on Earth, their habitat enrichment items and diet are relatively comparable to our lar gibbon. Much of the fun in their habitat is going to be the climbing structure itself. The Siamang does share cohabitation benefits with the Bornean orangutan as well as the lar gibbon. While no cohabitation is necessarily planned for today, this does effectively mean we can swap out the lar gibbon and the Siamang between habitats. We did something extremely similar in Keystone Park's reptile house, between the Cuvier's dwarf caiman as well as the spectacled caiman. Be sure to let me know in the comments if that sounds interesting. With the Asian trek so far playing it relatively safe with the three species we've built for, that all changes today with the Siamang complex. This habitat is going to be really large, among the biggest in the zoo yet in terms of the amount of sheer space it takes up. The Siamang are going to have an indoor habitat, and rope access to 2 additional islands filled to the brim with climbing enrichment. It's absolutely critical to have a flashy habitat that shows off everything that we've learned as soon as you enter the trek. Where the babirusa habitat stayed relatively simple and helps acclimate guests to the new tone of the area, our Siamang complex is going to try to wow the guest and build excitement. Construction-wise, this habitat is absolutely going to be one of the more difficult we've built to date, but I'm always up for a good challenge. Like usual, I want to begin with the foundation of the habitat. It's very important to define clear barriers of where exactly we're building. What is it doing to make the rest of the process easier in the long run? As I mentioned before, the Siamang are going to have 2 separate islands that they're going to have rope access over to. The ropes are actually going to go straight over the path, so the climbing structures on each are going to have to be pretty tall to avoid any potential escapes. Instead of building the islands up, I simply dug the terrain down. This very basic moat should be enough to contain any Siamang who may venture down to the ground. Water is oddly a very effective way of keeping most primates at bay, despite most of them having the ability to swim. I then lined the bottom of the pools with concrete and messed around with the water's color until you could barely see through it, and after that the rough shape of the islands came together. Since the furthest island and babirusa habitat share a back border, I figured a great way to connect the habitats and give the area a nice flow would be to physically connect the waterfall up and have it flow into the pool we just built. I'm a huge fan of adding flowing water and movement to my builds. Not only does it make the habitat more interesting and dynamic when the animals aren't around, but it also gives the area a nice ambient sound as well. After that, I went in with some concrete to line the islands into their final shape. We'll certainly detail more later, but this gives us an exact outline of what exactly we have to work with. When using the concrete, I tried to avoid any harsh right angles to make the build appear a little bit more smooth and rounded. And once the concrete on both islands was finally in place, I came back over everything we just did with some faux rocks of the exact color and placed them over some, but not all of the concrete we had just poured. This makes the texture much more interesting and varied without overdoing it at all. The main focus of this habitat is going to be the climbing structures that the Saiyamen can use, but we have to build the foundation for them to stand on first. To finish, we use the exact same building techniques minus the rocks on the guest side of the path, being sure to use a different color of concrete to visually separate the two areas. And to finish, I added some very basic details, including some drainage decals as well as some wear and tear to the concrete. Now, with a rock-solid foundation firmly in place, thank you, we'll do a different shot, we can finally start working on the Gibbon's indoor viewing. Keystone Wilds has several indoor habitats already in place that we can take inspiration from, but we need to absolutely ensure that the final product matches the look and feel of the other buildings already standing and present in the Asian Trek. Gibbons and especially the Saiyamen need a pretty large space to be able to climb and jump about. These animals are almost always on the move. As a result, we're going to have to make this building pretty long and give them ample space to move. I want to go with a mesh front, but in order to use mesh, we have to have a strong foundation for it to be held, so I started off by constructing some very basic plaster pillars and spreading them evenly throughout the front of the habitat. Thankfully, the mesh fit perfectly in between every single pillar, and while it's not necessarily realistic to Planet Zoo itself, I figured that the Saiyamen in real life would be able to climb on this and give the guests an excellent view. Using the exact same plaster pieces as before, I wanted to get the entirety of the basic shaping of the building down. The reason that we're using these, which are off-the-grid pieces, is quite simply because they're a lot thinner than the normal plaster. This is because this building is going to be very long and narrow, and the Saiyamen may have large hitboxes that I'm not yet aware of, so I wanted to use pieces that are as thin as possible to give the Saiyamen the most room possible on the inside to run about. When we were almost closing up the building, we ran into a slight issue, in that the Saiyamen are going to have to be able to get from the indoor portion of the habitat to the first island. To do that, I recolored a plaster wall that had a little circle cut out of it, and then used some other plaster pieces to make a semicircle at the top. Once we get the first exterior climbing structure in place, we can then connect the indoor portion up to that with a rope. But for now, let's focus back on the interior. There's going to be plenty of climbing structures placed all throughout this habitat, so the focus is by no means going to be on the floor, but we still have to include it just so the build doesn't look ugly at the bottom. I also decided to punch out the back wall only to replace it with some slightly smaller pieces. These are going to use mesh to make a window that the Saiyamen or Gibbon, depending on who's in the enclosure, are going to be able to look out of and observe whatever's behind them. As to what's actually going to be back there, truthfully I have no idea quite yet, but the Asian Trek is headed in that direction, so something eventually is going to take that spot. After placing down the habitat gates, it was very important to get the null barrier in place now, as one of the next steps is going to be to use the rope to get the Gibbons from the indoor portion of their habitat to the first island all the way to the second island, so we had to use the null barrier to map out where exactly the ropes are going to be, as on sandbox mode we're currently playing with no escapes on, meaning if there is absolutely nothing in between the Saiyamen and the null barrier itself, they still couldn't cross. The goal for the Saiyamen's indoor portion is to make it look like a significantly larger building of the opening building of the Asian Trek, so to do that we're going to be taking a lot of the same design elements. I started off by placing a lot of brick decals as well as some grunge and moss to dirty up the building a little bit and really add to the texture. I want this building to have some character and age to it, but not to be as run down as the Himalayan highlands. I want the two areas to have a distinct feel. I certainly think we accomplished exactly what we were going after, and I think the exterior looks quite nice, but now we have a lot more difficult of an objective. Making a highly detailed climbing structure to the Keystone Wilds standard in such a small area is really going to be a challenge. After temporarily removing the roof to add easier access and better lighting, I built up and reinforced a platform that the Saiyamen are going to be able to have access to that'll lead them to their islands. I also took the time to hide the frame of a door right in the plaster itself, so there's an implied backstage in this habitat as well, despite us not making a real one in today's episode. While I was here, I also took the time to add our decal work from the exterior of the building to the inside as well. Finally focusing on the climbing structure itself, the way I like to set them up is surprisingly simple. First, I always like to build a strong anchor point that every other smaller piece of climbing equipment is going to branch off. In this case, I'm using some very basic climbable wood. If any piece you're using for detailing is climbable also, you need to ensure that it's disabled in the menu. Once all of the climbing platforms are in place, you need to add what the Saiyamen are actually going to use to climb between them on. In this case, I decided to use some rope and kept it straight. We'll talk about why later. We'll go much more into climbing detail later on in the build when we focus on the two islands. For now, we need to get the foliage in place around them so we can get to that point. But right now, I'm quite happy with how the habitat is progressing. With the Saiyamen indoor viewing effectively finished, we need to shift our focus to the wider scale of the enclosure. Thankfully, we're far ahead of schedule in that regard thanks to the work we put in earlier of the foundation, and all that's left to do before we break ground on our largest climbing structure in any Keystone Zoo to date is use some foliage to further blend everything together. The first plant we're going to be spamming everywhere is a grass, but probably not the species you're thinking of. Elephant grass looks decent, if not a bit much, but it has a very useful hidden talent. Elephant grass has a hitbox so large that nothing, not even the elephants it's named after, can walk through it, meaning if we place it with the tips poking out of the ground just enough to still look natural for what we have planned, the Siamang will not be able to touch the ground level of their enclosure at all. After the elephant grass was in place everywhere we don't want the Siamang to be able to traverse, the rest of the foliage was very easy. It was the simple standard Keystone Wilds palette. We used a variety of grasses, bushes, and more to completely cover the standard terrain. Once you've been using a relatively similar foliage palette for as long as Keystone Wilds has been around, it gets second nature to do this pretty efficiently. Now we're left with a fully finished interior and 2 highly detailed islands, however they need to be connected with some climbing structures. This is going to be the hard part. Climbing structures are my absolute favorite thing to build in Planet Zoo. It's one thing to see a habitat with an iffy traversable area turn out exactly like you'd planned, but it's a whole other thing to have a climbing structure function just the way you intended it to. Normally to accomplish this, you need to have pretty straight paths for the species to climb or brachiate on, unless you want your gibbons to do this. To avoid that from happening this time, I want to make this climbing structure about as simple as possible, using a lot of prop climbers and other key details that won't actually be functional for our gibbons. The function of the habitat is going to be to get the Siamangs from one island to the other, and it makes the most sense to start at the beginning. If you recall from building the climbing structure on the interior portion of the habitat, the very first thing we did was make an anchor point that all of the climbing equipment is going to branch off on. In this case, we're going to be doing that literally, as the anchor point in this habitat is going to be a tree. Not only is the tree itself climbable, but it's significantly taller than the entry point of the indoor portion of the habitat. That means we can have the rope coming at an upward angle out of the interior into the tree, so the Siamang won't be able to escape. From here, all we have to do is connect the rope to the inside using a post or something very simple, and now the outdoor portion of the first island is officially accessible by the Siamang, if the traversable area agrees. Now that we have the tree as the focal point of this entire climbing structure, all we have to do now is build smaller anchor points off of the start. Whenever building supports like this, just like in the interior, it's always critical to ensure that they're not climbable by any species. You can toggle this in the menu. If it were climbable, the Siamang or any animal may be able to use this to get to areas of the habitat we've already sectioned off. To avoid the climbing structure from looking samey, I tried to use this bridge piece. I don't typically go for these because I'm not a fan of the wacky colors they come starting with, but by muting it down I actually quite like how it looks. From here we have to build our second anchor point of the first climbing structure, and this one is going to have to go tall to the point where it can safely connect to the second island. Luckily any species of gibbon, and especially the Siamang, absolutely adore climbing, so this was as easy as it gets. Before connecting the 2 islands up, I wanted to finalize the first. I started by adding some key details, particularly bundles of rope connecting some of our supports together. While using these Oceania ropes for the very first time, I noticed that none of them are climbable. This gave me an idea that I could actually make some custom enrichment items with them, and give the habitat a very unique look compared to anything else. The Planet Zoo ropes, however, are climbable, so using those I connected up a lot of the branches to our key anchor points, so the Siamang have plenty of alternate routes to get to their climbing equipment. In the grand scheme of Planet Zoo creations, this is a very basic climbing structure, but you can be very proud of the basics nonetheless. The good news is that this island is entirely finished. The bad news is I have absolutely no idea how to connect it to the second, so we're going to have to get creative. I want to differentiate the 2 islands a fair bit, so instead of making a second climbing structure, we're more going to make an obstacle course on the second island. To connect the 2 together, we're going to be placing a post at about a 45-degree angle coming almost above the path. From here, all we have to do is use some 4-meter rope to connect the 2 structures. They're about of equal height, so it's pretty straight, so the Siamang should be able to brachiate right over the guest path, making for an awesome visual. The obstacle course was equally as basic, using the exact same posts and a variety of materials to connect them. We simply just made a circle around the entire island. While the majority of the Siamang enclosure is finally finished and I'm very pleased with how it looks a bit unfinished on the outside simply because we're lacking a lot of guest amenities and details. One last push to the finish line should be all we need to mark this habitat off as a success. While everything contained within our islands and indoor structure is 100% complete, everything on the exterior has yet to be started. I know you're gonna do it. Oh, there it goes. To avoid any more people from flinging themselves into primate enclosures, we first need to build a foliage barrier followed by a guest barrier. At this point in Keystone Wilds, a foliage barrier is an absolute second language. First use creosote bushes, follow up with buffalo grass. Obviously it's a little bit more in depth of that, and we used quite a few different plant species to add some highlights and other details. However, now we need to focus on actually eliminating some sightlines, which might sound counterproductive, but I promise it makes sense. I don't want the guests to be able to see inside of the Siamang's indoor viewing enclosure unless they're specifically where it's allowed. So by using some very tall shoots of bamboo, we can completely eliminate that sightline from the field of play. To make the entire area feel a little bit more overgrown and help trim the path at the same time, I used some critically underrated wild hedgerows. That's it for the foliage that actually pertains to the habitat itself. Admittedly, I do have to add some more off screen, but that's simply because you guys won't click on the video if it has a bad thumbnail. Background foliage truly is the muscle behind the Keystone Wilds engine. With the habitat nearly finalized, we need to employ a guest barrier as well as some warning signs that there may or may not be a Siamang right above your head. The guest barrier is about as easy as it gets, utilizing only 8 construction pieces per segment and wrapping it entirely around the enclosure. Now we just need to find a way to potentially warn the guests of the hazard that may be above them. Unfortunately, we can't use the guest curb as this is going to prevent them from walking over it, but luckily we can recreate the very iconic and memorable colors. Somehow North African plaster trims, when turned on their heads, fit the exact dimensions of the square of this grid path that we've been using. This means we can very convincingly recreate a warning sign, but allow guests to walk over it regardless. It's functional and also practical. One of the last small details I wanted to add was a little bit of a nod to the palm oil crisis. If you're unaware, this is one of the things in Southeast Asia that's absolutely decimating local populations, from the Bornean orangutan to the largibbon to our Siamang here today. These palm oil plantations are the absolute leading cause of deforestation in the region. Educating guests on conservation efforts is one of the best things a zoo can do to the local communities surrounding it, so we're glad we could help today. Overall, I'm absolutely blown away with the progress we've made on Keystone Wilds today, and I think this is some of our best work to date. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter what we think, but we have to bring the Siamang in and get their opinion. It didn't take the Siamang but 30 seconds to take to the climbing enrichment scattered throughout their habitat. While they were initially relatively reserved and didn't explore a whole lot of the enclosure, it didn't take them long at all to discover the entire exterior. As you can likely tell, the Siamang is a very loud presence at Keystone Wilds. If they're up and about, I can ensure that you'll hear them, regardless if you're right next to their habitat or on the opposite side of the zoo. At some points, it feels like the duo of Siamang are actively competing on who can make the most noise and create the most chaos. Unfortunately for Keystone Wilds staff, there's always a winner in this game. After enough time exploring, the Siamang finally realized they could get from one island to another by the rope bridge. Admittedly, they seem to enjoy their first island a little bit more as they didn't spend a ton of time over here. However, it's a little bit more quiet and out of the guest's eye, so who knows, maybe when the Asian Trek officially opens, the Siamang will favor the second island. We'll have to wait and see. Regardless of where the Siamang duo happen to be, this is by far Keystone Wilds' most energetic and loud habitat to date, and that's exactly what we were aiming for. The vocals of the Siamang are downright impressive, and if you recall from the Zoopedia, they don't make this noise for no reason. They're actively performing a duet and harmonizing with each other. It's a way that the pair bonds. Even though the duo look comfortable in captivity, it's still a major adjustment phase, so we should probably give them some privacy. That's it for today's episode. Kingpin out. Catch you next time. Spring is officially here. At Keystone Wilds, the flowers are once again in full bloom and the temperatures are finally starting to rise. Many of the species who couldn't do well in the colder climates are back out into their habitats, and the zoo finally feels complete once more. With the changing of the season sadly means that many of our visiting butterfly species have already started their long journeys back north. We've thankfully received numerous reports from our sister zoo, Keystone Park, detailing that some of the species have already made their way home. The migrating butterflies are quietly an excellent example of what it means to truly be a Keystone species. Though small and often overlooked, their presence ripples throughout the entire local ecosystems. They pollinate our flowering plants, support healthy habitats, and serve as a vital indicator of environmental change. When butterflies are thriving, it's a sign that everything else in the area is falling into place. In case you're new here, welcome! This is Keystone Wilds, a long-term Planet Zoo project where we aim to build realistic habitats as well as tell conservation-driven stories about the species that call them home. We don't just build habitats here, we build a world and narrative as well, and we're happy to have you along for the ride. We've recently had very amazing news from our sister zoo, Keystone Park, as our giant anteater Anita is once again pregnant. The giant anteater is sadly listed as a vulnerable species according to the IUCN, and any captive birth really does help this species a great deal. Anita has actually had another pup in captivity before, who's since been released back into the wild before he could get too used to the comfortable life at the zoo. While it may have been easier for Cubby personally to stay at Keystone Wilds, that's not what the species as a whole needed to survive. Anita is going to remain at Keystone Park for the time, as their old habitat at Keystone Wilds has since become occupied by our trio of maned wolf pups. We're currently working on a solution, however we're confident things eventually are going to sort themselves out. On the topic of juveniles, our newborn cheetah cub Prince has been growing more and more confident each day. Cheetah are another vulnerable species, and this birth is equally as impactful for global conservation efforts. Cheetah, unlike a vast majority of the species found in Keystone Wilds, are incredibly prone to stress, and we were admittedly unsure if the added responsibility would take its toll on Prince's parents, Duke and Kaylee. Thankfully, the cheetah pair have really stepped up to the occasion, which for a first-time parent is rare in the animal kingdom. It's been fascinating to watch the new parents readjust their daily routines, taking the new addition into account. But that's not the only exciting news from Baobab Safari, as our southern white rhinoceros calf is expected to be born in the coming weeks. Our pregnant female is showing extreme signs of discomfort and is spending more time laying down than standing up. That tends to happen when you have a 100-pound baby growing inside of you. If you have any name ideas for the calf, leave them in the comments below. We're not yet sure if it's a boy or a girl, so try and come up with an idea for both. In the meantime, our veterinary team, who have extensive experience dealing with pachyderms and their young, are going to be closely monitoring the situation. They've been heavily preparing, as there may just be another important announcement coming very soon from a species who means a lot to the Keystone Wilds family. While Keystone Wilds indeed has a lot going well, it's absolutely critical to take criticism and complaints into consideration even while riding a high. No matter how things are, they always balance out in the end, so it's very important to always be on the grind of improvement. In our case, currently our biggest criticism has to do with our roster of animals, particularly our over-reliance on mammals. Not that there's anything wrong with any of our mammals at the moment, however the balance of mammals to birds and especially reptiles is pretty heavily skewed. Upon hearing these complaints, the team immediately began to draw up plans for a solution. Plans for a new reptile enclosure and our current expansion, the Asian Trek, have been in the works for months, but there aren't any in motion for a large bird habitat like you'd find in Baobab Safari or the front of Keystone Wilds with our little penguin flock. Then it hit us. We don't actually need to build a new habitat at all. The Indian peafowl works well as a walk-through species, meaning they can freely roam about the Trek and everything that we've built so far. You can find a single male and a single female anywhere throughout the Asian Trek now. These two big beautiful birds not only add some movement and life to the first plaza of the Trek, but also hammer in the point that this area isn't like any other found in Keystone Wilds. While in concept, the Asian Trek is relatively similar to Baobab Safari, on there you're still being restricted by the movement of the Safari vehicle operator. On the contrary, in the Asian Trek, there are moments you can nearly get within touching distance of the species on your own accord. Our Indian peafowl amplify this tenfold, as they're absolutely free to roam anywhere they want, including potentially straight into a guest path. Overall, an amazing and cheap addition to Keystone Wilds. You could also call them the calm before, because our next edition is certainly going to be a lot more challenging. In case you missed the last episode, we added a key habitat into the Asian Trek, a very large complex for a duo of singing siamang. As the largest species of gibbon on Earth, it was absolutely critical to give these special simians ample space to move around. Their habitat was a pretty difficult challenge to put together, admittedly, as it features a variety of different climbing structures, some even going straight over the guest's head. Overall, despite some difficulties, the habitat turned out excellent, and our siamang couldn't be happier. Meet Tunku and Gibby. Together, this bonded pair truly have become one. It's very rare to see one without the other within view, and their musical duets can be heard all across Keystone Wilds. Gibby actually arrived at Keystone Wilds in the first trimester of a pregnancy, and in studying her behavior, our veterinary team are learning critical information each and every day to hopefully bring not only more siamang safely into the world, but lar gibbon as well. Both species are not currently in favorable situations according to the IUCN, and Keystone Wilds as well as our allies will do absolutely everything we can to help change this course. We certainly are going to keep you updated on the progress, but today we have a far more challenging matter to attend to. If you'd like to further support the ongoing construction and development of Keystone Wilds, please consider joining Club Keystone. Members receive early access to videos, exclusive access to the Ambassador magazine, which as a reminder releases on the first of each month, and your name will forever be permanently etched on our wall of donors as a token of our appreciation. If you enjoyed today's episode, please consider subscribing. Your support isn't just appreciated, it's absolutely essential. As you likely know, Planet Zoo content on YouTube is lacking a bit lately, and it's very difficult to get momentum going behind the scenes without audience engagement. By liking, subscribing, and even sharing with your friends, you're helping creators like myself more than you could possibly imagine. If you ask any Planet Zoo player what the most challenging animal to build for is, they're likely going to say the polar bear because of their huge space requirements, but another notoriously challenging species is the gharial. Their hitboxes are absolutely enormous, making it an extreme challenge to get them to deep dive, while making the habitat look realistic at the same time. While admittedly these difficulties make them not the most attractive species to build for, there are plenty of reasons why the struggle is well worth it on our end. That's because the gharial is yet another critically endangered species, with a wild population of 600. This habitat is going to be a pretty large challenge, mainly because of their habitat requirements, specifically their need for more water space than land. This is very unusual, however not unheard of. Where it gets difficult is implementing deep dive. Despite not having the requirement, they do have the capability. Gharial aren't necessarily social animals, but do tolerate each other in mass. This won't be a problem for us today, as we're only building for a solitary male. However, later on, this information may prove valuable. Like most every reptile in the game, the gharial doesn't require much enrichment. We will, however, be utilizing an underwater feeder in this habitat, meaning it's going to need to be pretty deep. You likely could have guessed it by now, but it still does need to be said nonetheless. The gharial doesn't have any interspecies enrichment bonuses with any other animals. This habitat really on paper isn't much of a challenge. It's quite literally just a building, a very small land portion, and water at 2 different depths. Where the issue is going to come from are the mechanics of Planet Zoo in general. While in my opinion their problems are very blown out of proportion, the pathing system as well as water system are nonetheless painful at times to work with. At this point throughout Keystone Park, and especially Keystone Wilds, we built for plenty of deep diving species, and even made some very complex habitats for them look great. None of these animals have the reputation of the gharial though. Their hitboxes, mixed with the need to use their aquatic feeder, meaning deep dive effectively is required, plus adding in underwater viewing, meaning we're going to have to mess with the pathing and water level too, is likely a recipe for disaster. The only way we can finish though is to start, no matter how difficult it may be. Let's break ground on the project. When building pretty much anything in Planet Zoo, it's very important to understand the surroundings of the area of construction. In the gharial enclosure's case, the habitat is being built very near what is likely the halfway point of the Asian Trek. This allows the gharial to act as a sort of tonal shift in the area, meaning it fits into what comes before it perfectly well, but also allows us to build slightly differently from here on out. A majority of the Asian Trek so far focuses on wood-based builds, utilizing ropes and other not-so-rigid materials. This simply is not going to cut it for the gharial. They require stronger materials such as concrete, thick glass, and even steel to be contained. Luckily, we've thought ahead though, as this new enclosure shares a similar border of the back of the Himalayan highlands, a section of Keystone Wilds with a much more brutalist look. This means that the front of the habitat can blend seamlessly into the Asian Trek, and the back with the highlands fitting in perfectly just like a puzzle piece. To begin, we need to focus on the depth and how to get deep dive to actually function. Deep dive is typically pretty self-explanatory. Using this very nice chart, we can see all the species who have the capability to deep dive, and the exact depth the water needs to be in order for it to happen. In our case today, the gharial needs exactly 3 meters of water. It's pretty easy to judge the depth after you've done it a few times, but to ensure we get this right, we can head over to Keystone Park and check out our seal and sea lion habitat, which has the exact same requirements. The issue lies with the execution of the habitat, as the seal and sea lions have an absolutely massive pool. There's like 6 or 7 of them. Oh my god. There's like 8 of them in here. Our gharial is going to have a very significantly smaller space, similar to that of our little penguins at Keystone Wilds. This normally would be super easy to build, but remember, the gharial's hitbox is absolutely enormous, meaning they may not be able to deep dive with the bare minimum requirements having already been met. It certainly was a little bit tougher than I expected with the finicky mechanics of Planet Zoo, but eventually I dug out the gharial's foundation to the point where I was very happy with it, including every single feature I had planned. Now we have to get over the first of the 3 major hurdles when it comes to building this gharial enclosure. We need to get the water inside. Whenever making a semi-aquatic enclosure that heavily features water, I always recommend using the standard barrier glass. This is because obviously it's watertight, meaning that it can actually contain the water, but at the same time, it's thin enough to the point where it's quite easy to cover up and make look nice with the details of the rest of your zoo. What makes the glass special though is with some simple detailing work, it can almost look nice enough on its own without needing much more to it. This significantly cuts down on build time because a majority of the habitat's enclosure is simply going to be the pre-built glass. We're just going to be building some extra supports and structures around it. If you'll recall, the deepest point of the gharial enclosure had to be 3 meters deep so the gharial could deep dive at all, and a way we can easily check that is by finding a piece off the construction menu that's at least 4 meters tall, like this Arctic wood panel for example. After using the Arctic wood panel like a makeshift ruler, we've effectively confirmed that the habitat is deep enough for the average animal to deep dive. However, like I said before, the gharial is not an average animal. Typically, I never test a habitat until it's nearly complete. However, in this case, I figured it was absolutely necessary, because if you look at the traversable area of the gharial, it can in fact get over to the deep dive portion, but it can't go anywhere near the walls. This is going to be a problem, because it's likely not going to have enough physical space to deep dive, despite the depth being enough. Hoping for a quick and easy solution, I removed all of the water from the habitat, leaving our gharial suspended in the air somehow, and reshaped the entire glass barrier, hoping to give the gharial ample space to deep dive. We just had to make it a little bit bigger, is what I would have said if it worked. Even with a traversable area nearly 3 times the size of the original, the gharial would go straight over to the deep dive portion of the pool, but still wouldn't actually do the animation. Typically with other species, if there's an area of the habitat that they rarely travel to, but I think it would look good for a cinematic, I put a special enrichment item over there to actually entice them to go. Sadly, gharials don't care for logic, and even after placing their underwater feeder, and having a keeper fill it, they still wouldn't do the deep dive animation despite somehow being fed. One thing that I've been trying to do lately is make my habitats a bit more realistic, particularly with our underwater species. There's nothing wrong with what we've done so far, and matter of fact, I think that most of them still hold up well to this day, but the lack of realistic details you'd find in an actual zoo is something that's starting to bother me. I'm mainly referring to drainage systems. It's not at all realistic to have a dirt base at the bottom of a pool like this. Instead, most use concrete or other water-type material. This is normally so the pool can be drained for cleaning, and you can't exactly drain dirt in a timely manner. With the gharial's habitat finally large enough to have them deep dive, and I swear I saw it with my own eyes, I just don't want to include the 2-hour recording in the video, we absolutely cannot under any circumstances impede their traversable area, even a little bit. This means we really can't go in front of the glass whatsoever with any construction items. By using concrete, we can very easily line the entire habitat with a drainable material. We were mostly adding in slopes and simply matching it to the terrain that was already dug out, and every single piece of concrete I placed raised my heart rate a little bit because I was absolutely petrified of ruining the gharial's deep dive again. After a surprisingly short process, the pool was entirely lined, and our gharial would no longer be able to deep dive. Wait, what? Admittedly, I'm not entirely sure how the hitboxes interfere with the construction pieces. However, by looking at the traversable area, you wouldn't think it's much at all. It hardly changes no matter how much concrete I add or take away. Just because it doesn't function correctly right now doesn't mean it doesn't look good. I really like how the concrete looks at the base of the pool. However, now I kinda want to do anything except work on the interior of the gharial habitat. Let's do a little bit of exterior work. The outside of a habitat is far and away the hardest thing to simply begin. It can be really overwhelming because you can start from pretty much anywhere. My general rule of thumb is to begin on any area that's sort of isolated from the rest of the habitat. In this case, that's going to be the underwater viewing on the left. The simple key to building a very nice underwater viewing is the foundation. Don't really focus on the details at first, and instead focus on clearing out the area for the details to eventually be placed. The first thing I want to do is use a lot more concrete and line the glass barrier. This is what I meant before by saying that the standard habitat glass barrier looks great if you detail around it. It's still serving its watertight roles, but now we're just amplifying the look. After lining the perimeter with concrete and digging out the exact dimensions of the section, I could then use a variety of soil, foliage, and even some larger rocks in the background to blend everything together. Now we have a nice, however under-detailed viewing. To begin to make it look great, we can use some very basic trim pieces around the tops and sides of the concrete wall. This small splash of color and detail really makes a world of difference in an otherwise gray habitat so far. I was pretty happy with the results so far. We can come back later with some more theming. I then shifted my attention to the main and above water viewing. We can't really use concrete here. It's way too far above the ground and it's going to be way too much gray in the habitat as well. Instead, we borrowed a design we used all the way back on our little penguin enclosure, and lined the above glass barrier of the gutters from the conservation pack. These round off the edges of the glass nicely to avoid any sharp edges. It's also going to keep the gharial out of the guests' way. To keep the guests out of the gharial's way, though, I used some single fence pieces from the aquatic pack. They look really nice and are cheap in the complexity meter as well. With a vast majority of the front of the habitat firmly in place, it's beginning to take shape. Once we knock out the backstage building on the right, the entire front is going to be finished and we can start to work inward. We're not going to be building an actual staff backstage today. Although this building does house a small staff room, we simply don't have the time for an interior. I cannot stress to you just how challenging it was to get this habitat to function, so I lost a lot of construction time. Luckily we made up plenty of time when constructing the building, as since we already had the basic shaping down, it went together very quickly right after. This is in large part due to it being a culmination of all of the different styles we frequently use at Keystone Wilds. It has the trim and gutter design of our backstages, the rectangular shaping and detail of our entrances, and even some of the decal work from the Himalayan highlands as well as a plaster base you'd find in Africa. Once the surrounding foliage is put in place, this building really is going to blend into the rest of the Asian trek seamlessly. Until then though, I want to put off working on the inside of this habitat and dealing with the gharial again as long as possible, so let's completely finalize all of the exterior details first. Sadly for once there's not a whole lot to be done, as the main draw of the habitat is going to be the underwater viewing itself, not necessarily any of the surrounding details, they're just going to be there to amplify it. Starting off, I made a little foliage barrier in between the guest barrier itself as well as the gharial's glass. This exists further to drive through the point that you're not really supposed to get close to the glass in this habitat, unless you're in the underwater viewing. I then placed down a few very basic education items, including some TVs as well as signs themselves, and then went on to reuse a few assets from the Siamang episode, including the small barrier that keeps guests away from the foliage. I then decided to simply name the habitat Gharial Grotto. However, one small tip that I don't think I've ever gone over in detail on the channel is what you can do to make your letters pop a little bit more. I like to start with a black base and raise it up as high as it can go. This makes it significantly easier to copy and paste everything else and change the color to white. By dragging the white back down and putting it slightly in front of the black background, this makes the lettering pop a lot more because it appears as a shadow behind it. Another detail that's very small but makes builds pop nonetheless is by recoloring grunge decals the exact same as the base background. This allows for great variation in the texture, and even adds some wear and tear to builds that otherwise look a little bit too clean. Depending on where the sun is, there wouldn't be a whole lot of shade down here, so the last thing I added to the underwater viewing was a small Indian fabric that goes over top of the glass, and this really was the detail to bring everything together. That's probably enough stalling for now though, as it's time to tackle the interior of the habitat. Luckily, I don't think it's going to be as bad as I'm thinking it is, since a lot of it is backdrop work. Since we already definitely know that this habitat doesn't allow the Gharial to deep dive, we're going to have to get creative on how we can actually get it to happen. The last time I saw the animal go under the water, none of this concrete had been placed, so we know the glass itself isn't the issue. I have a theory that by deleting the concrete and the surrounding restrictions, and hitting the undo button after the Gharial begins its deep dive animation, it should complete the animation. For now, let's act like this is proven to be true, because it's really our only shot to see it happen. With our new mindset firmly in place, it was simple to add in a faux rock backdrop with patches of soil for foliage in between. We haven't really relied too heavily on faux rocks much in Keystone Wilds in the past, so this is going to be a very nice mix-up from the norm. Afterwards, I planted a variety of species of plants on the beach, mainly grasses and other smaller variations, to not impact the land area of the Gharial, seeing as that it's already very small. And after that, we used some shorter plants and hanging vines for the remainder of the foliage backdrop. This habitat went together incredibly fast for the standard we have at Keystone Wilds, and that's mainly because the actual habitat itself doesn't have a whole lot going on. A majority of the time was spent getting it to function. That being said, despite not having yet tested it, I am very confident that the Gharial is going to be able to deep dive in this enclosure, and it looks clean too. I'm a huge fan of how the concrete looks at the bottom of the pool. It looks way better than the dirt we typically would use. Be sure to let me know what you guys think of the newest addition to Keystone Wilds as well. Soon after completion, the head mechanic gave the habitat the OK signal and the Gharial was finally allowed to enter. Now we just have to make sure everything works. The pressure's on.
Abulas.
Well, look who decided to show up to the habitat after the hard work is done. If you were ever curious about why the deep diving and hitboxes of the Gharial can be so janky, just look how big they are from our guest viewing. Funny enough, this recording went on for like 5 minutes before I realized he actually couldn't move. I thought he was just being lazy. That plant on the left side of the screen was a little bit too close, so I had to move it. If a singular bush restricts the Gharial so much from even being able to move outside of his initial spawn, how on earth is he going to deep dive? Thankfully, after a lengthy adjustment period, the Gharial finally swam out to the deep dive portion of the habitat. However, he wouldn't go beneath the surface. To be fair, at first he didn't necessarily have a reason to. However, that all changed once he was fed. Now he had an opportunity. I put our theory into practice, and deleted every single faux rock and piece of concrete in the habitat, including even some smaller things like the grunge decals and even some bits of foliage. After speeding up the footage for just a few seconds, the Gharial finally started to do his deep dive animation. I hit the undo button, putting all of the concrete and rocks back, and our theory worked exactly how we had planned. The Gharial's now deep diving. It's legitimately almost impossible to put into words how excited I was to see this finally happen. This habitat was a complete struggle to build, and I realistically spent more time trying to get the Gharial to go under the surface of the water than I did actually building the habitat itself, so this was incredibly satisfying, and I'm so glad we pulled it off. Like usual, if you have any name suggestions for our lone problematic male Gharial, feel free to leave them in the comments below. Unfortunately, I do think that's where we're going to have to call today's episode. Feel free to let me know in the comments what you think of the habitat. I for one really like it, but I'm always curious to hear what you guys have to say. Your feedback truly is invaluable to the channel. Kingpin out for now. See you guys next time. With the spring season in full bloom, Keystone Wilds is setting records in attendance once again. Guests are arriving by the busload and enjoying the warmer weather, just as much as our roster of animals are. With the heat comes the crowds, and the crowds expect animals to be available for viewing. During the colder months of the year, it's simply impossible to have every species out. Birds, and especially our cold-blooded reptiles, don't do particularly well in the colder climates. However, with the start of our spring season, we're pleased to announce that every single species held within Keystone Wilds is back in their original habitat. From our entrance animals all the way to the far-off plains of Baobab Safari, you're surely going to have plenty to do at our zoo. The only species on site we're currently missing out on are our butterflies, as most, if not all of them, have finally made their way back north along their migration path. Keystone Park, our sister location and previous project, have reported sightings of almost every single species found this winter at Keystone Wilds. They're certainly going to be back next winter when they migrate back south, but for now their garden is going to remain empty, patiently awaiting their return. In case you're new here, welcome! This is Keystone Wilds, a long-term Planet Zoo project where we aim to build realistic habitats as well as tell conservation-driven stories about the species that call them home. We don't just build habitats here, we build a world and narrative as well, and we're happy to have you along for the ride. Lately we've been working tirelessly behind the scenes on completing our private ambassador animal building. Here, VIP guests are going to be able to get up close and personal with our ambassador animal of the month, and learn even more about the species we share our Earth with. This month's ambassador animal is the Japanese raccoon dog, a favorite among many. You can read all about them in this month's issue of the Keystone Ambassador Animal magazine, which releases exclusively to members of Club Keystone on the first of each month. If you'd like to sign up for a subscription yourself, consider becoming a channel member using the link in the video's description or on the channel homepage. We pour a ton of effort into each month's issue, always innovating and improving on what came before it, ensuring a high quality and professional product that I'm very proud to have my name and logo on. While Keystone Wilds and our allies are absolutely crushing it with our various programs and conservation efforts all around the globe, something we here have recently been neglecting are our own educational enrichment items in our own backyard. At our sister zoo, Keystone Park, we held various shows and animal talks across the entire zoo year-round, which is something that Keystone Wilds to this point has lacked. We're currently working on finding a solution for this issue, and are actively hiring educators and working on routes for tours and animal talks at Keystone Wilds. We'll be sure to keep you up to date with our plans here, as they're much closer to arrival than you may think. One of the most important moments of this season didn't come from a new habitat or any record-breaking crowd. It happened very quietly behind the scenes. We're incredibly proud to announce the birth of a southern white rhinoceros calf here at Keystone Wilds. Both his mother and the calf itself are doing well despite some late-term pregnancy troubles, and the young rhino is already showing signs of confidence and curiosity. Southern white rhinos are currently listed as a near-threatened species as per the IUCN, with an estimated wild population of around 18,000 individuals scattered across the African savanna. While one individual may seem insignificant in comparison to the total, this can't be any further from the truth. Our newborn calf has the ability to inspire people just like you and me into truly making a difference in the world we all share together. This is the secret superpower of zoos. By educating and informing the public, they're spreading the passion of wildlife conservation to all who attend. If you have any name suggestions for our male southern white rhinoceros calf, feel free to leave them in the comments below. This momentous occasion also helps reinforce why pachyderms sit at the heart of Keystone Wilds. Species like rhinoceros, and especially elephants, are considered keystone species. This, in very short, means they're absolutely essential to the environment around them, as if you remove them from the population, the entire ecosystem would crash. If you'd like to see some amazing pachyderms for yourself, Keystone Wilds already houses several, with some exciting news coming very soon from the Asian Trek about a couple more. Lately at Keystone Wilds, all of our hard work and effort has gone into the completion of our newest section, the Asian Trek. On this trail, unlike anything before seen at a Keystone Zoo, you're truly going to be transported into the jungles of Southeast Asia in our most immersive experience to date. Our animals can be right above you, or even freely roaming about right behind you, making plenty of noise and putting you right into their home habitats the whole way through. Our roster here so far includes the North Sulawesi babirusa, both male and female but never at the same time, a group of stealthy Malaysian leaf insects, a sizable colony of giant spectacled flying foxes, a pair of harmonizing siamang with a baby soon to be on the way, a duo of free-roaming peafowl, and most recently a solitary and now unproblematic gharial. In case you missed the last episode, we easily built a gharial habitat and didn't run into a single problem along the way. What was that video called? Oh yeah. In case you missed the last episode, we struggled and fought to build a gharial habitat that both naturally fits into the Asian Trek, but also is capable of the deep dive requirements the gharial has. On paper, this was exceedingly simple. We've dealt with this exact issue before several times over and in much tighter space requirements. The gharial, on the other hand, was a different beast entirely, with some of the largest hitboxes in the game, especially among deep diving animals. Building both an immersive habitat and a working habitat was no easy feat. Despite all of this, we somehow managed to deliver once more, constructing a sleek and modern habitat for one of the planet's most ancient animals. Meet Irritator, our lone male gharial. Despite their species' extremely poor IUCN rating, we've been unable to find a potential mate for him, leaving Irritator by himself for the time being. While this may not be the best outcome for the species in general, Irritator himself doesn't seem to mind at all. He can be commonly found swimming at all of the depths in his sizable pool. When he's not in the water, typically guests are going to be able to see him basking on the shores, or even enjoying a frozen treat. Like with most reptiles found at Keystone Wilds, this is all but the extent of his daily routine. Although predictable, he will still serve us well as a perfect example of both resilience and adaptation. As mentioned, the gharial is now sadly the holder of the most endangered species in all of Keystone Wilds, and simply by existing here is going to help educate guests on their situation, as well as help the individual potentially grow passionate enough to act on the species' behalf. Conservation is a story that absolutely needs to be told, and since the animals themselves can't talk, it's up to all of us to speak on their behalf. If you'd like to further support the ongoing construction and development of Keystone Wilds, please consider joining Club Keystone. Members receive early access to videos, exclusive access to the Ambassador magazine, which as a reminder releases on the first of each month, and your name will forever be permanently etched on our wall of donors as a token of our appreciation. If you enjoyed today's episode, please consider subscribing. Your support isn't just appreciated, it's absolutely essential. As you likely know, Planet Zoo content on YouTube is lacking a bit lately, and it's very difficult to get momentum going behind the scenes without audience engagement. By liking, subscribing, and even sharing with your friends, you're helping creators like myself more than you could possibly imagine. If you look at the overall roster of Keystone Wilds, you'll find that we have plenty of smaller species that are certainly popular with our guests. The otters, little penguins, and especially our multiple troops of various different primates never fail to bring in the large crowds. Despite their massive popularity, it pales in comparison to our crown jewel baobab safari. Our absolutely enormous reserve is home to dozens of species from the savannas of Africa, and houses nearly every big-ticket animal at Keystone Wilds. From the critically endangered black rhinoceros to the towering heights of our reticulated giraffe, we certainly have plenty of exciting sights to see on the safari tour. The rest of Keystone Wilds is relatively limited in scope and scale. We lack that big-ticket animal on the eastern side of the zoo that's going to help draw in the larger crowds. Luckily, the Asian track has one final massive plot of land ready for construction to begin, as we've drawn up plans for our biggest habitat at the zoo to date, a stellar pachyderm house built to house two separate species, the first of which being the Indian elephant. We have a herd of 3 females in our veterinary care as we speak. They sadly were brought to our facilities injured, and our head vet is doing absolutely everything she can to mend their wounds. It's critical we build them a beautiful and detailed habitat today because the Indian elephant is an endangered species with an estimated wild population of 41 to 52,000, which honestly seems like a lot. They can be found all over India and the surrounding nations, needing 862 square meters of land and 67 square meters of water. This means the habitat is already going to be pretty big, but remember, this is only half of it. Indian elephants are very social animals, especially the females. They live in tight-knit herds. Since we don't currently have a male on our roster, we don't have to worry about their dominance or mating systems whatsoever. Good thing this is a matriarchal species. Like most intelligent animals, the Indian elephant boasts a wide array of enrichment items they can have access to. This surprisingly makes the building process a lot easier because we have a ton of different options we can use in the habitat. It looks like the Indian elephant gains cohabitation bonuses from the black buck, Malayan tapir, nilgai, as well as the proboscis monkey, which is a bit strange. They're uncommon in zoos. However, we're not going to be building for any of them today. The Sussex chicken is a domesticated animal with a population in the wild that's actually unknown. Wait, wrong page. The Indian rhinoceros is a vulnerable species with a wild population of 2,575. As you can probably tell, their habitat range is significantly smaller than that of the Indian elephant, but their land requirement is actually a little bit larger, needing about 1,000 square meters total. The Indian rhinoceros is a solitary animal, being led by a dominant alpha male, which is exactly what we're bringing into Keystone Wilds. Despite both being pachyderms from Asia, it seems like the Indian rhinoceros and Indian elephant are polar opposites in nearly every way. They do have a fair amount of overlap in their habitat enrichment items, so we're going to have to divide them up pretty evenly between the two. They also have a slightly different cohabitation roster. However, like we mentioned with the Indian elephants, we're not going to be utilizing any of them today. With the addition of these 2 final pachyderms into our ranks, Keystone Wilds' budget is being pushed to the absolute limits. We have the funds necessary to do this habitat justice, but think of this as the climax of the zoo. Between Baobab Safari and our work today, we'll have a huge draw to both sides of Keystone Wilds, leaving us with very small habitats in between to fill out the remainder of our time here. Not many zoos can say they house 3 separate species of rhinoceros, 2 different elephants, and have even more pachyderms to spare after that. And comparing the roster of Keystone Wilds to that which came before it at Keystone Park really does show how far we've come in what feels like such a short amount of time. That being said, we can reminisce after the Asian trek is completed, and we certainly have a gargantuan task ahead of us today before that can happen. This habitat is large, being split into 3 sections for 2 different species. The third section is going to be a bull yard for the elephants for a potential future breeding program, with the female herd being stationed right below it, and our Indian rhino having the left side to himself closer to the gharial habitat. Since this is going to be the complete eastern border of Keystone Wilds, all of the staff facilities we have are a bit further away than I would have liked, especially for species that are going to require 24/7 care like our Indian rhinos and elephants. That means at the very least we're going to be implementing a keeper hut, staff room, as well as a veterinary center. Whenever dealing with a habitat of this scale, I always like to include the essentials to make it almost a self-running zoo itself. By tinkering around with the work zones, we can keep the efficiency of the Asian trek going since this habitat is going to be off on its own. The guest viewing of this habitat is going to be unlike anything we've made in Keystone Wilds up to this point, as the staff access path is actually going to be directly in front of the guest viewing. Most, if not all, pachyderms are such powerful animals that standard glass isn't going to be enough to keep them out, meaning we're going to need a much stronger fence to keep them away from the glass but also provide the guest with an excellent view. This isn't going to be easy, but I think I have an idea. Back at Keystone Park, we designed and implemented a fence that served a very similar purpose. Its job was to keep the American bison at bay during keeper talks, and I think we'll be able to reuse it here. I cut it down into much smaller segments, and placed it all over the perimeter of the enclosures, making sure to run it straight down the middle so the 2 species don't technically share any habitat space. With everything roughly where it should be, and the guests safe from the pachyderms once they eventually arrive, I figured now's a great time to start lining out the outside of the habitat. I began by completely getting rid of the glass viewing. I'd used pieces that were on the grid simply for a visual when I was implementing the interior fence, but now I wanted to make it look nicer. Admittedly, at this point in the build process, I was still a bit unsure of how I wanted the interior to actually look. I had plenty of inspiration from our flying fox house, however I wanted to do a little bit differently, so instead of making something official that would be really hard to change later, I instead used black plaster for all of the highlights. This way if it shows through it won't be the end of the world, but it's also acting as a perfect temporary fill-in as I figure out the rest of the design elements later on in the process. The shaping is absolutely final. However, it just doesn't look pretty yet, but we can always change that later. While not having much in mind for the inside of the habitat, I know exactly how I want the exterior to look. We're going to be utilizing the same tan piece of plaster that we've used for a variety of buildings in the Asian trek so far. This is because it's the exact same color we used for the front of our Siamang indoor viewing, and it's so close to the pachyderm house we can actually just merge the 2 into one building. Technically speaking, I guess this building has 3 species instead of 2. The second and far more important reason we use the plaster for the exterior is because it's going to gel extremely well with our habitat wall design, as the main design element here is simply going to be the breeze block wall. The gray blocks are going to be set about 3 meters off the ground to prevent damages to the walls from any potentially rampaging pachyderms, but it's also going to help blend in the sandy floors to the tan walls without making the entire habitat look just one color. The transition it provides is really subtle but also critical in the overall design. I guess you could say that if we took it away, the entire habitat would collapse. They should really make a word for that. Typically with species this large, I never use any items that are going to impact the traversable area. However, if these PVC screen curtains, I actually know for a fact that they're not going to bother the elephants one bit. We've used them in a previous elephant build. No, not that one. This one. Now that the interior space of the shared portion are finally in place, I want to start lining each of the pachyderms' outdoor yards. The Indian rhino is going to be the first one guests are going to see if they follow the standard path through the trek, so it makes the most sense to me to start here. To begin, I took our fence design and placed it completely around the perimeter of the habitat, utilizing only the pole parts and not the connectors in places where the staff would need to get through. No rhino, not even a newborn, could squeeze through these gaps, but a person easily could for any reason, and rhinos can provide plenty. With the fence firmly in place, I needed to get a curb and some foliage down to ensure that the guests don't wander too close. The curb was simple enough, using some concrete and really easy angles to guide the path. The foliage was a bit more involved, but equally as simple. When placing the buffalo grass, I was very careful to make sure some was actually growing inside of the habitat. This is going to give the Indian rhino opportunities to come close to the fence while grazing. Without getting too ahead, we're going to be utilizing a slightly open roof in the inside of the habitat, so I thought it would make a lot of sense to put their mud pool in here in case it ever would rain. Each pachyderm in the habitat is also going to have a fairly sizable backstage with 2 different rooms. This is where their bedding is going to be. I finished up the outside with a hanging barrel feeder and a tire, 2 things that aren't going to be found in the elephants portion. With the way we set up the enrichment items, the Indian rhinos are going to have valid reasons to visit every portion of their habitat. They're going to sleep in the backstage, play in the middle, and they can eat in the outside. After having the outline of the rhino habitat all but finished, I figured it was about time to start designing the exterior of the building. It's going to look drastically different on the elephant side and go more in its own direction, but here I wanted to make it feel more like the flying fox house we built before. There, we utilized a nice and unique color of wood not present anywhere else in Keystone Wilds, so I wanted to bring it back here but more as an accent color and texture on the front of the building. To get the shaping of the pachyderm house exactly right, we utilize a lot of these 1 meter tall plaster walls. By using shorter pieces instead of the 4 meter tall variants, it helps us be a little bit more versatile on our angles. By using some basic geometry and realizing that 45 plus 45 degrees equals 90 degrees, we were able to get a perfectly straight line to help build the roof later. We were both able to get some really nice and creative shaping on the front, but also make the roof significantly easier to build later by squaring it off. After a quick run over of the efficiency of a foliage brush, the front of the pachyderm house was finally looking complete. None of the design elements are necessarily new in the Asian Trek, but it all harkens back to previous builds. But now I say it's about time we do start on something new. Let's work on a detailed backstage. From these angles, the sheer scale of this habitat should become evident, so let's make our lives a little bit easier and cut down on the workload of this habitat by completely filling in the 2 backstages. This should be relatively easy as we don't have to care so much for the look since at no point will a guest ever be back here. To begin, I actually started off by searching the console workshop for some fencing, and if you know anything about the console workshop, finding something to our standard is typically next to impossible. Thankfully, Painterest 501's backstage fence set is exactly what we needed for this situation. This allows us perfectly to make individual stalls for our pachyderms that are able to be opened and closed when necessary, and after throwing on a quick asphalt roof with some skylights built in, I was able to add in some small but crucial details to tie the place together. Decals are a given, but we were also able to creatively utilize the guest curb barrier into the backstage as a safety feature, placing it directly in front of the pachyderm stalls. Climate control is also one of the most important and overlooked details in a backstage, as if you're going to have animals back here, they might get too hot or too cold just like you or I would. It's nothing too fancy or extravagant, but that's the exact point of a backstage. It's built for purpose, not spectacle. What's important is that it's large enough for a single Indian rhino to be housed, and if we ever manage to get our hands on a second one, we can house it as well. While the elephant backstage is nearly twice the size, ultimately it was the exact same build, just a little bit larger of the stall doors. With all systems ready though, I think it's finally about time we start working on the outside of the habitats. Let's begin at the elephants, as it's going to be a fair bit more involved. It definitely wasn't easy, but I've managed to close off the entire pachyderm house, completely finalizing the shaping of the outside. We've added a few small details and even name-dropped the project, paying homage to our questionable roots, and overall have constructed quite the structure. This leaves us with some small final details and additions to add to the indoor portions of the habitats, and some more important details to add to the exterior near the elephant viewing. The first thing I aim to do is fill up the ceiling because it was looking a little bit bare without some ducts and other vents running through it. Details that in real life would serve an actual purpose, such as these air conditioning vents, really help flesh out the realism of your builds. They're one of my favorite little things to add to a structure that otherwise looks a bit bare. Due to the limitation of the lighting engine in Planet Zoo, there's not really a whole lot we can do about the overall darkness of the build, but adding some ceiling lights is going to help a little bit. After adding the details that are directly connected to the ceiling, I came down one layer lower and added in these water pipes that would transport water from one side of the enclosure to the other. Typically I wouldn't go this in depth with the details, however I thought if I could use special effects I could almost have the water appear to be flowing down into the pool. After placing a pipe set 90 degrees off of the original and using the special effects, it actually turned out a lot better than I expected, and I really like the effect. When dealing with larger animals, terrain work is really easy. The entire base of the floor is sand, so what I do instead is wherever the pachyderms are likely to walk, realistically between their enrichment items and maybe outside to inside, I then use soil to represent the sand being matted down and kicked away by the animals. From here, to further detail the floors, I use a little bit of rocks and even less foliage. It doesn't make sense for a ton of plants to be in here, it is inside and extremely sandy, but by using some dry buffalo grass and some dry din grass, it really helps sell the illusion of the arid feel. It really is amazing just how much a few critical details can completely change the way a build looks, and I'm especially glad that we are able to incorporate some motion, which is by far one of my favorite ways to detail a build. I carried this momentum and built two statues representing the species that call this habitat home. The first is a campaign reward for the Indian rhinoceros, and the second highlights the elephant's curiosity as well as their dexterity, messing with the vanishing giant sign. I really think this is going to work well as an iconic landmark in Keystone Wilds. It also helps that it's going to overlook one of the best sightlines in the entire zoo, the elephant's pool, but in order to make the sightline work, we first have to build it. There's absolutely no shame in reusing assets on a project this big. This fence worked perfectly fine on the interior, so there's absolutely no reason why it can't work outside as well. Wherein it's going to be different is the presentation, because outside it's not entirely flat like it was in the interior, and we're going to be using the elephant's inability to climb against them. The heavy-duty fence covers a wide majority of the habitat, however obviously there's areas where it's not present. In the elephant's pool, we're going to be building a big concrete backdrop that's going to be completely impossible for the elephants to traverse over. It's going to be a lot taller than they are. Like normal, I began by lining the entire bottom of the pool with concrete. From here, I used a slightly lighter color and began to line the backs of the wall. Using some mulch and later some foliage, I was able to blend the two seamlessly of the path. After reusing the water feature we designed on the interior of the habitat, I was able to give the elephants a couple of different fountains to play in. With the main details firmly in place, the rest of the process simply was making it look a little bit better. By using some wild hedges, creosote bushes, and some temperate rocks, I was able to capture a really natural look. You may think we have a really long way to go with the rest of the habitat, and while that technically is true, it's actually not going to be as tough as you're thinking. Most, if not all of the foliage work is going to involve blending the temperate rocks together with the soil, and that's pretty much all we did during the entire 6-episode stretch of Baobab Safari. This means it's still pretty much second nature to do this efficiently. Using a lot of marula trees, we were able to get it done quick. But now we're still left with a very wide open elephant habitat, and we need to add a little bit more detail in. Luckily, we just have to do the exact same thing we did on the interior. Quite literally all we did was add some very basic textures, mainly different species of grass and some different colors of rocks, but it made a world of difference. Now though, I'm thinking it's time we bring the elephant herd into the habitat and see what they think. After an extensive stay in Keystone Wilds veterinary care, I'm incredibly pleased to report that the trio of female Indian elephants are finally ready to explore the bulk of their habitat. Attentive viewers are going to notice some immediate differences between the Indian elephants and the African savanna elephants we house in Baobab Safari. Mainly, the Indian elephants have significantly smaller ears. It's not just the ears, as the entire animal is a little bit smaller than their African counterparts. However, they make up for the lack of size with an extremely playful energy. Our trio of Indian elephants are always trying to manipulate the environment or mess around with something. It's very evident that these are extremely intelligent and curious animals. Despite being slightly smaller than their African counterparts, they're still very powerful as well, able to throw around their tire enrichment items with ease. Upon first entering the habitat, they also proved to be very mischievous, splashing any keeper who came close to their fence with a big heap of dust. It's certainly going to take some time for the Keystone Wild staff to gain the trust of these incredibly intelligent pachyderms. Luckily, time is something both parties involved have plenty of, as the Indian elephant has among the longest lifespans in the entire animal kingdom. Like usual, if you have any name suggestions for our trio of female Asian elephants, please let me know in the comments below. While you're down there, also let me know what you think of their habitat. I for one am incredibly happy with how it turned out, and I think the trio is equally as content, as they've explored every single inch of the habitat. An elephant's mastery of their territory is among the most impressive in the entire animal kingdom. Their memories truly can rival that of man. That being said though, there's another pachyderm that we still have to build for today. While the indoor habitat of the Indian rhinoceros is 100% completed, just like that of our Indian elephant, their outdoor yard is still yet to be touched. For the sake of consistency, we're going to be building things extremely similar to the outdoor yard of the Indian elephant. Most tend to go for a more swampy habitat for the Indian rhinoceros. However, with things just now being put into place with the Indian elephant, we don't want to do too much construction. This habitat is instead going to be very similar to our black rhinoceros enclosure, which you can find in Baobab Safari. It's going to be so similar, in fact, we're going to begin the habitat by stealing his backdrop. By placing this mass of foliage and rock at varying different heights around the enclosure, it's not going to look like a repeated texture whatsoever since there's so much going on within. Since this habitat is technically the eastern border of Keystone Wilds, I'm going to start implementing some trees that are more native to the region and not necessarily tied to the theme of the Asian trek. This is because I want this area to blend into the wilderness that isn't even really Keystone Wilds property. The end result of this habitat is going to look very similar to our Indian elephant enclosure, however this is going to be a little bit more rocky. The other way we're going to very subtly differentiate it from what came before is by adding little patches of buffalo grass growing under the fence. All things considered, that habitat was extremely easy to put together. It's really basic, but we didn't skimp out on any details. I think one thing that's going to make it look even better though is an Indian rhinoceros stomping about. Let's get him into the habitat. just like that, Keystone Wilds now houses every single species of rhino in Planet Zoo. Our Indian rhinoceros was slow to explore the bulk of his habitat, taking his time and perfectly calculating every single step, but eventually once he got comfortable in his new surroundings, he was very eager to explore. The window of opportunity to view this beautiful animal is a bit small on the exterior, but for a solitary and shy creature, this is exactly what he would want. Just like the African elephant to the Indian elephant, the Indian rhinoceros looks a fair bit different than his African counterparts, but he has specially designed evolutionary traits that help him survive in the environments of India as opposed to the savannas of Africa. Since the Indian rhinoceros is a shy animal, it's going to take him a little bit longer to adjust into life in captivity at Keystone Wilds, and I think we should give him his space. With that finally marks the completion of Keystone Wilds' Asian Trek, and I really do hope you guys enjoyed the final product. To have this many rare and endangered species in a safe environment truly is something special, and it wouldn't have been possible without each and every one of you, so thank you so much. Just because the Asian Trek has seen its final habitat doesn't mean Keystone Wilds is finished just yet. We'll be back next time with another quality addition to the zoo, but until then, Kingpin out. See you then. Over the past year, we've been developing a vast and untamed wilderness into a thriving zoo and equally successful business. Keystone Wilds used the lessons learned and the resources gained from our previous project Keystone Park and quickly became a leading beacon for wildlife conservation in the Midwest United States. From local pollinators to species found across the globe, from species abundant in the wild to those who are in dire need of our help, we truly do have a little bit of everything here. Our hard work not only has brought numerous baby animals into the world who can in turn help their populations potentially recover, but arguably more importantly, we've brought a small spark back into the people who call this community home. Seeing our guests and fans of Keystone Wilds be just as passionate about wildlife and conservation as we are truly does help us continue amidst all the difficulties that the zoo business can throw your way. It truly is because of you all that Keystone Wilds has gotten this far, and we're not quite done yet. In case you're new here, this is Keystone Wilds, a long-term Planet Zoo project where we aim to build realistic habitats as well as tell conservation-driven stories about the species that call them home. We don't just build habitats here, we build a world and narrative as well, and we're happy to have you along for the ride. Guests have been patiently waiting for our newest expansion to finish construction for months, and we're pleased to announce that the wait is officially over. The Asian Trek is here. On this absolutely unforgettable journey inspired by Disney's Animal Kingdom's Maharaja Trek, immersion was at the absolute top of our priority list during construction. Animals can be found below you, above you, or even right next to you. You'll have to keep your head on a swivel to truly experience everything within. From the agility and acrobatics of our duo, soon-to-be trio of Siamang, to the grace and quiet of our lone Gariel, to the newest additions, our Vanishing Giants, we're certain the trek is going to have something for you to enjoy. Veteran fans of Keystone Park likely remember our various animal talk shows scattered across the zoo, helping guests learn a lot more about some of the Keystone species that we share our planet with. Today we're very pleased to announce that with the opening of the Asian Trek, we've brought this feature to Keystone Wilds as well. Inside our brand new pachyderm house, you're going to be able to find an Indian elephant and Indian rhino talk show. Our educator is trained of our Keystone Park veterans, and is certainly going to put on quite the show for all to enjoy. The grand opening of the Asian Trek was an absolute hit with guests both in person at Keystone Wilds and our virtual audience at home. But like we've said many times, the worst thing you can do with success in the short term is grow complacent. Now, more than ever, it's time to put our foot on the gas and continue to grow the Keystone brand. To start, we wanted to bring something into our zoo that's nearly impossible to see anywhere else. As you likely know, the Keystone Ambassador program has been going strong for 5 months now, and we've covered some truly unique and bizarre species found from every corner of the world. May's ambassador species, however, is probably the most bizarre animal on the planet, the platypus. If you're curious as to why, you can learn all about it in this month's issue of the Keystone Ambassador magazine, available to everybody right now using the link in the description. In case this is your first time or you're in need of a reminder, the Keystone Ambassador magazine releases on the first of each month and covers an animal who typically isn't housed at one of our zoos. It's an educational and professional quality virtual magazine typically exclusive to members of Club Keystone that you too can check out this month completely for free. Inside you'll find heaps of educational information, fun facts and behind the scenes information about Keystone Wilds and Keystone Park, and even some fun activities to get your brain moving. If you like what you see and want to check out the other issues just like it, Club Keystone memberships start as low as $3.99 per month. Unlike our other ambassador animals, the platypus is not being held behind the scenes. You can actually visit them right now at Keystone Wilds at our little penguin habitat. It's temporarily been refurbished to house these bizarre mammals. They're an incredibly rare sight in captivity, and you can learn exactly why and what makes them so strange in the Keystone Ambassador magazine. In case you missed the last episode, we constructed our brand new and final addition to the Asian Trek, Vanishing Giants. This state-of-the-art pachyderm house is home to 2 separate species that are in very dire need of human intervention, the Indian rhinoceros and Indian elephant. With the recent opening of the Trek, our staff were slightly concerned about the well-being of our pachyderms, since they're still in a period of adjustment. As an absolute last resort, Keystone Wilds staff was prepared to use our currently vacant bull yard, but luckily this wasn't necessary as our new herds seemed to enjoy the company. Meet Kelly, Hannah, and Darby. Our trio of ladies have adjusted into life at Keystone Wilds remarkably well, and already have an absolute mastery of their territory. From our time working with our African elephants in Baobab Safari, we were fully aware of an elephant's intelligence and capabilities. However, this herd was truly something different entirely. Despite both being elephants, of course, our two herds are nothing alike at all. Where our African elephants typically spend their time trying to stay cool and beat the heat, our trio of females are much more playful. Keystone staff believes this is because our Asian elephant herd lacks a bull at the moment, but we can't be positive quite yet. Elephants are only half of the Vanishing Giants enclosure, though, as they share an indoor habitat with our solitary Indian rhinoceros. Meet Kavicha. He's rather shy and can typically be found enjoying his mud wallows. This is because while a rhino's skin is very durable, it's also extremely sensitive to the elements, and they've learned that they can use mud as almost a primitive form of sunscreen. Indian rhinos like Kavicha are typically smaller than their African counterparts. They're normally a very solitary species, however Kavicha spends a considerable amount of time indoors listening to the vocal herd he shares his home with. They seem to get along well, or at the very least tolerate each other's presence. Vanishing Giants is far and away the largest single building in all of Keystone Wilds. Adding to that our large roster of pretty expensive animals, including 3 separate species of rhinoceros, and even with the added capital from the success of Keystone Park, we're starting to run dangerously low on funds for expansion. Just because we're not starting a brand new section today, though, doesn't mean we can't bring a quality addition to Keystone Wilds on a tighter budget. Africa is an absolutely excellent choice for a slight upgrade, as it already has a showstopper attraction in Baobab Safari that doesn't require any sort of improvement. This is the crown jewel of the entire Keystone name, bringing guests within near touching distance of over 20 truly incredible creatures both large and small. While Baobab Safari will still remain unchanged, the supporting area around it could use an upgrade. Construction has already begun on an expansion to our base African section, and with some luck and good fortune, after all, maybe we'll have enough fuel in the tank for a little bit more. Let's build a rock-solid foundation for our final adventure at Keystone Wilds. If you'd like to further support the ongoing construction and development of Keystone Wilds, please consider joining Club Keystone. Members receive early access to videos, exclusive access to the Ambassador magazine, which as a reminder releases on the 1st of each month, and your name will forever be permanently etched on our wall of donors as a token of our appreciation. If you enjoyed today's episode, please consider subscribing. Your support isn't just appreciated, it's absolutely essential. As you likely know, Planet Zoo content on YouTube is lacking a bit lately, and it's very difficult to get momentum going behind the scenes without audience engagement. By liking, subscribing, and even sharing with your friends, you're helping creators like myself more than you could possibly imagine. Keystone Wilds African section can be found on the left side of the zoo from our main entrance plaza, right across the bridge near our white-faced Saki enclosure. Unlike other areas of the zoo, such as the Himalayan highlands or even the Asian Trek, Africa doesn't necessarily have a theme to it. It's a far more generic African section, and this is absolutely by design. By keeping Africa simple, it highlights Baobab Safari, which is the true draw to the area of the zoo. Despite Africa being a bit generic, it doesn't mean we slacked on the theming whatsoever, as it has a completely distinct look and feel from the rest of Keystone Wilds and highlights some very unique and bizarre species as well. From our clan of spotted hyena to our lone aardvark, it's immediately apparent that the continent of Africa has some very unique and interesting species. While adding to this rather small roster may seem trivial due to the abundance of African species available, it gets much more difficult when you remember that Baobab Safari already houses over 20 of them. From the okapi to our troop of mandrill, to the newborn baby Rambi, Baobab Safari is extremely diverse in its roster. Our expansion today takes us east of the spotted hyena enclosure, which before now was previously uncharted territory at Keystone Wilds, save for some behind-the-scenes necessities and operations. With construction already having begun thanks to another very talented creator, we're finally ready to break ground on our next habitat. The meerkat is a highly social species that's least concerned according to the IUCN with a population in the wild that's actually unknown, but since they're a least concerned species, we can assume this number is very high. It's nearly impossible to get an accurate population census on them, since they spend a ton of their lives underground. Meerkats are one of the most common animals in captivity, and this is because they're very easy to take care of. They only need 180 square meters of land requirement, and absolutely nothing else. Even their boundary requirements are pretty light. They're not exactly escape artists, but they do dig. Meerkats actually have a fairly unique social structure, being led by an alpha female. While they are an extremely social species, there can't be too many bachelors of one gender in the group. To make things easy, for every 2 to 3 females, add a male. Meerkats have a semi-limited amount of enrichment items, but there's hardly any filler here. Items like the tunnel and especially the termite mound are amazing to include in an enclosure. Lastly, the meerkat actually does share cohabitation benefits with our aardvark, which we have built for at Keystone Wilds already, but it's unlikely these two groups are ever going to meet. The purpose of this enclosure is to bridge the gap between what was before and what's coming, meaning that we need this to match the build style of the previous African section, but also act as a very smooth transition into Keystone Wilds' final major expansion. This is a lot easier said than done, because while much of Africa that already exists in the area is built with plaster, today I'd like to incorporate a lot more wood to match with our new snack stand. Thankfully, as we learned in the Zoopedia, this habitat doesn't need to take up a ton of space, as our mob of meerkats is actually within our veterinary care as we speak. Sadly, meerkat participate in... how can I say that without getting demonetized? Friendly fire at the highest rate among mammals, with nearly 20% of all meerkats meeting their end due to another meerkat. This is actually how we came into care for the clan, as these meerkats were survivors of another group's version of Order 66.
The time has come. Execute Order 66.
Yes, my lord.
These meerkats are gonna both need a safe and secure habitat not only to rehab, but also regain trust in one another. Let's get to work. Whenever breaking ground on a new project, it's absolutely critical that you understand the location in the zoo in which you're going to be building. In this instance, the backdrop of the meerkat habitat is going to be sharing space with the backdrop of a different habitat, the okapi, and it's going to be absolutely critical that we don't screw up this sightline, because it's the very first impression guests have upon riding Baobab Safari. If we add too much foliage, guests are never going to be able to see the okapi, but if we don't add enough foliage, the meerkat habitat is going to stand out in the wrong way. The solution is surprisingly simple, as we already have placed a decent amount of mulch many episodes ago for the okapi's backdrop. What we need to do from here is place a bunch of faux rocks to separate the mulch from the sand. From here we can borrow the rock curb from outside of... not you. By using Baobab Safari faux rock curb, we can line the path and completely separate it from the sand. Once this is in place, we'll have two different areas for foliage to be placed. The mulch where it's going to be much more lush to protect the okapi, and the sand where it's going to be a little bit more toned down. As a final precaution to stop any guest and okapi interactions, I added a very simple chain link fence to block off the backside of the habitat. From here it was an amazing time to use the standard Keystone Wilds foliage palette. I used some of the bigger and bulkier plants to line the chain link fence and even the retaining wall at the back of the okapi habitat, and used some of the drier variants to line the rocks and the sand. It's nothing too special, but it was never meant to be. We set out to make a nice looking backdrop and we succeeded in exactly that. Now we can start in the meerkat habitat itself. Since this habitat is going to be on the basic side, I wanted to go overboard with the theming on the surrounding areas. In pretty much every patch of terrain and on the sides of most buildings, there's plenty of meerkat imagery to go around. It's one of those details at the zoo that a guest might not necessarily even notice when walking by. However, if they do notice, it's going to make this section of the zoo that much more memorable. Like we read in the Zoopedia, this habitat isn't going to be very big at all, only taking place within this small soil patch next to the path. One of the first steps I always do is use the terrain paintbrush to mark up where I want key features of the habitat to be. In this instance, it was very easy because other than this implied backstage back here, pretty much all that's going to be in this habitat is a barrier, which we already have painted in, and a small patch of foliage on this side to make it look a little bit dynamic. To stop a basic habitat from looking bland, elevation is the key to success. Utilizing different heights and by mixing low ground with some high ground, it makes the habitat infinitely more interesting to look at. It's a bit difficult to tell, but in Baobab Safari's loading station we used huts made out of Arctic wood in circles to make a really convincing hut design. We'll be using a very similar process to make the meerkat's implied backstage. We'll detail it up and make it look a fair bit more complex later, but for now I just want to get everything into place. I then use the exact same kind of plaster that we've been using to accompany the path, and make a slight overhang into the habitat. Where the rectangles met, I use circles to soften the edges and further hide the terrain. This is eventually where the guest viewing is going to be, and by using the terrain subtract feature I was able to get the terrain completely away from the overhang. Guests are going to be looking down through glass at this habitat, and to ensure that the meerkats can't escape by digging through it, I lined the bottom of the plaster with painted bricks. For the backdrop I went with a very basic in-game concrete barrier, and I think this gets the job done, but we still have plenty of work to do. One of the first and far most important things to do when starting a habitat is to find your anchor point. What this typically is a large landmark located somewhere in the habitat that you can build everything else off of. It's a strategy to build that we've used multiple times throughout Keystone Wilds, even if you haven't noticed it before. In today's build, our anchor point is going to be the implied backstage, which is going to be a hut based off of Baobab Safari. This is going to give Africa a nice bit of cohesion because Baobab Safari and the meerkat enclosure so far are about as far apart as you can possibly get. By sharing critical elements of the builds, it should make the area feel a lot more immersive. To start, I used the exact same Australian log and placed it in the dead center of the build. This allowed me to easily line up the roof on top. From there I duplicated and rotated the log exactly 90 degrees, ensuring that it went through the hut on both sides evenly. From here it was very easy to duplicate over this new log formation and add supports in increments that are very even. And now that the basic foundation is done, we can start to hammer it with details. To begin, I actually ruined the standard circle that we had, and used a piece of Arctic wood that was more rectangular, and connected the hut up to the wall. This is going to be a faux door. Remember, this is just an implied backstage. Nothing is actually going to be going on back here, which makes our job today a lot easier. And if you notice, that door actually has a texture that lets us peek through and see the Arctic wood behind it, which we really don't want. And one little tip that you can do is use a black piece of thin plaster like we used over at our Gharial habitat, take that and put it right behind the door. Since it's really dark now, it implies that there's space back here, as opposed to the wood texture that just makes the entire thing look phony. And to finish off the staff access, I used a thatch roof with a much smaller diameter so it would organically weave into the roof. Details are going to be a bit tricky to add over the curved sides of the hut, so instead I added some ropes between the supports that we can hang stuff off of later. After prepping for the details, I realized that we didn't have a way for the meerkats themselves to get into the implied backstage, only staff. To fix that, I used and modified a design we've been using since the Keystone Park bison enclosure, and simply made a type of garage door of some metal beams and wood for supports. Unlike our other variations of this exact design, this garage door is perpetually going to be down since the meerkats won't actually be back here. However, it's nice that it's here to imply that they can. Since the meerkats have access to the habitat burrows, odds are they're going to be spending a lot of time down there anyways. I'm pretty happy with the base construction of this hut, however what it really needs is an African paint job. Now that's much better, and it really does fit the area well. By utilizing mostly base game pieces, we were able to capture the African flair. And now we've perfectly set ourselves up to build the rest of the habitat. The guest viewing is naturally next. It's going to perfectly connect into the hut and surround the rest of the habitat, but I think we should look around at the rest of the African habitats nearby to see what really worked. Since they share cohabitation, it's very heavily implied that the aardvark and meerkat need similar boundary requirements. Both being burrowing mammals, it's very obvious that we have to build this habitat deep down so they can't dig underneath. However, the barrier up top doesn't necessarily need to be overly secure. Aardvark aren't exactly large animals, but meerkats are significantly smaller, meaning that they could potentially hide out of the guest's view of the barrier if they get close to it, so we'll make it out of glass this time. Thankfully we did a lot of the prep work in advance, and the glass was very easy to place, only needing to follow the brick wall. When placing said brick wall and the plaster that goes on top of it, I was very careful to use exactly 15-degree turns to make placing the glass even easier once we came in to do this step. By using some very basic geometry instead of eyeballing it, you quite literally can't mess it up if you do it correctly. From here, I very easily placed some conservation blinds over top of the glass to make it a nice trim. And to further detail the glass, I added up some dirt and debris. Meerkats are burrowing animals after all, so it makes a lot of sense that some excess sand might get kicked up on the glass. Another trick I often see other builders employ that are much more talented than myself is using these European hinge pieces almost as bolts to connect two pieces of wood or any material together. I think it's a really nice effect and adds that much more small detail. After adding some small screens and other blueprint signage, the exterior of the habitat was finally completed. Although we kept up with the basic themes, I'm very happy with how this turned out. Now we have to shift all of our focus towards the inside of the habitat, and this is where we can stretch our creative legs a little bit. We don't really have a ton of space to work with, so we're going to have to cram a lot of detail in. Luckily, the outskirts of the habitats are packed full of details and Easter eggs already, and our neighboring aardvark habitat works really well as a blueprint of how we can do the foliage. However, we don't want it to be a one-to-one recreation. That's a bit uninspired. What we can do, though, is look at exactly what really worked in this habitat, and personally after looking at it for a while, I think that the shade of foliage mixed with the shade of the faux rocks works really well. The rockwork in our aardvark habitat is completely surrounded by pretty large bushes, so it's really difficult to see what the rock formations actually look like underneath all of the plant life, so by taking it, reusing it, and reorientating it, it looks like this is a completely new formation, even though it is reused. Whenever reusing a rock formation, or pretty much anything for that matter, it's very important to recognize what animal that you're currently building for. For example, our aardvarks were never meant to go on top of this rock formation, so it wasn't designed with that in mind. However, the meerkats will be going up here, and we'll talk about exactly why later, so we're going to have to take a rock and place it about at 45 degrees, and make it a small ramp so the meerkat can actually get up here. They're not very big at all, so they're not going to be the greatest climbers. I continued on reusing different rock formations scattered around the African section of Keystone Wilds to make small retaining walls to hold up the sand. This habitat is very height-oriented, even though it's a pretty small habitat overall. Eventually I got to the point where I was happy with the foundation, so I used some smaller aquatic faux rocks and detailed up the surrounding grounds. Since the meerkats are a DLC animal and not a base animal, it's very unlikely that this is going to impact their hitboxes to a point where they can't traverse the habitat. Thankfully this build is incredibly basic, so even if some of these faux rocks do impact the traversable area just a little bit, it'll be very easy to change. Naturally, I left some flat ground and key viewing areas of the habitat to place the enrichment items, such as the termite mound or even the tunnel. These are going to give guests excellent views of the meerkat's unique behavior. Speaking of their behavior, one of the last key details of the habitat I set up were these small animal burrows, and I tried to place them in the locations that looked like they were almost digging under the faux rocks. These typically have a pretty bad habit of completely destroying any terrain work, so it was important to put them in early. The foundation layer of faux rocks went in extremely quickly. This step normally takes quite a few revisions in my habitats, so I was very surprised I got it on the first try, especially because most of these rocks are traversable. Now it is neat to place the foliage in, and luckily we still have a very good template, but this is going to be even easier since the meerkats are so short, the grass can hardly poke above the ground. The first thing I did was finalize the terrain paint, using mostly coarse and fine sand, however using soil in traversable areas that the meerkats would typically go to. I really am a big fan of using the terrain paint to show where the animals travel to in a habitat. They would naturally mat the sand down and kick it away, and you can almost see their tracks in the soil. What the terrain paint also does is effectively provide us a blueprint of where not to place foliage, because if the animals are walking down those natural paths, obviously we don't want a ton of foliage preventing them to travel. I purposely left several patches of green that we can place buffalo grass in, and then later transition into a more dry variant that's going to cover a majority of the habitat. I used two separate species of the drier variants, placing the red oak really high out of the ground and closer to the rocks, and merging the areas in between the two with the dry drin grass. This looks really good, and I placed it pretty much all over the habitat except for the walking paths that the meerkats would use. After all of the grasses were in place, I used some mulch in between some of the crevices and cracks in the faux rocks, and placed some stereotypical desert-looking plants in between. After all of the foliage was in place, I was really happy with the look of the habitat. However, there was just something missing and I couldn't quite put my finger on it. That's when I realized the meerkat's tunnel looked slightly out of place because the habitat otherwise was lacking other sticks. I placed a bunch of them at different shapes and sizes and different angles and orientations, and to be honest I have no idea if these are traversable or not. It would be really cool if they are, but they don't have to be to sell the illusion of the habitat. Now that's a lot better. The sticks add just enough texture variation to make the habitat look a lot more interesting than it was before. It's a really small and minute detail, but sometimes those really are the key to success. The last thing I did was add a small little photo opportunity / sign for the habitat. Lookout could either mean the meerkat who looks out for predators, or it could mean to look out for the meerkats themselves burrowing out of the ground. With that, I would say the area is complete, and I think we did a really nice job of refurbishing Africa. The only thing now is to see what the meerkats think of their new home. Upon first arriving to Keystone Wilds, the meerkat clan immediately proved why they're classified as burrowing animals. The speed and efficiency at which they dig is downright impressive in the animal kingdom, and up until now, Keystone Wilds didn't really have a species that could do this. This truly does highlight how diverse and amazing the animal kingdom is, as a species as abundant as the meerkat can bring something new to the table that we previously didn't offer. These animals proved immediately curious and fascinated by their surroundings, and seemed to enjoy every little aspect of their new home. Typically when one of our animals explores its habitat for the first time, they do it on a very baseline level. The meerkats, however, were thorough. Due to the condition in which some of the members of the meerkat clan arrived to Keystone Wilds in, some of the members of staff were very nervous to see how the clan would react to a potentially new stressful environment. Thankfully, on top of their abundance of curiosity, the species also proved very resilient, as they immediately set up a new family structure. A brand new lookout and alpha female was immediately installed, surprisingly without violence, which was very rare for these animals. If you have any name suggestions for the alpha female or any of the meerkats that's not named Timon, feel free to leave them in the comments below. While you're down there, feel free to let me know what you thought of the habitat in this brand new addition to Keystone Wilds. Like I said, we're certainly in the endgame of the zoo now, but that doesn't mean we're going to be slacking on details anytime soon. We're going to finish just as strong as we started. We still have plenty of work to do. We're not quite done yet. Kingpin out. See you guys next time. We need a keeper at the Asian Trek. Hitting a routine in the zoo business is both a blessing and a curse. On one hand, when work becomes second nature, the days typically go by faster and in general things are much easier to manage. But on the other hand, when that routine breaks off from the norm, it can truly test what you're made of. At Keystone Wilds, our staff have grown quite fond of our trio of orphaned Maine Wolf pups. They can be found right at the front of the zoo and have become synonymous with our image. Both guests and our own team truly have gotten used to their presence, and them simply being here has helped their near-threatened wild population more than you could possibly imagine. The first step to changing anything is simply understanding and assessing the situation, and by learning about the maned wolves here at Keystone Wilds, including what's hurting them, where they live, and even more, many people have already become aware of their conservation story. Every species that's ever walked the earth has a conservation story, and thanks to locations such as Keystone Park and Keystone Wilds, many of them are still being written. In case you're new here, this is Keystone Wilds, a long-term Planet Zoo project where we aim to build realistic habitats as well as tell conservation-driven stories about the species that call them home. We don't just build habitats here, we build a world and narrative as well, and we're happy to have you along for the ride. Lately our sister zoo, Keystone Park, has been going through some pretty major changes. It's nowhere near new anymore, and some signs of aging have become evident not just in our infrastructure but our animals as well. Luckily, our expert staff have done an amazing job at managing populations and trying to keep things fresh despite the scenery remaining similar. Keystone Park could use a brand new habitat to spice things up, but for now a majority of resources are still being allocated to Keystone Wilds. On the topic of Keystone Wilds, Anita, our giant anteater originally from the zoo, is on her way back home as we speak. She spent the winter and early spring months at Keystone Park with her mate Bear, and thankfully is returning home carrying a pup. After a long and tedious process of locating several trusted new homes for our maned wolf pups, Anita was finally able to return home to her original habitat, and the staff and guests were equally happy to see her. Despite the giant anteater not typically being known for either its intellect or eyesight, Anita seemed to remember her old home in no time at all. She quickly remembered her daily routine, and will remain in the care of the Keystone Wilds staff as we patiently await the birth of her second pup in captivity. While our maned wolf's stay with us was brief, their absence was immediately felt. Their playful energy and noisy communication contrast heavily with an aging anteater's calm demeanor. Despite everything, though, they're now in the care of trusted allies of Keystone Wilds with a bright future ahead, sharing their story with more people each passing hour. After the departure of our pups, it really set in for the staff at Keystone Wilds that we aren't a new zoo anymore. Matter of fact, we're rapidly approaching the 1-year anniversary of the series beginning. Many of our captive births have been growing up faster than we can comprehend as the zoo continues to quickly expand to new heights. And to celebrate the success of Keystone Wilds and everybody who's helped us get to this point, each upload for the remainder of the series we're going to be releasing a brand new custom t-shirt that celebrates and features the animals in each specific area of the zoo, starting with our most recent completed section, the Asian Trek. You can find a link to the Keystone Wilds virtual gift shop in the description of the video. On top of the brand new shirts, we also have plenty of custom stickers for every single species found at Keystone Wilds and even more. If you'd like to support the channel a little bit extra but can't find anything you like in the gift shop, becoming a channel member will immediately grant you access to 5 issues of our Keystone Ambassador magazine, with the 6th issue coming on the 1st of June. It's going to cover a species we have some pretty negative history with on the channel, so it's going to be a fun issue to tackle. If you're still a bit confused as to what these really are, think of them as mini episodes of Keystone Wilds that you'd read instead of watch, and I've left an example in the description of this video as well if you'd like to check one out for yourself for free. Like we've said time and time again on the channel, understanding an animal's situation is the first step to achieving conservation, and this is an amazing way to educate yourself on an animal that otherwise wouldn't have been featured in the series. Despite the Asian Trek being our most recently completed edition and remaining wildly popular with the public, sometimes breathing life into an already thriving section is a very smart business decision. This, however, wasn't a choice that we at Keystone Wilds made ourselves. Instead, we have a special simian to thank. Our female Siamang has been in the late stages of her pregnancy for some time at this point, and has been under 24-hour surveillance as we've been patiently awaiting the arrival of the newborn. In the zoo business, patience is often rewarded, and in the early hours of the morning last week we were pleased to see a much smaller Siamang on our security monitors. After some initial yet necessary medical screenings by our expert veterinary team, the juvenile male was deemed a healthy and successful birth. For first-time mothers, this sadly isn't exactly common, however this is one instance in which we're happy to be the exception. While he is a perfectly healthy baby, Siamang and most other gibbon species don't typically begin climbing on their own for months after birth, so as a result, the outdoor portion of the Siamang Islands is going to unfortunately be temporarily closing until the baby's experienced enough to tackle the more intense climbing circuits. Despite this temporary closure, you'll find that there's no shortage of amazing sights to see throughout the rest of the Asian Trek. In the meantime, if you have any name suggestions for the newborn baby boy, feel free to leave them in the comments below. Siamang are sadly an endangered species according to the IUCN, and while this may seem like a small win in the grand scheme of things, simply being able to see this juvenile is hopefully going to inspire others to learn more about these amazing animals. In case you missed the last episode, we expanded our initial African section with a small habitat for a mob of mischievous meerkats. Their habitat fits in extremely well with what came before it across the bridge from the hyena enclosure. This area in general is a very tame section of the zoo compared to some of the other areas filled with constant action. If you're looking for a more quiet side of Keystone Wilds, Africa is exactly where you want to be. It's about as far away from the Siaming as possible. Thankfully, our meerkat clan have adjusted well into life at Keystone Wilds. This is doubly impressive when you remember that every meerkat in our care was a rescue from the African savanna. Meerkat have the absolute highest homicide rate among mammals, with nearly 20% of all meerkats meeting their end at the hands, or more likely teeth, of another meerkat. Because of this, the Keystone Wilds medical team have been very closely monitoring the habitat in this period of potential stressful adjustment, and were extra careful to ensure that every potential hiding spot in the habitat had camera coverage to boot. Meet Flower, our alpha female and leader of the clan, and her mate Cody. While normally extremely prone to violence, thankfully for all parties involved, Flower rose to power with peace. It's very commonly known that meerkats are absolutely incredible at digging tunnels. Somebody should really write a song about that. And this very common knowledge was immediately proven after just a few moments in Keystone Wilds. Our meerkat clan have dug very impressive tunnels all throughout their habitat and spend much of their time trying to keep cool underground. Overall, they end off our African section of the zoo very well. At least the first half. We still have plenty more to come as we prepare to embark on our final adventure at Keystone Wilds. It's certainly been a fun ride so far, but if we don't nail this ending, it's all going to be for nothing. If you'd like to further support the ongoing construction and development of Keystone Wilds, please consider joining Club Keystone. Members receive early access to videos, exclusive access to the Ambassador magazines, which is a reminder released on the first of each month, and your name is going to permanently be etched on our wall of donors as a big token of our appreciation. If you enjoyed today's episode, please consider subscribing. Your support isn't just appreciated, it's absolutely essential. As you likely know by now, Planet Zoo content on YouTube is lacking a bit lately, and it's difficult to get momentum going behind the scenes without audience engagement. By liking, subscribing, and even sharing with your friends, you're helping creators like myself more than you could possibly imagine. If you were to look at the overall roster of Keystone Wilds, it's very difficult to find an area of the animal kingdom we don't have covered. While admittedly we are pretty mammal heavy, most locations are. But where we do lack isn't necessarily on our roster, but in our business model. If a guest were to come to Keystone Wilds and doesn't pay extra to ride on Baobab Safari, their options of animals to see in the African section include our aardvark, clan of spotted hyena, solitary okapi, and now our meerkats. That's only 4 species from arguably the most popular continent animals-wise. Enter our final addition to the zoo, the Congo Expedition. With the ultimate goal of connecting Africa to the back of the Himalayan highlands by our Palace Cat enclosure, this final expansion truly is our last adventure here at Keystone Wilds. The Congo can be found in the western central regions of Africa, and is a jungle biome shrouded in mystery. Many species who call the Congo home, such as the okapi, weren't discovered until very recently in history. This is an absolutely perfect choice for a final section because it's going to allow us to build for several species and enclosure types that Keystone Wilds either lacks at this point, or has very few of. The Congo Expedition will truly round out our roster, and forever memorialize Keystone Wilds' place in history. The only question now is how do we start? The hardest step on any given journey more often than not isn't the last but the first, and sometimes when asking yourself these difficult questions it's very wise to look back at the past and see what worked before. Thankfully our sister zoo, Keystone Park, gives us an amazing look into what guests like to see in a zoo, and you'll find that far and away our most popular exhibit at Keystone Park was our reptile house. Our reptile house is an absolute staple in many zoos around the world, and it's going to help Keystone Wilds even out our mammal-heavy roster. We have several reptiles here already, but they're additions to existing areas and don't have a section in which they're the main event. We'll build a reptile house right after the meerkat habitat and make it almost a portal to the African Congo. Everything before is going to be a part of our standard Africa, while everything inside and beyond the reptile house is going to be a part of the Congo expedition. This is going to make it really easy to transition between the two sections. Now we just need some reptiles to populate the house, and we've had a perfect star of the show in our care for some time now. We'll get into why exactly that is later, but for now let's figure out what the species is and what it requires in a habitat. The Nile monitor is a large species of reptile that lives in Africa with invasive populations peaking into North America. They're of least concern by the IUCN with a wild population that's currently unknown. They can primarily be found in the southern and middle portions of Africa with a small population streaming up the Nile River in the north. They're going to need about 300 square meters of land and 75 square meters of water, which is about a 4-to-1 ratio of land to water. Like most reptiles, the Nile monitor is a solitary species and prefers to be left alone. They're difficult to reproduce in captivity, which is quite rare for a species as abundant in the wild as they are. But we're only going to be bringing in one to Keystone Wilds today, so this likely won't come up. Like most other reptiles that we house, Nile monitor aren't exactly known for their intelligence, so their habitat enrichment items are fairly limited. Their dietary options also appear to be relatively standard, with a more carnivorous diet. As you probably could have guessed, the Nile monitor doesn't benefit from sharing space with any other species. That makes our job a whole lot easier today. Let's get started. Keystone Wilds Reptile House is going to be relatively sizable. However, unlike Keystone Park, it's not going to be the biggest building on site. Not even close, actually. Both houses are going to serve the exact same function of leading to a new area with some fun sights along the way, though, and even have some very similar design motifs as well. Truthfully, calling this a reptile house is just a tad bit disingenuous, as the habitats surrounding it are going to be for non-reptilian animals. The reptiles are all going to be held in here where the wood is a little bit darker. The surrounding habitats are going to be an elevated boardwalk in which you can look down at some ground-dwelling animals, or in the next episode, up at some arboreal animals. For now, we're strictly going to focus on the interior reptile portion, as everything else is going to anchor off of it, making it critical to build first. Like most buildings in Keystone Wilds, we're going to have to start with a strong foundation, but this is going to be a bit different in this build since it sits back on an elevated boardwalk. We need to nail this first impression, and I think I found a really nice detail that's going to help sell the illusion of depth. At Keystone Wilds, we've never really built a path that wasn't directly dug into the terrain, so it's going to be a little bit different. To really sell the illusion that this is an elevated platform, I began by placing concrete in a black color all the way around the boardwalk at all sides where you could see under it. The illusion doesn't necessarily work when you're this close and you know exactly what's happening, but when you back up and there's some movement going on in front of the Congo expedition, paired with the fact that there's going to be more foliage underneath there, it's going to really sell the illusion that this is an elevated platform. After the concrete was placed on the underbelly of the boardwalk, it was quite simple to come in with some really basic foundation pieces, including these support beams. Just like we did in the Meerkat episode, I double layered the top, making it thick enough to slide in these hinge pieces. It really gives a good effect of a bolt sticking through the wood, connecting it all together. It also gives us some very nice habitat cohesion between these two areas, since they are very close together, despite technically being part of different sections of the zoo. While the illusion of the black concrete looks really good from afar, the closer you get, the more it starts to break. So by utilizing some clever foliage and other items to take your view off of the black concrete, it's going to be a far better illusion in the long run. While it is pretty cool and potentially innovative, I for one have never seen anybody do this, I just thought of it, it's not exactly the draw to this area. It's going to be the boardwalk itself, not what goes underneath. This is just a really nice detail that complements everything and brings it all together. So I'm not too worried about covering it up. While this boardwalk may seem like a really minor detail in the grand scheme of building a reptile house, you have to remember that this is the first impression guests are going to have of the Congo expedition once the area fully opens. And in that regard, I think it's an amazing first look. I was even able to include some not very subtle foreshadowing, although I've heard this animal can be a bit rude. While obviously I'm very happy with what we've done so far, from a bird's eye view it doesn't look like we've accomplished much at all, and that's about to change. I've differentiated where the boardwalk and reptile house are going to be based on the color of wood used on the path. It makes absolutely no sense to build the reptile house on the same standing platform that we did the boardwalk, so we're going to have to think of a different way to build the foundation. One of my general rules when building reptile houses, or really any indoor building that's going to involve exhibits, is I first need to figure out exactly where the exhibits are going to go. These are so large and cumbersome that once you install them and get a little bit further along in the build process, it's nearly impossible to change anything about them. Today we're simply just going to be using 3, with the Nile monitor habitat being on the north side of the reptile house. Like I said, compared to Keystone Park's iteration, this reptile house is going to be quite small. The food court alone at Keystone Park can probably fit this entire interior. Back at Keystone Wilds, finding a nice foundation that doesn't contrast too heavily from the boardwalk is at the top of my priority list, and I think since the boardwalk is relatively complex for what it is, I'm thinking we go in the basic direction for the foundation of the reptile house. To build it, what's considered a high level, you don't always have to be crazy detailed. Right now, we're quite literally using a simple breeze block without anything else attached to it, utilizing the perimeter of the path to add as almost a rim. To further harken back to Keystone Park's iteration of the reptile house, I made a C-shaped glass window where the Nile monitor is going to be housed, making the rest of the habitat a very basic square. This is almost beat for beat the exact same design we used in the reptile house at Keystone Park, and one of the goals of this habitat is going to be to pay homage to it without being a direct ripoff. Hold on, this might work on the first try. Come on, get to the top, get to the top. We'll build around it. Somehow, while testing out the habitat's water containment, we managed to get the height exactly correct on the very first try. Based on the last time we tried something similar, it's safe to say I was really happy with the results. Unlike the gharial, which to this day I stand by as the most difficult species to build for in Planet Zoo, the Nile monitor actually doesn't have the capability to deep dive. I absolutely cannot stress how much easier this made the rest of the construction process, as we didn't have to worry about the hitboxes of different items impacting the traversable area of the species. Deep divers can't do their animation unless they have adequate room, and the Gharial handles about as well as the Titanic. Essentially what this means is the Gharial needs 3 meters of space to deep dive, but since the concrete has a hitbox of its own, effectively the pool had to be about 5 to 6 meters deep, which is way larger than I wanted it to be. Since the Nile monitor, as we mentioned, has zero capability of deep diving, we don't have to worry about the hitbox of the concrete, because all the Nile monitor is going to be able to do is traverse the surface of the water. It's not going to be able to dip below at all, meaning the hitbox is far enough away to where it won't bother it whatsoever. We just have to figure out how to get the animal into the pool. Thankfully, I think I have an idea, and it's actually quite simple, and for once I'm being honest. After adding a very simple layer of mulch at the bottom of the habitat to act as a substrate, it was really easy to rotate some at an angle and build a very simple path up. While here, I figured I would line the rest of the habitat, so I added a small basking section in the back where the Nile monitor can have some high ground. I proceeded to line everything that we just built in concrete to make it a little bit more sturdy and official. And in doing this, I was surprised to learn that I'd pretty much finished the entire habitat outline. This was by far one of the easiest outlines to ever do since we got the water right so quickly. I kid you not, sometimes that takes 90% of the work. We're not out of the woods yet though, because I have a feeling this reptile house is going to be pretty tricky. One of my personal pet peeves in Planet Zoo is when you're looking at an area that you have grand plans for, but you haven't really started and don't really know where to begin. This can be exceptionally frustrating because I know exactly what I want the habitat to look like, but finding a great place to start and building it in the most efficient and time-saving way possible can be a bit tricky. If you're ever struggling to find a good texture and color palette for a build, the easiest way to find one is to look around at the surrounding area. In our case, the meerkat market is pretty close by, and I really like the use of the Arctic wood in this build, however I don't want to double up on it, so I think by using some wood that has a similar texture to the boardwalk panels, which we also borrowed from the meerkat habitat, I think we can find a good start. Luckily with the way we set up the foundation of breeze blocks, it was really easy to simply add these new walls we've created to the group. Since they're both on the grid, we can guarantee that they're going to be perfectly aligned. Since at the very beginning we differentiated the interior of the exterior, it was very easy to cover the inside of the reptile house with the perimeter of these walls. The only exception was in this curved bit in which we used some glass. This is going to be an outdoor view into a separate habitat that we're going to be building next week. If you guys think you know what animal it's going to be, let me know in the comments. Thanks to our thinking ahead and prior planning, placing all of the perimeter walls was actually pretty easy. The issue now is that they all look pretty bland and under-detailed, and there's a building trick that we can use to immediately fix this. By placing construction pieces in between the wall and the floor, acting almost like a buffer, you've created a perfect trim that's going to make your build look 10 times better in the long run. It may be a really small and simple detail, but trust me, they're really effective. We're going to place these over every single wall of the reptile house, which is another reason why I chose to make it square and rectangular instead of a more circular design. To connect the trim up to the doors, I did the exact same thing but on a vertical pattern instead of horizontal. By adding depth to the doors, it makes them a lot more detailed since they stick out just that bit more. I then copied the entire trim base that was touching the floor up to the ceiling. This is going to be really important later, but for now it just adds even more depth. The ceiling trims are going to allow the roof of the building to perfectly sit on and be structurally secure. That doesn't mean it's going to be easy by any means. Matter of fact, I'm expecting it to be one of the more challenging things we've ever had to build in Keystone Wilds. While I think of a good strategy to tackle this, let's populate these 3 exhibits first. Somehow throughout the entirety of Keystone Wilds, we've yet to do a dedicated exhibit tutorial, despite them being some of the most fundamental aspects of Planet Zoo. To start, after you've chosen your exhibit species and bought them in the marketplace, you can then request an exhibit species right here in the Exhibit tab, and then figure out exactly which one you want to use. For our purposes today, we're going to be using the Goliath frog. And I know it's not a reptile, but most of the African species have a more desert design. This matters because once you place them in the exhibit, some pre-built details are already going to come up, and this matches heavily with our Nile monitor habitat that we're going to build afterwards. Exhibit animals also have their own Zoopedia entries, and these typically aren't as important to read as the habitat species because you don't necessarily have different requirements, and the temperature and humidity requirements that they do share can be found in the exhibit themselves. The necessary information to read, though, is still the group size. This is very important because if you have too many animals or too few, they're not going to be happy and make your zoo a lot less money in the long run. The fun facts are also certainly worth checking out, too. Just because they're exhibit animals doesn't make them any less important or interesting as the other species. Since we learned in the Zoopedia that these are difficult to produce in captivity as well as endangered, we're going to be adding a female in here as well, so hopefully they can have some offspring which we can release to the wild. From here we need to place their enrichment items, and there's 3 tiers of it. The first of these Goliath frogs are going to be these logs, and you can place all of them in, and they're preset items that make decorating a real breeze. As long as you select one of the options from each of the levels, the species enrichment is going to be at 100%. The habitat now is at 100% happiness, and the rest of the work is purely cosmetic, and now you can enjoy your fully done exhibit. I really like how lush this one turned out. I went ahead and built up a couple more for both the diamondback terrapin, as well as the yellow anaconda, and while neither of these species are actually native to Africa like the Congo expedition would suggest, they're some of the only species that fit the overall vibe of the enclosure, so they're gonna have to work. Overall, exhibits are extremely efficient and easy to put together, and they can also make your zoo a ton of money. They're borderline required to start in franchise mode. They're absolutely never a bad idea to throw into a habitat if it's looking a little bit dry. Try one out for yourself. I've mentioned several times at this point that I want to reference other habitats in the Keystone series in this reptile house, and nowhere is that going to be more apparent than in the roof. At Baobab Safari's loading station, we utilized the thatch roofs on these Arctic wood walls very well, and we later evolved and detailed this design even further at the Meerkat Market. The Congo Expedition's reptile house has 3 places that's going to be absolutely perfect for another thatch roof, but before we can get to that, we need to finish all of the other parts of the roof. From the inside, I want these to look like giant hollowed out baobab trees. That's going to harken back really well to Baobab Safari and be a great little reference that only astute viewers are going to notice. To accomplish this, I used these 3D printed walls from the conservation pack and lined them up to the exact same grid as the walls. The rest of the roof wasn't nearly as easy. Where it was square and the circular parts weren't present, it was actually surprisingly simple. We pretty much just had to use this limestone like normal. However, when you get closer to the circular parts, you had to use a fair bit of geometry to figure out how to get the angles perfect without making the limestone being able to be seen from the surface. By lowering the circular towers on the inside and making the wood come just beneath the limestone, it was able to capture a really clean look. Just because we found a method that works doesn't at all mean this was easy. Some of the limestone pieces weren't as thick as others, some weren't as big, and finding a way to get every last gap closed was nearly impossible. However, with enough perseverance, we eventually did it. And after adding in some lighting and other details, I was really happy at the look of the interior. We still have to design the star of the show's habitat, as the Nile monitor is either going to make or break everything that we've done so far, and we've worked too hard to fail. Compared to most habitats at both Keystone Park and Keystone Wilds, this one is certainly going to be on the smaller side, but that doesn't mean we can't cram detail into this small space. I started off by placing down our enrichment items like normal, but what's going to be very important to remember as we further detail this habitat with rockwork and foliage is that the Nile monitor is a base game animal. This is critical to understand because a lot of the base game animals have typically janky hitboxes, and the Nile monitor has to be able to ascend this ramp to get to its water, and then actually get in the water once it's at the top. So we can't impede the traversable area too much, otherwise the habitat might not function. I want this habitat to look extremely tropical and almost overdo it, so instead of using buffalo grass as our typical base, I instead used this planted wood panel from the construction menu. These look really nice, but if you're playing on franchise mode, it's important to remember that these technically aren't foliage. In the smaller patches where the dirt is a lot more prevalent, I did use buffalo grass to shore up any gaps, and by utilizing ivy against the concrete, I was able to limit how much you could actually see and make the habitat appear a lot more tropical than it actually is. I ended up using a lot more foliage than I would have liked, but luckily I tested it out beforehand and the Nile monitor can in fact ascend the ramp. Now we just have to close the habitat up and further detail it with other things that aren't going to impede the traversable area whatsoever, because we know for a fact it works right now. I started off by utilizing a ton of decals to further decorate the concrete, especially where it intersects with the water and the vines. And thankfully, after the nightmare that was the roof around the circular panels, this was surprisingly simple since it was a majority of a rectangle and only half of a circle. After closing up the habitat, it was a little bit darker than I had anticipated. However, we can use this to our advantage by making an intricate lighting system, including a basking lamp, as well as hooking it up to some special effects that are going to represent a mister that the Nile monitor is almost certainly going to appreciate. Since we know for a fact this species has some sort of dependency with water, a mister is almost going to be required. It's certainly on the simple side and a lot smaller than the Zoopedia says we actually need to make it, but I for one think it looks quite realistic and I think we did an excellent job. The detail and polish of this reptile house I think is some of our best work at Keystone Wilds yet, and the best part is it's not even close to being done because we still have the entire exterior. That's going to be a problem for the next episode though, as for now I want to focus on getting the Nile monitor acclimated to its new habitat. If the Nile monitor looks a little bit different than you were expecting, that's because this is actually an albino. He's been in our care since he was a hatchling and unfortunately due to his color wouldn't have survived in the wild. He thankfully really seemed to enjoy his new home as he tested out his swimming pool for the very first time. Seeing any albino animal in a zoo is quite rare, and guests are going to absolutely love it once the Congo expedition opens to the public. Seeing it on our habitat cameras is one thing, but being able to witness how this animal's white scales contrast heavily with the foliage in its habitat truly is spectacular. Despite not having the capability to deep dive, the underwater view you can get of the Nile monitor is also something that you can't miss. While reptiles in captivity are notoriously stationary, our Nile monitor was surprisingly active, always being found on the move. Just because the reptile and amphibian portion of the building is done doesn't at all mean we're even close to finishing this habitat. We still haven't even started on the exterior. You're certainly not going to want to miss the next episode as we finish the building, so don't forget to subscribe to see it as soon as it comes out. We're going to get straight to work, and rumor has it that's not the only piece of exciting Planet Zoo news coming out on June 6th. We'll see you guys then. Kingpin out. Things at Keystone Wilds are better than ever. After finding perfect homes for our trio of orphaned Maine Wolf pups and having our giant anteater who started it all back into our care, morale among staff is absolutely through the roof. There have been recent rumors amongst our most trusted team members about some great news likely to affect Keystone Wilds coming very soon. But for now, these whispers, despite being important, are for later. Today, June 6th, 2026, is set to be an amazing day. Aw, you guys. A gleeful atmosphere that's impossible to ignore has absolutely swept over not only Keystone Wilds and other locations all around the world, but the wider Planet Zoo community as well. Thanks to the staff team and more importantly the excellent community who empowers us, Keystone Wilds has been able to rise above and surpass Keystone Park, our sister zoo that came before in nearly every regard possible, including local conservation efforts, education, and of course entertainment too. With Keystone Wilds finally on the brink of completion upon the opening of our last expansion, resources then will be reallocated to Keystone Park at once for a much-needed upgrade. In case you're new here, this is Keystone Wilds, a long-term Planet Zoo project where we aim to build realistic habitats as well as tell conservation-driven stories about the species that call them home. We don't just build habitats here, we build a world and narrative as well, and we're happy to have you along for the ride. Recently we've entered the endgame of the zoo. We've accomplished so much so far and built all of this from the ground up. Starting back at Keystone Park, we quite literally had nothing, so it's very easy to look back at all we have now and be very complacent. But what's more difficult, though, is having the drive and motivation to continue to pursue our goals, despite the fortunate situation we're currently standing in. And I love a good challenge. An absolutely shocking amount of development has happened in a very short time. Most importantly, we have a brand new species to welcome into our care, the African crested porcupine. Veterans of the channel understand that this animal has a very, very negative reputation here, and it's not exactly all their fault. All things considered though, when an animal needs our help, we have to act. You can learn all about them and how exactly they involuntarily caused the creation of the Keystone series in this month's issue of the Keystone Ambassador magazine. In case you're unaware, the Ambassador magazine is a virtual flipbook that acts as bonus content to Keystone Wilds and Keystone Park. A new issue releases on the first of each month exclusively to members of Club Keystone. Memberships begin at just $2.99 a month, and you can sign up using the link in the description. Thanks to everybody's continued support and passion for wildlife conservation, I've effectively been able to sponsor myself throughout the majority of the Keystone Wilds series, and further distance myself from companies that have goals that don't align at all with our own here at Keystone Wilds. Immersion is an absolute top priority here, and we're currently not in the need of any VPNs despite their numerous attempts. Our new African crested porcupine can be very rarely found enjoying what was previously exclusively our aardvark enclosure on the left side of our African section. When they're not on public display, they can commonly be found in behind-the-scenes tours in our Ambassador Animal building, along with some other exclusive species. Sadly, they haven't quite adjusted into life at Keystone Wilds yet, but that's to be expected considering where they came from and the condition they were found in. And if you'd like to learn more about our new spiky friends, you can read all about their story in this month's issue of the Ambassador magazine. On the topic of our ambassador animals, our platypus have unfortunately run their course with Keystone Wilds, but on a much more positive note, the flock of little penguins have finally returned home to their habitat. Every single member of the flock is now fully matured, and we're all excited to get back into the water and enjoy the warm summer days ahead. Having these birds back is doing absolute wonders for the crowds at the zoo, as they continue to help diversify our mammal-heavy roster and are undoubtedly one of the cutest species that we house. In other exciting news, the newest addition to the Asian Treks roster has shown some very promising signs of early maturity. Nigel is shockingly quite the climber at such a young age. All species of gibbon, including the Siamang, aren't actually born with the ability to climb. This is a skill they have to observe and learn typically from their parents, and normally it takes a few months after birth to get down. However, Nigel seems to have the basics down already at only 2.5 months of age. He can commonly be found testing out his newfound abilities on the indoor portion of the Siamang habitat, as the outdoor courses are still a bit extreme for the little guy. In the trusted care of our keepers, though, he's been seen observing his parents climbing on the outdoor portions of the structures in preparation for the reopening of the Siamang Islands. In time, he too is going to have his own chance to explore the outside world for the very first time. Siamang are unfortunately classified as an endangered species according to the IUCN, with habitat loss being the leading cause of their rapidly depleting wild population. Nigel is a perfect example of the good that can come out of a zoo like Keystone Wilds, and hopefully he's going to go on to further help his population one day by having young of his own. While his ultimate destiny is still unknown, whether he returns to the tropics of Southeast Asia or spends the remainder of his time here with us at Keystone Wilds, by allowing the public to observe and learn more about his fragile species, he's sadly already doing more for conservation than most people will do in a lifetime. Having species like the Siamang and the Asian Trek, and more importantly the Lar gibbon, immediately upon entry was absolutely not by accident. These species are so loud that being able to hear them while you approach either the zoo or a new section in the zoo helps build up hype as you get closer and closer. While looking for species to begin an area with, ones that make a lot of noise are often an excellent decision. In case you missed the last episode, we broke ground on what's going to be the final expansion of Keystone Wilds, the Congo Expedition. While it's been an absolutely incredible journey the entire way through, every journey has both a beginning and an end. What's important now is that we finish right, not just by Keystone Wilds, but the people that have helped us get to this point. Using all of the lessons we learned from our special simians and other loud animals featured at both Keystone Park and Keystone Wilds, we've also introduced some new feathered friends to the entrance of the recently constructed reptile house, a flock of African grey parrots. Our new birds provide an excellent example of the amazing biodiversity present in the jungles of Africa, and this excellent message is continued as soon as you walk through the doors of our brand new reptile house. You'll find a variety of species found within, culminating with Snow, our albino Nile monitor. Snow originally was planned to be an ambassador animal at Keystone Wilds, mostly being held behind the scenes at the zoo. However, a last-minute decision changed our minds as we realized that having an albino animal in our ranks is an excellent learning opportunity. Animals like Snow typically don't survive very long in the wild, as more often than not, an animal's color is meant to blend into the surroundings to either help them hide from predators or sneak up on prey. Typically, unless you live in the Arctic, being bright white makes either of these things next to impossible, and if you can't hunt or evade being hunted, your odds of making it to adulthood are simply slim to none. Another disadvantage rare color morphs like Snow tend to have is that the most dangerous predators of all have a very good understanding of just how rare these genetic conditions are, meaning that they become a high-value target for poachers regardless of the species' IUCN status. With all of this in mind, we deemed it important for Snow to be available for all to marvel at, as he lives his life in comfort and peace at Keystone Wilds for the foreseeable future. Snow is just the beginning of the Congo expedition though, as we still have much work to do. If you'd like to further support the ongoing construction and development of Keystone Wilds, please consider joining Club Keystone. Members receive early access to videos, exclusive access to the Ambassador magazine, which as a reminder releases on the first of each month, and your name will forever be etched into our wall of donors as a token of our appreciation. Thank you all so much for your support. If you enjoyed today's episode, please consider subscribing. Your support isn't just appreciated, it's absolutely essential. As you likely know by now, Planet Zoo content on YouTube is lacking a bit lately. Yeah, that's done. As you likely know, Planet Zoo 2 has been officially revealed by Frontier, and the community is going absolutely nuts. If you want to see a full trailer breakdown, I've got a video on it, as there's a bit too much to unpack here. Planet Zoo 2 is going to be absolutely everything that we wanted, and now is an excellent time to join in on the journey as we get closer and closer to October 13th every single day. Like the video, subscribe, share with friends, and give me a hype too if you enjoyed today's video. There's plenty more to come that you're not going to want to miss. Being the last expansion of Keystone Wilds, it's absolutely critical that we use the Congo expedition to introduce some species that the rest of the zoo either doesn't have a lot of, or outright lacks entirely. We'll get to our big cats and great apes in due time, but like most areas of Keystone Wilds, I want to keep things at the front of the section relatively grounded. While it's true the section is called the Congo Expedition, due to the limited roster of animals in-game and us having already used a Congo-dwelling monkey in Baobab Safari, the species doesn't necessarily have to be from the Congo to have a home here. Mainly they just need to be from a jungle somewhere in Africa. Lemurs are an absolute staple of zoos, as they're typically cheap to acquire, easy to take care of, and also don't need a ton of space. It's also critical that zoos partake in lemur conservation efforts, as unfortunately, many species of lemur have pretty poor IUCN status due to rapid deforestation in their home of Madagascar. Up until this point, surprisingly both Keystone Wilds and Keystone Park lack this crucial staple of zoos. While both zoos have their fair share of primates, lemurs are sort of their own thing, so they're going to be a good add. Today we're going to be building for... Sorry, I sat on the remote. The cockerel sheepfock is a critically endangered species of lemur with a wild population of less than 47,000. Sakomafu is an American children's television series that was regularly shown on Sprout until 2012. Wait. The cockerel she-fox needs 215 square meters of land, as well as 25 square meters of climbing space. Like most primates, in order to contain them, their barriers are going to have to be climbed off and relatively tall. Among the rest of the primates, lemurs are relatively unique for living in matriarchal societies. Essentially, this means they're female-dominated. Today we're going to be building for 5 females, so their reproduction and captivity being difficult isn't going to be much of an issue today since we don't have any males. Compared to the rest of the primates, lemurs aren't typically seen as very intelligent. However, when pitted against the rest of the animal kingdom, they're extremely smart, so they have a wide variety of enrichment items they can enjoy. The cockerel she-fox does gain a cohabitation bonus from sharing its habitat with any of the other lemur species. There's no plans to add another species today, but never say never. A large part of the reason as to why I decided to build this African grey parrot habitat in the style I did is because it was great practice for today's build. Our cockerel she-fox habitat is going to be on the opposite side of the boardwalk, connecting the reptile house at 2 separate points. Like we read in the Zoopedia, this habitat has to be relatively sizable, so we're going to be building 2 separate mesh cages with an overpass that goes right over the door. In order to make sure the cockerel she-fox have plenty of space to climb about, this habitat is going to have to be pretty tall. The problem with the tall habitat is that it can ruin sightlines from other points of the zoo, and I really don't want that to happen, so I'm going to be starting today's build with the smaller of the 2 mesh cages to get a better sense of the scale and scope of the habitat. If you remember from the last episode, we utilized black concrete to make an optical illusion that looks like the boardwalk goes a lot deeper than it actually does. While I still really like how that design looks from a guest perspective, for an animal as small and nimble as a lemur, it could simply just run underneath. To avoid this, I started construction by wrapping the breeze block perimeter all the way around the rectangle and perimeter of the habitat. When placing the other side of the breeze block, it was immediately apparent that the path wasn't actually perfectly straight, and this was a huge problem, so I'm glad I caught it now. Mesh is really difficult to build with, and if you're off by even just 1 degree, it can throw off the design of the entire thing since it's not going to perfectly link up. After testing for a lot longer than I care to admit, I was absolutely positive that our foundation was geometrically sound. This means the mesh can go in really easily. Once you're positive all of your dimensions and measurements are perfect, linking it up really isn't difficult at all. After rotating this piece 90 degrees, I like to set the move snap to 2 and move it to the left 1 unit. I then move it to the left another unit, and this makes the corners match up at an absolutely perfect angle. All you have to do now is move it 2 units, or set the move snap back to 4 and move it 1 unit at a time, and the mesh is going to be perfectly evenly spaced. Surprisingly, the ceiling is the easiest part if you're building a square or a rectangle. All you have to do is take one of the walls that's already in place, rotate it up 4 meters if you're using these 4-meter squares, rotate it 90 degrees, and everything should already be evenly placed if you did your math correctly. By thinking ahead and making sure that we took the mundane steps seriously, we got the skeleton of the habitat done really quick. Now we can add in some details. I'm going to be installing a lemur overpass that goes right over the door that leads into the reptile house. In order to build it, we're going to have to delete some of the work that we just did. Thankfully, this is actually a lot less of a headache than you'd think. All we have to do is delete 1 single panel of the mesh and replace it with some smaller pieces that are about equal in measurements. Doing this was an excellent reminder as to why you have to take the mundane steps serious, as lining this up exactly with the other pieces that are already in place was an absolute nightmare and took a lot longer than you'd think. Luckily, as soon as we got 1 lined up, using Move Snap, we could easily get the rest. However, we purposely left a hole at the top. This is where the lemurs are going to be able to enter from. I built another rectangle very similar to the first mesh cage that we built, however these two connect at a 90-degree angle. This way the numbers are going to remain as easy as possible, and the lemur's also going to be able to travel over the guest path and get between each habitat. Now mesh in real life is a pretty flimsy material, and it's not often you can have a structure of this stuff that's freestanding. You're going to have to build in supports, and in this case we're going to be using wood to match with the reptile house that this habitat is connected to. Surprisingly, even though this looks a bit tricky, this is actually by far the easiest step in the entire process, as all we're doing is coming over of some wooden details over the structures that we've already made. Inside of the reptile house, I knocked down a wall and added in a very small window that overlooks the smaller of the 2 habitats. This way the guests are going to have an absolutely amazing view of the lemurs no matter where they decide to climb. From here I continued on adding some very basic but nice details to make the habitat flow together nicely, including this tarp that goes underneath the lemur's overpass. It's still going to remain functional, however if the lemur do need a bit of privacy, this is going to be the one area they can actually achieve it. They're not going to be completely invisible up here as guests are still going to be able to see them, however you'd have to be a little bit further back and know exactly where to look. Even when mesh habitats are at their absolute easiest, they can still be a little bit tedious to build, so while I wanted to take a break from them, I figured we could start putting some more details on the exterior of the reptile house. Observant viewers will probably recognize a lot of the design motifs that we've used throughout Africa, including Baobab Safari's loading station. In order to help blend in the beginning of the Congo with the end of Africa, I reused the roof that we'd made for the meerkat's habitat and placed it over the 3 pillars that we'd previously installed in the reptile house. I'm a huge fan of reusing designs and assets in this way, because not only does it save a lot of time building, but it also helps blend areas of the zoo that are a little bit different together. The rest of the exterior design and detail is surprisingly simple. First, I added in a pretty standard air conditioning unit, and then I covered up the sides of the building and any imperfections of a ton of ivy. I also went ahead and placed a sign of the animal right below the overpass, just in case any unobservant guests were unaware that it's actually there. From the exterior, while the walls remain a little bit bare, I'm quite happy with how this looks as you approach the Congo expedition. However, we still have a lot of work to do. Right now, the overpass leads to absolutely nowhere, so we're definitely going to have to install a larger habitat for the Shifak. Once that's done, I'd also like to spruce up the boardwalk and make it just a little bit safer for the guests. Let's get to work. I've already gone ahead and mapped out the larger of the 2 habitats using a mixture of terrain as well as dirt from the terrain menu. This one is going to be significantly larger than the first, nearly 3 times the size, but luckily the build process was the exact same, so it went together extremely quickly. This is going to be an extremely dynamic habitat compared to the rest of Keystone Wilds, because with 5 lemurs in here at any given time they can either be above you, to your left, or to your right all at the same time. Before we start decking out the dual lemur habitats, I want to get everything on the outside of them done first, so we're going to have to finalize and detail every bit of this boardwalk. While we already have a pretty good idea of where we want to take the design, I'm going to go in a little bit of a different direction in this one. The main difference of this boardwalk, when compared to the one at the start of the Congo expedition, is that this one has curved sides while the other one is completely straight everywhere and meets up at 90-degree angles. This may sound like a minor difference in the grand scheme of things, however it completely changes up how we're going to have to make the barrier to prevent the guests from leaping off. More importantly though, this little barrier is also going to have to separate the lemur habitats from the guest path, because otherwise guests would very easily be able to stick their fingers through the mesh holes. The foundation of the barrier is actually a piece that I've never used but I've always had on my radar, these Oceania nettings. From here, all we had to do was slightly repurpose a fence that we've already used all throughout the Asian trek, and then place it all over the platform. This was a lot easier than it looks, and since we're only using a small segment of the fence at a time, it was very easy to get it around these curves. By lining the entire perimeter of the habitat on both sides, we can guarantee that no guests are going to fling themselves off of the boardwalk or put their hands where they don't belong in the lemur's enclosure. Naturally, the build wasn't entirely done after just adding a simple fence, but after adding in some really basic facilities and other blueprints, it was really easy to get together. Even though I tried to go a little bit minimalist with this design and only use essential pieces and blueprints, I'm actually really happy with the clean look of the habitat. I'm still at this point not exactly sure what I want to do with the climbing structures. I have a rough idea, but nothing definitive. Sometimes when I'm stuck on a build, I like to work on something else. While the main portion of this building of course is a reptile house, home to Snow our Nile monitor, the entire left side of the build was left completely bare. Luckily this was a very easy fix, as after messing around with some of the trims and adding a few other really basic but necessary details, the entire habitat was left completely renovated for the cockerel Shifak. I also went ahead and added some foliage to the outside of the habitat, however it's not themed whatsoever. This is foliage native to the region that Keystone Wilds can be found in. It's completely natural, so I made it a little bit messier than normal, allowing it to peek through some of the mesh barrier. Now we can add some foliage that's a little bit more purposeful and blend it into the natural stuff. Let's get to it. With the interior of the habitat finally finished, I want to shift all of our focus to the outside, specifically what's on the interior of these lemur enclosures. Like we did at the start, it's going to be significantly easier to focus on the smaller of the two first, and use what we learned to work on the big one. We're utilizing this elephant grass in the exact same way we did in the Siamang Islands. In case you missed that episode, elephant grass is an absolutely gigantic hitbox, meaning most animals typically can't walk through it. Essentially what this means is that by placing elephant grass all over the floor of the habitat, we can force the lemurs to stay on the traversable area, which is only going to be the climbing structures that are going to be at about eye level of the guests. With the elephant grass acting as our functional plants, we can come in with some more detail-oriented plants like creosote bush and buffalo grass and make the habitat look nice. My ultimate goal is to make the ground layer about as lush as possible, so that it looks like the lemur can't get down here regardless of the elephant grass. Ultimately, I actually am really happy with this, and I think we did a good job. That little patch of sand in the center adds a small break in the foliage, which I think holds everything together. Now we just have to do it again, but on 3 times the scale, and this really isn't going to be as hard as it looks. The first thing I did was get rid of the mesh layer as well as the base layer of the boardwalk. I then replaced it with these breeze blocks to help blend it into the foundation of the reptile house. From here, I grabbed a base game Planet Zoo animal door and added it over to the right side of the enclosure out of the guest's view. This is going to act as a faux backstage. Realistically, in a real zoo, the lemurs would be able to go back here to completely escape the habitat, but for now it's just going to act as a door that represents the backstage. From here I used what's undoubtedly by far my favorite trick in the entire game. using the terrain to act as a blueprint for foliage in the future. This larger habitat is going to revolve around this forage box that's in the dead center. These lemurs have a really unique running animation, and I don't want to cover everything up with elephant grass and force them in the climbing structure when they're on this side. Since most of the foliage we're using in this portion of the habitat isn't going to be obstructive, instead of starting with grasses, I began this side with some faux rocks. Once those were in place, to really anchor together all of the foliage, I was sure to turn random rotation on and start placing a lot of grasses and bushes on the outside of the habitat closer to the foundation to really help blend everything together. I made the foliage a little bit more wild and overgrown the closer you get to the mesh, because the foliage on the outside of the mesh actually is wild. It's native plant life from the region, and naturally it's going to be able to get through a little mesh barrier. After placing the remaining pieces of foliage, I realized that we were left with this steep slope. Now this could be a potential slipping hazard for staff, so I decided to use some Australian planks and make some really small steps. With the final details in place, the habitat was nearly over. All we needed now was a climbing structure that all 5 of the lemurs could enjoy. This is undoubtedly going to be the hardest part of the habitat, because while building climbing structures on their own isn't exactly easy, building them in a confined space is next to impossible. Luckily, as an avid Zaboomafoo enjoyer, I know for a fact that these lemurs like to spend a fair amount of time on the ground, so that's going to make the larger of the 2 habitats actually significantly easier than the smaller one. I started at the element of the habitat that I knew for a fact from the beginning I wanted to add, and that's a really small climbing structure that the lemurs can rest on that's right on the opposite side of the glass from the interior. From here, all I did was add a few more additional platforms and later connected them up with some rope. This is also how we get the lemurs from one habitat to another. I was sure to add a piece of rope going across the overpass. The other side of the habitat is largely the same, although I made one of their climbing structures resemble the reptile house using a thatch roof. There's a decent amount going on visually of these habitats between the background foliage as well as the foliage at the base of the habitat, so I tried to keep the climbing structures as minimalist as possible. This will also help with the pathing. At least I hope. Let's see for ourselves. Immediately upon entering their new home, the family of cockerel sheefock wasted no time exploring the base layer of their habitat. Most, if not all, species of lemur are incredibly curious and social animals, so just as much as they explored their new habitat, they also made sure to explore each other. Their initial behavior in the habitat was admittedly a bit odd, as it took them a fair amount of time to finally explore the tops of their habitat. Eventually, one of the more curious lemur realized that they had a habitat overpass leading to an entire second section. Naturally, the other 4 lemurs wanted to be included in all the fun, so one by one they ascended the ropes and explored the second section of their habitat. At a first glance, they really do seem to enjoy it here, as they explored every single inch of the habitat and also got along with each other incredibly well. Naturally, some roughhousing occurred, but there is nothing that our keepers thought was an immediate threat to the lemur's safety. If you have any name ideas for any of the 5 females, feel free to leave them in the comments below. The reason I chose 5 females is simply because if anybody comments to name one Zaboomafoo, I'll know you weren't paying attention. With that, I think that's going to be an end for today's episode. I really hope you enjoyed. There's going to be some really big Planet Zoo 2 announcements any day now, so be sure to subscribe so you don't miss it, because I'll be covering everything we hear. I'll see you guys at the live stream. Kingpin out. See you next time. As Keystone Wilds continues along the path to completion, it's more important than ever to deliver quality to the community who empowers us. We've been on this road once before at our sister zoo in previous project Keystone Park. However, due to some unforeseen roadblocks that resulted in a rushed and physically painful finish, it's absolutely critical that we nail the finale this time around. Every single habitat we build now seems to close off a section of the zoo, allowing new staff infrastructure and pathing to take place behind the scenes, making general zoo operations run much more efficiently each expansion we create. To not only see the zoo coming to a close, but also physically see the finite space we have left in to expand getting smaller and smaller, really does reinforce the fact that we truly are in the endgame of the zoo now. Despite this, we still have plenty of work yet to attend to, and the staff is all in agreement that we can finally rest once the job is officially done. In case you're new here, this is Keystone Wilds, a long-term Planet Zoo project where we aim to build realistic habitats as well as tell conservation-driven stories about the species that call them home. We don't just build habitats here, we build a world and narrative as well, and we're happy to have you along for the ride. The Keystone Park as well as Keystone Wild staff teams have been working together as a unit on plans for future expansions to the Empire. Research is well underway, but still developing on brand new types of enclosures and ways to display a whole new slew of species, including those previously thought to be impossible to house. This is certainly going to take time, months even, but we're confident that the Keystone name is going to continue into the future soon enough. In the meantime, upon the grand opening of the final version of Keystone Wilds coming very soon, we likely are going to be briefly returning to Keystone Park for some much needed updates and innovations. While Keystone Wilds soon is going to be a completed vision, Keystone Park, being the zoo that started it all, is in dire need of help. A brand new section from a continent we for the most part ignored up until now is certainly on the table. What the heck is that noise? Lately, we've been closely monitoring our giant anteater, ensuring her new pregnancy continues to go smoothly. Because Anita's a veteran mother, her age does present some valid concerns. She's very special to the Keystone family, primarily for having spent time at both of our facilities, but also being the very first animal at Keystone Wilds. Without Anita, absolutely none of this would have been possible at all. Everything we've accomplished so far at the zoo can be traced back to her, and if that's not the textbook definition of a Keystone species, then I don't know what is. In other exciting news, our newly acquired African-crested porcupines have finally adjusted into life at the zoo, and both finally seem to be free from the stress of the African savanna for the first time in their lives. The duo can commonly be found behind the scenes on ambassador tours at Keystone Wilds, and if you'd like to learn more about their story, you can read all about them in this month's issue of the Ambassador magazine. The Ambassador magazine is an exclusive paid subscription starting at $2.99 per month, providing an entertaining and educational look at some of the behind-the-scenes operations and animals of Keystone Wilds. Each month we tackle a different species that the zoo has either directly helped or housed, and sharing what we learned about them along the way in a very fun and engaging manner. If you'd like to read one for yourself, I've left a sample in the description of the video, and if you'd like access to the entire lot plus what's to come, you can always sign up in the description all the same. Myself and the team put just as much effort into these magazines as we do in the main series videos on the channel, so it's certainly worth your time. On the topic of our ambassador animals, we've actually come into contact with July's ambassador a bit early, but let's backtrack to make it make a little bit more sense. Recently we began construction on the final section of Keystone Wilds, the Congo Expedition. In this penultimate expansion of the zoo, guests are going to be transported through the jungles of the African Congo on an unforgettable and immersive trek. A little behind-the-scenes fact is that if you want to have two areas with vastly different feels, the easiest way to transition between the two is with a building, which is precisely why the Congo Expedition begins with the Keystone Wilds Reptile House. In case you missed the last episode, we expanded onto the exterior of the building with the walk-through lemur habitat. While they can't interact directly with the guests, they can be above, below, and in any other direction to them at all times, so you're gonna have to keep your head on a swivel to make sure you don't miss any action. We primarily house an all-female troop of cockerel she-fock here, led by the leader of the family unit, Marble. Together, thanks to her help, the troop have adjusted well into life at Keystone Wilds, enjoying every aspect of their very modern enclosure. They can commonly be found crossing their overpass and traversing between habitats, so thankfully there's going to be absolutely no shortage of viewing points when it comes time for opening. But the question now is, what exactly does any of this have to do with the Ambassador program? Well, eagle-eyed viewers will likely have noticed another member of the troop who doesn't look like the rest. We actually have adopted a lone red-ruffed lemur into our care as well. All lemurs share a similar home, and while different species typically are native to different regions, they all call the island of Madagascar home. Normally in the wild, they're typically cordial with one another and not usually violent, and while it's rare for different species to traditionally get along, it can happen. This is precisely how we came into contact with our red-ruffed lemur, as she was rejected and consequently ousted by her own troop in her native home. After floating around different zoos and care facilities for several years, she eventually made her way to Keystone Wilds and has since become one with our troop. While she's still in a period of adjustment here, you'll soon be able to learn a lot more about her and her kind in the July issue of the Ambassador magazine. After the success of the transitional area between our African section and the more specialized Congo portion of Keystone Wilds, we thankfully were able to use the rest of the space located behind the reptile house to fully immerse guests into the jungle. Obviously we still have yet a ton of work to do, but the goal for now is to make this area feel different from the rest of the zoo, and so far we're succeeding. In direct contrast to the rest of Keystone Wilds, the main portion of the Congo expedition features dirt paths in an effort to truly transport guests into the simulated wilderness. Besides the obvious of animal welfare and guest entertainment, the ultimate goal of the Congo expedition is to connect this new area with the northern tip of the Himalayan highlands, thus completing Keystone Wilds. I have absolutely massive plans for this finale, including our largest and most grand habitat in the history of the channel, directly based off Disney's Animal Kingdom to neatly bookend everything in the series. Throughout the course of Keystone Wilds' runtime, which is rapidly approaching its one-year anniversary, I've actually managed to make the trip down to Florida to visit Disney's Animal Kingdom twice. Having left with over 300 pictures of habitat inspiration, I can really assure you that things are about to get crazy. Before we can get to that point though, we still have plenty of work to do, and for now we need to focus on the beginning of the expedition. Luckily, I've got some plans in place just for that. If you'd like to further support the ongoing construction and development of Keystone Wilds, please consider joining Club Keystone. Members receive early access to videos, exclusive access to the Ambassador magazine, which as a reminder releases on the first of each month, and your name will forever be etched into our wall of donors as a token of our appreciation. Thank you all so much for your support. If you enjoyed today's episode, please consider subscribing. Your support isn't just appreciated, it's absolutely essential. As you likely know by now, Planet Zoo content on YouTube is lacking a bit lately. Yeah, that's done. As you likely know, Planet Zoo 2 has been officially revealed by Frontier, and the community is going absolutely nuts. If you want to see a full trailer breakdown, I've got a video on it, as there's a bit too much to unpack here. Planet Zoo 2 is going to be absolutely everything that we wanted, and now is an excellent time to join in on the journey as we get closer and closer to October 13th every single day. Like the video, subscribe, share with friends, and give me a hype too if you enjoyed today's video. There's plenty more to come that you're not going to want to miss. By far, one of the largest complaints about Keystone Wilds thus far has been our lack of hoof stock, though an initial glance at our base roster would lead guests to believe this isn't the case. We do in fact have plenty of African hoof stock, more than any other type of animal in Keystone Wilds actually, but the problem is they're all contained within Baobab Safari, with the exception of our okapi, who can be seen from the exterior of the ride. This means that any guest with physical disabilities, motion sickness, or anything else they say really fast before you board a roller coaster won't actually be able to see a wide majority of our ungulates. The last time we had a problem similar to this was back in the very early days of Keystone Park, and the solution at the time was a pretty peculiar one, but ultimately one of the most important business moves we've made to date. Our moose habitat was an absolutely massive success at the time and brought tons of new viewers to the channel and visitors to the zoo, due in part to the creative concept behind the enclosure, merging the moose viewing with a restaurant. Today I want to replicate that habitat and give it a modern take here at Keystone Wilds, not only to be able to do a side-by-side comparison to see how much I've grown as a builder over the past couple years, but to also harken back to the very first episode of the series to truly overperform for our standards. The species this time around is still a hoofed animal, but it's a fair bit smaller than the mighty moose. In terms of ungulates, it's about impossible to have a bigger size range. That's because the Kirk's dik caps out at around 7.2 kilograms, or about 15 pounds. They're a least concerned species according to the IUCN, with a wild population that's unknown. This likely means they're doing quite well. They're a surprisingly simple animal to build for, only needing 200 square meters of land and absolutely nothing else. Interestingly enough, they can be found on both the left and right sides of Africa, but don't really have a territory in the middle. Even more interesting is the fact that they're a monogamous animal, which effectively means they mate for life, which is very rare among ungulates and hoofstock. They're also a shy animal, so we're going to have to implement plenty of cover and probably a backstage as well. Their enrichment items and diet are absolutely nothing to write home about, it's pretty standard among ungulates. What I did find interesting is that the Zoopedia mentions that the dik's nose is actually prehensile. This is similar to an elephant's trunk. Surprisingly unlike the rest of the ungulates, who seem to have cohabitation of everything, the Kirk's dik doesn't actually benefit from sharing space with any other species. Every single area of Keystone Wilds has a very distinct theme, even if they're not immediately apparent. Our entrance animals, for example, are from all over the world, highlighting the planet's amazing biodiversity, whereas the theme of somewhere like the Asian Trek in the Himalayan highlands really show the contrasting ecosystems of the continent. That's why those two had a completely different look. With the Congo expedition, our theme is going to be finale. Not only do I want this area to be the best looking for a start, but this area is also going to be packed full of a ton of lasts in the zoo. Not only is this the ending of the zoo and the series, but it's also physically as far from the entrance as you can possibly get. Today we're going to be building the final restaurant at the zoo, as well as potentially the last highly detailed backstage as well. The habitat itself is going to be extremely basic this time around, so we're going to be focusing on more what's around it. This absolutely isn't going to be the case going forward. Some of the habitats I have planned are really complex, so it's going to be critical to cover the basics one last time. Let's get to work. Now admittedly the dik is just a tad bit uninteresting to build for in a final type section. However, there is another African hoofed animal native to the Congo who we can rotate in and out. Not only will potentially acquiring a second okapi help out the endangered species in general, but it can also improve both of the habitats. It'll give riders of Baobab Safari something challenging to spot since the dik are so small, and it'll also give our currently lone okapi a nice change of scenery. Essentially, everything we build today needs to be completely compatible for both species, and okapi have very similar habitat requirements, they're just generally larger, so it really shouldn't be tough at all. I think a pretty simple trench-style habitat is going to suit both species well. Like usual, by far the easiest way to build these is with a simple retaining wall, and I like to use as few curves as possible just to make the angles a little bit easier in my end. In this case, it curves exactly once at 15 degrees. You really can't get much more simple than that. The next step I always do is connect the terrain of the wall itself, and typically when I do this I'll use the in-game mulch pieces on the scenery tab. After placing down the foundation of the eventual backstage, I started to flatten out this wall of terrain, because I had the idea to place in a waterfall to further separate the animals from the wall. Waterfall features are far and away some of my favorite details to add to habitats, just because it's really nice to have some movement going on behind the scenes when the animals aren't doing much. But if you recall from before, this won't be our last. With the barrier of the habitat firmly in place, I think now we can start focusing on the more finer details of the build, starting with the backstage. We've built plenty of these throughout the history of the zoo, and they're really not that difficult to put together, but I'll be sure to show you how to do it efficiently and detail it up just as good. Thankfully, the animals we're building for today aren't exactly huge, so we'll be able to jam-pack a finite space with a lot of detail. Whenever building any building in Planet Zoo, the number one thing you need to recognize is where the building is located. In this case, I really don't want it to be too much taller than it currently is to interrupt the view of the habitat. Luckily, like we said, it's not very big, so it's going to be really easy to keep the size down. Aside from not interrupting a guest's immersion, the number one thing to take into consideration when building a backstage is proximity to other keeper huts. If there's not one really close by, you're going to want to add one to the back of the backstage, and what I typically like to do here is implement a window using the exact same material you build the walls out of. This way there's a fun view that the keeper can look into the backstage while they're preparing the food, and it really helps for cinematics. I quite literally do this every time. How else do you think I get these shots? From here, I always like to implement a door, and this is exactly where the habitat gate is going to go, so make sure you put this in a permanent spot because it's really difficult to change. As you can see, the path comes with the door, and we all know how janky the pathing system can be, at least until the sequel comes out, that is. Once the habitat gate and the keeper hut installed, technically you're done because this habitat is more than functional, but now we need to get it to the Keystone standard. I've always found it easiest to add in the floor first, and we can use a simple concrete flooring here because the guests are never going to see this. Remember, this is a backstage, so functionality comes before looks. Where a lot of builders typically cut corners is in areas that guests never travel to in zoos, but these areas are just as important to detail up and flesh out the zoo. Operations are what keep a business like a zoo running, so it's really important to knock these details out of the park and make sure the staff has a nice area. For now, I want to focus on two of the more important details to get done early, the foundation and the trim of the building. The foundation is far and away the easiest part, because all I'm doing right now is using a breeze block and placing it over the metal-clad walling. Generally, a strong foundation makes a building look more firm and secure, and if you're building for a species like an elephant or a rhino, it's all but required because they could go straight through this metal. By carefully placing the foundation over every aspect of the perimeter of the backstage, you should be left with something like this. Now we need to essentially do the exact same thing but to the roof. This is a little bit more involved, but largely the same. Step 1 is actually placing in the roof, and throughout all of Keystone Wilds I've used limestone. This is basically the exact same thing as the flooring, so it's really easy. But from here I take the exact same materials we made the walls out of, in this case these metal plank walls, and I make it exactly 1 meter taller. After that, I like to make a trim around the top using these wood pieces from the conservation pack colored a deep blue. On their own they're a bit too skinny, so with this item I double up. Also, if you've ever wondered what it's like to play Planet Zoo on a controller and you haven't, this is exactly it. At this point you should be left with the shell of a very nice looking backstage, but details-wise we're not even close to being done. There's still so much more we can do to this building, and I'll show you exactly what that is. To start, I wanted to shift my focus towards the inside of the backstage, and to begin we're going to do the exact same thing of the foundation. Since we already placed it all over the exterior, and the inside and the outside are the exact same shape, it was really easy to use the advanced move menu and get it all done quickly. One of the only cons to using the habitat gate as the door to the actual backstage is 9 times out of 10 you're going to be left with these gaps. So what we can do in this case is use the exact same material that we made the trims on the top, and just use them to reinforce the door, getting rid of any gaps that lead to the outside. From here, the shell of the interior is done, and now we need to add in a few details that the keepers are going to have access to, specifically tools and air conditioning units. I also went ahead and added in a lighting system with extra wiring as detail, and then built a custom door that leads to the outside of the eventual habitat using a pulley system that can open and close it. Obviously it's not functional, it's all just for show, but in reality it could work. So far we've also done an excellent job of limiting the scale of this building, as once we plant some foliage above the waterfall it's going to be practically invisible to the guests, which is exactly what we were trying to do. If you want further proof, I went ahead and built a staff area using the exact same materials and design. This way if the keepers need a little bit of a break, they don't have to walk far to get from the keeper hut to the habitat to the staff room. Focusing back on the interior, I made some separate stalls in the backstage using the exact same blueprint we utilized in the elephant enclosure. Essentially these can be used to either separate the two animals if that needs to happen, or bring the okapi in and the dik-dik out. Either or. Thanks to our design route, the keeper is also going to have an excellent view of the animals while they're preparing their meals. Even when the staff isn't present though, the animals are always going to have surveillance on them to ensure that everything is going smoothly. While we may have just built the most detailed and polished backstage in the entire zoo, the rest of the habitat is looking a little bit worse for wear. Essentially, if you look at the habitat like a square, so far we've spent all of our time focusing on one side and we haven't even touched the middle. Let's try that line again, but actually have the waterfall flowing. Essentially, if you look at the habitat like a square, so far we've spent all of our time focusing on one side, and we haven't even touched the middle. Typically, guest viewing is among the last steps in the habitat process for me, but I think we should do it first this time. The first thing I did was reinforce the retaining wall with a little bit of rocks and metal to ensure that none of the ungulates could actually surpass it. Once that was done, I came over top and used some foliage to really effectively blend in the mulch of the surrounding terrain, being extremely careful not to have any of the grasses poke through the concrete. Once I was happy with the foliage, we now needed two more things for the barrier. The barrier itself, as well as a curb to act as a buffer in between the foliage and the path. The buffer was easy enough, as all I did was find some faux rocks we used elsewhere in the zoo near Baobab Safari and completely lined the perimeter. The guest barrier is also a completely reused asset, however I trimmed it down and made it look a little bit more appropriate for the Congo expedition. Effectively, I made it bigger. I also went ahead and added some pipeworks and plumbing to the top of the waterfall to make it make more sense how it's a continuous flowing of water. Just like the backstage, I tried my best to hide it a bit, but didn't try too hard to make it completely invisible. Overall, the guest viewing is looking very nice, however, with a lack of shade, it's certainly missing something. That'll change in just a bit though. I want to work on the back of the habitat first. Baobab Safari is very close to the back of the Dik-Dik enclosure, specifically where our bongo are held. If you recall from our time at Baobab Safari, much of the border of the ride is built with mountains and rocks. Essentially what I want to do is replicate the border of Baobab Safari and bring it to the back of this habitat and make the mountains a whole lot taller in the middle to truly connect everything up. Luckily, replicate is second to probably only reuse in terms of words I really like to hear when I'm building. It makes the entire process so much more efficient as long as you can hide that you're actually reusing assets. It's one thing if you're creating a structure with a repeating pattern, that's perfectly fine, but nature doesn't typically abide to patterns. That's why whenever we're using foliage, I really try to add something unique to make it look a little bit different. In this case, I really tried to smooth out the rocks and added a bunch more foliage on the lower portions. This completely separates it from the look of Baobab Safari, which is where I copied it from. Thankfully at this point, the habitat is 100% contained, and realistically we could add the ungulates inside now. However, I think I have a really nice idea for the final layer of this habitat. Let's build a restaurant. Prior to this build, Keystone Wilds has had two separate restaurants, Kijiji Kitchen as well as the Oasis. Today, after successfully harkening back to the Keystone Park Moose Enclosure, Congo Crave officially joins our lineup. This is going to provide guests with not only excellent food and beverage, but also an amazing viewpoint to look at the Kirk's Dik-Dik from. There's absolutely no shortage of sightlines as well as seating all behind one-way glass to take into consideration our ungulate's status. It's an expensive yet practical solution for shy species. Congo Crave is going to serve the zoo incredibly well, and hopefully the guests like it just as much as we do. If you've been around since the Moose Enclosure, let me know if you think this is an upgrade. It was really fun paying homage to a series classic. Now we're left with a square with 4 really detailed sides, but absolutely nothing in the middle, and that's about to change. Luckily, since everything around the habitat is so detailed, the interior is actually going to be pretty basic. The first thing I did, and arguably most challenging in this portion of the habitat, was reinforce the water with a retaining wall. We used the exact same strategy we used on the first one. The next major addition to the habitat was an absolutely massive black poplar tree situated right in front of the backstage's entrance, and this is so guests sitting at the restaurant can't actually see in, so the Okapi as well as the Dik-Dik have a private place to escape the guest's view. After placing the enrichment items, if you've watched any episode of Keystone Wilds to date, it was pretty apparent what we were going to do next. The main focus of the foliage in this habitat was to completely line the sides and blend it into what's already built, leaving a path for the Dik-Dik as well as the Okapi to traverse from their backstage all the way down to the water. Thankfully, after adding several really difficult additions to the habitat between the backstage and the restaurant, all of the foliage was surprisingly easy, mainly existing to make it look a little bit more realistic. In essence, if the outside of your habitat is highly detailed, you don't want the inside to be really overdone. On the contrary, if the inside of your habitat is incredibly detailed, you really don't want the outsides to draw away from it. That's not to say you shouldn't detail at all. I'm particularly fond of using these tropical leaf litters on the edge of the water to act like a leaf pile-up. Overall, I think we struck a very nice balance of making the habitat detailed, but also letting the restaurant and the backstage do a majority of the heavy lifting. And sometimes the most important and detailed areas of a zoo should be those that the guests don't see. But where the two Kirk's Dik-Dik are going to be, the guests certainly are going to have an amazing view. Let's go grab them and make sure. If you can't see them right away, don't worry, you're not alone. The Kirk's Dik-Dik is probably one of the smallest animals that we house here at Keystone Wilds. Thankfully, their small stature is made up for by their big personalities, as these are among the most curious animals that we have. Both Dik-Dik seem to explore absolutely every square inch of the habitat, including the areas they weren't necessarily meant to get to. That being said, being near the water isn't going to hurt anybody except the guest's view, so luckily we don't have to make any habitat modifications. Despite the recent discoveries, visibility in the habitat remains perfect as you can clearly see the dik-dik from pretty much anywhere, unless they choose to go into their backstage. This was an absolutely critical component of the habitat to get correct, as them as well as the okapi are listed as shy animals as per the IUCN, meaning they're going to have a perfect place to retreat to when they get a little bit overwhelmed, and luckily we succeeded. On top of success, I think this habitat is going to be sought after to work for by our keepers, as it's in very close proximity to not only the keeper hut, but the staff area as well. Overall, the Congo expedition is certainly off to an amazing start, and if you have any name suggestions for either of our male or female Kirk's dik-dik, feel free to let me know in the comments below. Just because we had a strong start doesn't ensure a strong finish. We're going to have to work really hard to make sure that it's possible to achieve, so we've got plenty of work to do yet here. I'm going to get to it, but until then, I'll see you soon. Kingpin out.
What is that?
As Keystone Wilds continues on the long path to completion, things are continuing to fall into place with a true sense of finality. It really does seem like every minor addition that we make to the zoo at this point completely closes off an area, which is about as satisfying as putting in the final piece of a big jigsaw puzzle. Only this puzzle has been under construction for nearly a calendar year at this point. Despite starting the zoo in a bit of a rough position coming off of the massive success of Keystone Park, we didn't let that stop us at all as we continue to pursue our goals and standard of quality. And with just a little bit left to go, we're certainly not going to start to cut corners now. Just because the finish line is within our sight doesn't mean at all we can afford to take our foot off the gas. Everything that we've built and worked for up until this point is still very dependent on our success here and now, and that won't ever stop until the job is totally finished. In case you're new here, this is Keystone Wilds, a long-term Planet Zoo project where we aim to build realistic habitats as well as tell conservation-driven stories about the species that call them home. We don't just build habitats here, we build a world and narrative as well, and we're happy to have you along for the ride. A lot has happened at Keystone Wilds in a very short amount of time, starting with another monumental birth to the zoo as well as the Keystone name, as Anita has finally welcomed her second pup born at Keystone Wilds. This makes our series veteran anteater the very first animal at one of our zoos to give birth to multiple young, and we couldn't be any happier for her. This aging anteater is still going to remain on display as she remains in excellent health, but consider her officially retired from both conservation efforts and breeding programs. Like his brother Cubby, who has since been released back into the wild, this new little guy is an absolute ball of energy. Our newborn male can commonly be found exploring every single inch of the habitat as he learns exactly how the world around him works. While our trusted staff team is always here for support, we also trust that his mother is going to be able to help him through his youth, just like her other pup before. Giant anteater are listed as a vulnerable species according to the IUCN, primarily due to deforestation and other human conflicts. Being able to house this fragile species is truly a special thing, and seeing another newborn is hopefully going to give guests the motivation and courage to make a difference in the world around us. Being able to spark that sense of passion into an individual is the true superpower found within zoos, as that's likely why we're both here right now. And while you're here, if you have any name suggestions for the male baby giant anteater, let me know in the comments below. It truly does seem like Keystone Wilds is on the brink of another baby boom, as we've recently had some very exciting news coming out of the Asian Trek, our most recent completed expansion. The penultimate habitat found within, Vanishing Giants, features two types of pachyderms who each need our help for very similar reasons. The Indian rhinoceros, and the focus of said good news, the Indian elephant. Elephants have been very near and dear to the Keystone name from day one, even if it wasn't entirely obvious. Keystone Park started with a near negative budget, having to rely on local wildlife and problematic relocations to fill our habitats. These animals in turn paved the way for our success, eventually allowing us to build for and help animals from all across the globe, culminating in these amazing pachyderms. Their traces can be found all over the zoo, from our entrance to even the logo itself, and one of our silent goals at Keystone Wilds has always been to bring a new one into the world on site. And today we're proud to announce that we've taken a massive stride closer to making this dream become a reality, as we've recently brought in a bull elephant into our care. Vanishing Giants was built and equipped with a bull yard, but no bull elephant to call it home. With no extra modifications to the existing habitat needed, the new male has gotten straight to work acclimating into the herd. We have the utmost confidence that before too long there's going to be a baby elephant running around in the pachyderm yard, and this time these Vanishing Giants are going to have their population numbers rise instead of fall. Like we've learned here time and time again, sometimes it really does just take a single animal to inspire change in the world. On the topic of both inspiration and change, we've recently had some news come from the main pavilion of Keystone Wilds. This area is often overlooked in the grand scheme of the zoo, as its main purpose is simply to act as an anchor that connects our more themed sections together, but the animals who do call this area home are important to us all the same. We've recently gotten word from an up-and-coming zoo and new creator in need of some help. Immediately, this reminded the Keystone Wilds staff of our humble beginnings at Keystone Park, and it's not easy starting from nothing, especially in such a competitive environment, so naturally we extended a helping hand just as some most generous creators did for us before. Effective immediately, we'll be sending the Atlantic Coast Zoo, built by Chrissy Creates, 2 of our female white-faced Sakis in an attempt to help jumpstart both her zoo and YouTube career. And if you'd like to see the home she created for the Keystone Wilds veterans, you can find a link to her channel in the description below. Supporting small creators is far and away the best way to be a Keystone member of the community, and it's amazing to see just how much a single comment or like can make a new creator's day. We wish our pair of white-faced Sakis safe travels, but we're confident once they reach their destination, they'll be in extremely trusted hands. If you'd like your day made with bonus Keystone Wilds content, you can catch up with our red-ruffed lemur and learn all about her unique arrival to the zoo in this month's issue of the Keystone Ambassador magazine. New issues release on the first of each month, and signing up will give you immediate access to not only the current month's magazine, but also everything that's come before it. We're currently on issue 7, so that's essentially 7 bonus episodes of the series you can enjoy for as low as $2.99 a month. The team and I put a ton of effort behind these with the goal of providing great value for your money, so if you want a bonus look into the animals and operations of the zoo, you can sign up using the links in either the description of the video or the channel itself. In case you missed the last episode, we continued on with the penultimate section of Keystone Wilds, the Congo Expedition. We managed to build the final restaurant in the zoo while paying homage to a series classic, as just like Keystone Park's moose enclosure, Congo Crave also overlooks Hoofstock. Unlike the mighty moose though, the Kirk's Dik is a fair bit smaller. Wait a minute, this one seems a lot smaller. One thing I failed to mention in the last episode is that these Kirk's Dik arrived at Keystone Wilds with a newborn. However, he needed a little bit more time to acclimate to the new environment and was kept entirely behind the scenes. Now the entire family can officially enjoy the habitat as a single unit, and when I said family I meant it, as Kirk's Dik are monogamous animals, which essentially means they mate for life. Together, our trio of Dik have really grown to enjoy their time at Keystone Wilds, and can commonly be found enjoying every aspect of their enclosure. Meet Ramen and Noodle, and if you have any ideas on what we can call the little one, let me know in the comments below. While our family of Kirk's Dik have been in the habitat for a majority of the time post-construction, if you recall, this habitat was built for another hoofed animal too, the okapi. These mysterious animals are classified as endangered according to the IUCN, and thankfully after bringing in a new male to the zoo, our female okapi, Minnie, is pregnant. Due to the more modern and sizable backstage found in the Dik habitat, our keepers have deemed it easier to care for the pregnant okapi in this enclosure for the time being. Unfortunately, the Kirk's Dik are a very shy species, and they're small to the point where placing them in the okapi habitat found inside Baobab Safari wouldn't really serve an effective purpose, so for the time being they're going to be kept off stage and behind the scenes until the baby okapi arrives. Overall, both hoofstock species suit the Congo expedition incredibly well no matter which happens to be on exhibit. They're both truly special in their own way, as is every animal at Keystone Wilds. It also absolutely was not a coincidence that we built this restaurant overlooking these 2 species, as they happen to be the prey in this predator-prey relationship that's going to be completed by today's expansion. We're going to have to use everything that we've learned up until this point at Keystone Wilds, because this is the absolute last predator that's going to call the zoo home. If you'd like to further support the ongoing construction and development of Keystone Wilds, please consider joining Club Keystone. Members receive early access to videos, exclusive access to the Ambassador magazine, which as a reminder releases on the first of each month, and your name will forever be etched into our wall of donors as a token of our appreciation. Thank you all so much for your support. If you enjoyed today's episode, please consider subscribing. Your support isn't just appreciated, it's absolutely essential. As you likely know by now, Planet Zoo content on YouTube is lacking a bit lately. Yeah, that's done. As you likely know, Planet Zoo 2 has been officially revealed by Frontier, and the community is going absolutely nuts. If you want to see a full trailer breakdown, I've got a video on it, as there's a bit too much to unpack here. Planet Zoo 2 is going to be absolutely everything that we wanted, and now is an excellent time to join in on the journey as we get closer and closer to October 13th every single day. Like the video, subscribe, share with friends, and give me a hype too if you enjoyed today's video. There's plenty more to come that you're not going to want to miss. If you look at the overall rosters between both of the Keystone Zoos, there's one specific type of animal that trumps everything else in general popularity. Raccoons. Just kidding, it's actually our felines. Not only are they the driving force and climax of Baobab Safari, our most popular attraction, but they also aren't even all big cats, which are the most stereotypically popular. Matter of fact, each zoo only has currently 1 species of big cat, our jaguar at Keystone Park and the lions here at Keystone Wilds. Both zoos also house other felines that are equally as popular, but none are technically part of the genus Panthera, which is essentially the definition of a big cat in terms of science. Despite this, species like our cougar, palace cat, and especially the cheetah at Keystone Wilds are among some of our most popular animals at their zoos. Today though, we're prepping for a finale, so we're gonna have to go big. Like we mentioned, the genus Panthera is a dead giveaway that the African leopard is a big cat. The IUCN lists them as a vulnerable species with a wild population that's actually unknown. This is likely because the species covers an immense amount of ground in the continent of Africa, but what we do know is that the African leopard is going to need 705 square meters of land, 45 square meters of climbing, as well as a grade 3 climb-proof fence. With the exception of a mother raising her cubs, the African leopard is a solitary animal. Another important thing to note is that they actually have a neutral relationship to humans, meaning that they're not going to have to be hidden behind one-way glass or anything of the sorts. It looks like their dietary options as well as their habitat enrichment items are all pretty standard for building for a feline, nothing that we haven't dealt with before, so this is going to be pretty easy. As you could have guessed, being an apex ambush predator, the African leopard doesn't benefit from sharing space with any other species. No cohabitation today. Matter of fact, for the rest of the zoo. Like we just learned, African leopards are the apex predator of the Congo jungle, which is precisely why they're going to be found directly across the way from Congo Crave. These animals prey on our hoofstock in the wild, so it only seemed appropriate to have a restaurant separating their habitats to highlight their predator-prey relationship. The main issue of this habitat's construction is a problem that the zoo has been running into as we grow closer and closer to completion. Earlier I mentioned that it really does seem like every minor addition that we make to the zoo at this point completely closes off an area. This can be a good thing and a bad thing in practice, as it's extremely difficult to finish one section without completely killing the immersion of another, and it just so happens that our African leopard enclosure is going to have its back directly facing two separate sections, a staff-only zone as well as the Himalayan highlands. The look of the highlands in the Congo expedition really couldn't be any different, so to not throw off the scenery or immersion in either section, it's going to be a monumental task. Luckily though, we've been through a lot and grown so much as a builder throughout the course of this series, and I'm pretty confident that we can handle absolutely any challenge that's thrown our way, especially because this habitat doesn't involve complex pathing or water. If you can't tell based on the proximity of the habitat, the Congo expedition sits on the right-hand side, and the staff area / Himalayan highlands is on the left. Essentially, the current problem is if we build the habitat too tall, it's going to throw off the unique look and immersion of the highlands. We've succeeded with this once before, as the Asian trek sits right behind the Himalayan highlands, and both focus on very different ecosystems. The difference in this scenario was, though, that the highlands sits on a much higher elevation than the trek does. The Congo expedition and the highlands are the exact same. We're going to have to create the facade of a building that perfectly mimics the unique look of the Highlands architecture, while at the same time seamlessly blending into our staff-only facility that rests behind the Highlands. Thankfully, this facility existing, and being as detailed as it is, completely eliminates the need for a backstage in today's build, which is going to save us a lot of time, effort, and resources. At the same time, though, this facade of the building is going to be able to be viewed head-on from the Congo expedition side, which means we're going to have to detail the front of it facing the Congo expedition in terms of our African design palette. Essentially, this one building is going to have to look completely different from 3 different angles, which is by no means an easy feat to pull off. After getting a basic shape of the building down, I utilized a faux path using some construction pieces to physically connect the highlands to the Congo expedition. And from here I installed the habitat gate, which is typically a step in the process I don't add until much later on. No. Remembering what the Zoopedia said about the African leopard being an expert climber, I decided to make this building generally taller than it was before. Making it a little bit bigger also helps it differentiate and stand out from the other buildings in the highland, since they're all relatively short and low to the ground. The trick now is going to be making this look like a fully functioning staff area, but on the contrary, we can't make it look like that from the Himalayan highlands perspective. The problem is they're right next to each other. We have to get creative here. I went ahead and preemptively added the really basic details, including the trims, gutters, and air conditioning units. I also added a plaster wall over the side that's going to be visible from the highlands to better visualize what we have to work with. Essentially, I want to make it look like this, which is actually a lot more basic and simple than you might think. Decals can go a long way. Looking into the African leopard's habitat, you're left with this visual, and I really want to spruce up this side of the building and make it look like it fits the African Congo section. It's been a little while since I've worked in the highlands, and it was slightly difficult to remember the exact building and architecture style. However, once I got into a groove, it was actually really easy to replicate it over. It's very basic. Simple as it may be, though, I wanted to innovate on the design of the highlands of some of the motifs that we've created along the way. And overall, it captures a very familiar look that the highlands is known for, but it's also modern and a bit more polished because we've improved as a builder since then. The next side of the backstage is arguably the most important for this particular build, because this is the side that the guests are going to see when they're looking into the habitat. To give the Congo expedition a little bit of cohesion, I'm going to be modeling this heavily off of Congo Crave, which we built in the last episode. To start, I of course got rid of the metal that's commonly seen in the staff areas of Keystone Wilds and replaced it with this wood that we've been using all throughout the section. I then tried to adjust the time so you guys could actually see what's going on, but it wasn't successful, as this is built right into the sun. This is just going to be an implied backstage, very similar to our Babirusa or Markhor enclosure, so I'm just going to be using this Planet Zoo animal door, and we can imagine that there's a fully functional backstage behind it. Thankfully, after adding some anti-climbing trims, that's essentially all we needed to do on this side, and I think we captured the look of the habitat very well. Equally important is that this habitat really fits into the Highlands aesthetic when you look at it from the back. But that Highlands look doesn't wrap around the entire building, because the back of it that the guests are never going to see is modeled after a staff area. Now that we've absolutely ensured that the immersion won't be broken at any point in the zoo, we can finally start focusing all of our attention on the main bulk of the African leopard's habitat. Essentially, we're going to be starting by constructing a building that's not too far off from the scale of what we just made. This is going to be the primary guest viewing, but I have a few tricks up my sleeve to make it a little bit more interesting than it looks. The first thing I'm going to be incorporating is varying viewpoints. The floor that the guests are going to stand on is going to be the exact same, however the leopard itself is going to be able to traverse some high ground and low ground with the help of a climbing structure in the middle. To begin, I used the exact same wood color as Congo Crave and started to lay the foundation of this building. It also incorporates an exhibit, which we're going to get into a little bit later. When building my outlines, I always like to start with the doors and guest viewing windows, because these are the two main points that the guests are going to have to interact with, so they're the most important to get right. As you can probably tell, this is going to be far from our most complicated guest viewing, and that's by design. That's because this habitat is going to feature an education talk that highlights the African leopard's main hunting strategy. This is going to be the main gimmick and focal point behind the habitat, so I want to give it a lot of attention. It's going to be located on the outside of the guest viewing on the right side. If you'll notice on the right side of the habitat, there's a window that looks like it would be fit for some glass, but we're actually going to be putting mesh here. Now, mesh doesn't sound like the greatest idea to contain a big cat, especially when they have retractable claws that could seriously hurt someone. But we're actually going to be making this into Keystone Wilds' second educational talk. A while ago, while wandering around my local zoo, I happened to walk right by the tiger enclosure while they were doing an educational talk of their own. And essentially, they opened a hidden door that was immediately met by a chain link fence that allowed the tiger to prop up and show its paws off to ensure that it was in good health. And as a reward for doing this, the keepers were able to give it some treats. Essentially, when you're just walking by and there's not a show going on, this area doesn't look like anything special at all. Matter of fact, you'd probably walk right past it and not bat an eye. However, when the show's going on, the doors are going to open up, giving you an excellent and uninterrupted view of the African leopard's unique hunting habits. Once the show was done, I shifted my attention towards completely closing off the right side of the habitat. And this was actually incredibly simple, because outside of a very basic foliage palette that we've been utilizing throughout the Congo expedition, we utilized the exact same fence as the very first habitat ever built in a Keystone Zoo, our Timberwolf enclosure all the way back at Keystone Park. I then came back to the indoor viewing and completely polished up the interior as well as exterior trims, utilizing every single design motif that's come to make the Congo expedition unique. Now all we have to do is polish up the indoor and outdoor portions of the building and get it up to the Keystone Wilds standard we've grown accustomed to. Thankfully at this point, this has become second nature, as this is far from the first habitat that we've built here. What is a first though is we were able to incorporate the Goliath beetle into this build, one of the most rare and elusive species to see in the real world in Planet Zoo. On the interior, we were able to highlight another one of the African leopard's prey species, the African crested porcupine, fit with a guide explaining on just how to take them down from the leopard's perspective. Overall, I'm quite happy with how the interior of the habitat turned out. We didn't really over-design anything, but it looks good regardless. Now we just need to carry this momentum to the inside of the habitat, because this is what matters most. With 3 out of the 4 sides of the habitat completely polished and detailed, all that leaves us is the south section as well as the inside of the habitat itself. To add a fair bit more realism, I want the foliage from the outside of the habitat to be creeping in and growing through the chain link fence. And in order to accomplish that, we're going to have to do the foliage on the outside first and work our way in. Since this is more wild foliage and not actually a part of the habitat, it doesn't necessarily need to have the same level of polish as the rest of the surrounding areas do. That being said though, this foliage is going to directly lead into the habitat, and this foliage absolutely needs to have polish to it. For the time being, the exterior is going to remain relatively sparse, as we can essentially do absolutely anything we want with this area. That'll be a problem for much later down the line though, as for now we need to focus on the inside of the habitat. We've given ourselves a very nice starting point in terms of the base layer of foliage. All we have to do now is figure out exactly how we want to make this habitat look. Luckily we have plenty of time, as step 1 is always the same in my habitats. In case this is your first time at Keystone Wilds, essentially what I like to do is use the soil terrain paint and mark up the ground in logical areas that the animals or keepers would realistically be walking. In this case, it's a perimeter around the entire habitat, spanning from the animal gate to the keeper gate to over by the education show, and lastly at the viewing window, making a complete loop. The climbing structure is going to be in the middle. The reason why I do this is to wherever large animals like the African leopard or keepers are walking, the less likely that plants are going to be able to grow tall in those areas, because we step on them and mat them down. Basically what that means is wherever the terrain soil lies, don't put buffalo grass, creosote bushes, or any other plants, and where there's still the terrain grass left over, spam them like crazy. Just because we didn't use any foliage or plant life on the soil doesn't necessarily mean we have to leave it undetailed, so I used a lot of faux rocks of varying colors and placed them all over the soil to make it a little bit more textured and varied. Once the rocks were in place, I utilized dry variants of the foliage that we'd already used and placed them right around the rocks to be anchored in place. And with that, the base layer of foliage was done. The habitat certainly looks good, but it's definitely in the foundational state, and what that means is that there's nothing really drawing your eyes to the habitat. We can fix that with the climbing structure and some enrichment items, however. I started off by utilizing a large scratching tree, placing it in the dead center of the habitat so the leopard won't be able to use it to escape. I then placed this zebra pinata directly in front of the enrichment show, so that once the climbing structure's in place, the African leopard's going to be able to pounce down on it, displaying some of its natural behaviors. There's a few other enrichment items hidden throughout the habitat to ensure that the guests have a good view of our leopard no matter where he chooses to go, but now we definitely need to install the climbing structure to really tie everything together. From my experience, whenever building a climbing structure, it's infinitely more difficult to build it for a smaller species as opposed to a larger one, and that's primarily because a larger species simply has less space to cover in a climbing structure. Smaller animals usually require more complex builds in terms of climbing structures, so it's a lot more simple to build one for a larger animal that doesn't really need much. The African leopard's climbing structure is going to be in the center of the habitat, hanging over its low ground. And like I mentioned, since we're building for a bigger animal, we can use the bigger pieces, which makes the climbing structure go together that much faster. Since African leopards are a big, powerful, and athletic feline with the affinity to climb, I didn't want to make this climbing structure very tall. Instead, I made it a little bit complicated and kept it low to the ground. This way, the leopard's going to have plenty of enrichment to be entertained by, but also not be able to escape the habitat since the walls are too far away to jump to. With the different viewing angles all in place, I'd call this habitat a success, but let me know what you guys think of it in the comments below. I'm especially happy with the custom signage on the inside. Normally I don't dabble in this, but I'm very happy with how it turned out. I'm equally excited to see the enrichment talk show running once Keystone Wilds and the Congo Expedition officially open. Like I always say though, it doesn't matter at all what we think of the habitat, but it means everything on what the animal thinks. Let's go bring him in and see. For having a neutral relationship with humans, according to the Zoopedia at least, the African leopard was a very shy animal upon its initial entry to Keystone Wilds. The leopard seemed to spend a majority of his time underneath the climbing structure in the shade. Eventually, as he grew more comfortable into his new home, he seemed to explore the heights of his habitat, starting at the climbing structure. Eventually, like most cats, once he found a box, his true personality started to shine. It seemed that his favorite aspect of the habitat, though, wasn't the climbing structure, but actually the scratching tree. He spent a lot of time on it. Even though overall, it took our leopard a little bit longer to adjust into life at Keystone Wilds than most of our species, he truly does seem to enjoy his new home. What do you think of the habitat, though? Feel free to let me know in the comments below. With Keystone Wilds only having 2 episodes left, also let me know what you think the final 2 species of the Congo Expedition are going to be. We don't have much left to do at Keystone Wilds, but I can assure you the exact same amount of effort and quality is going to be present in the finale that's been here the entire time. Until then, I'll see you guys next time. Kingpin out. Have a good one. With Keystone Wilds getting closer and closer to its final form, the stakes and demand for success are louder than ever. If we were to fail now and not deliver on the final exhibits of the zoo, everything that we've worked for the last calendar year would all be for nothing. Putting it blunt, this absolutely cannot happen. Luckily, our staff team have grown into seasoned veterans and experts in their fields throughout the course of seeing Keystone Wilds, and the most experienced among them even Keystone Park develop. Despite the generally positive place both zoos currently find themselves in, this was not in any shape or form given to us for free. The team has absolutely been tested, time and time again, and like the well-oiled machine they've truly transformed into thanks to these hardships, have come out stronger and more importantly smarter with each trial. Mistakes and tragedy are inevitable in any business. Imperfection is absolutely our nature after all. But what truly separates rookies from veterans in the zoo business is what you do after the fact. The Keystone Park and more recently the Keystone Wild staff teams have only been able to rise above and conquer all of these obstacles thanks to the unrelenting support of our guests and the growing community we've helped carve out for them. The fact that there are real people out there who consider one of our projects to be their absolute favorite among the monstrous competition in the zoo business has always driven us to strive for excellence, and now that we're once again at the doorstep of a finale, that's certainly not going to stop now. In case you're new here, this is Keystone Wilds, a long-term Planet Zoo project where we aim to build realistic habitats as well as tell conservation-driven stories about the species that call them home. We don't just build habitats here, we build a world and narrative as well, and we're happy to have you along for the ride. Lately, we've been continuing to prepare for the finale of the zoo and the Keystone Saga for the time being, and to celebrate this massive milestone, we've yet again innovated the game. Unlike theme parks or other popular tourist attractions, zoos typically can't have late-night entertainment such as fireworks shows, as it can seriously startle the animals who call the place home. The grand opening of Keystone Wilds' final form is certainly something to be celebrated though, so to get around this we've purchased a small fleet of drones that are in the midst of programming a show to pay homage and tribute to some of our most iconic animals from both of our facilities. If you're wondering why an elephant was the formation that's being worked on right now instead of an animal that's been around the zoo longer, that's because we have some very exciting news coming from the Asian Trek. Hannah, one of our female Indian elephants, is pregnant. This is what all of Keystone Wilds has been building towards, and elephants have been very near and dear to our hearts from day one, found both in our entrance and logo. Thankfully, the Indian pachyderm habitat Vanishing Giants was built with a fully intact bull yard, so our male elephant is going to be able to stay on site once the baby arrives. Our herd hopefully will be able to grow even larger one day in an effort to further conservation efforts for this incredible species. Indian elephants are listed as endangered according to the IUCN, so every single birth matters both in the wild and especially in captivity. Thankfully, our veteran staff are ready for this final and likely greatest challenge yet, as the safe delivery of this elephant calf is now our #1 priority across the entire zoo. For now though, life continues on for the herd as we get closer and closer to the due date, which thankfully is on pace to line up perfectly with the finale of Keystone Wilds. In 22 months. Let's just put some white out there and scribble in... Okay, much better. Keystone Wilds thankfully seems to be in the midst of a second baby boom. Not only have we recently had yet another giant anteater birth with the arrival of baby Gregor, but we've also been blessed with yet another rare and vulnerable captive birth in the meantime. The okapi is an endangered ungulate native to the African Congo, and is a species shrouded in mystery and intrigue. Not much is known about them compared to other African hoofstock, and just to prove how unique and strange these animals really are, their closest relatives are actually both found at Keystone Zoos, the giraffe as well as the pronghorn antelope, two animals that on the surface are absolutely nothing alike and share very few qualities. Regardless, the arrival of Keystone Wilds' newest baby is certainly going to do wonders for the conservation of this amazing animal, as simply being present at the zoo is enough to spark some curiosity into an individual, and from there the rest is easy. I speak from experience. How do you think we got here after all? Both Mother Minnie and the newborn baby boy can currently be found in the Congo expedition, the final section currently under construction at Keystone Wilds. They're currently occupying the habitat previously home to our family of Kirk's Dik-Dik, since this enclosure has a much more suitable backstage and quicker access for staff. Two things that are absolutely critical for raising a vulnerable juvenile of such importance. Like usual, if you have any name suggestions, feel free to let me know in the comments below. And while you're there, let me know if you have any ideas for the elephant calf as well. Our vets have recently run some ultrasounds and we're expecting a girl. Just because the zoo is finally on the brink of completion doesn't at all mean that our passion and drive to make the world a better place is going anywhere. A zoo opening in its final form isn't something to dread. Instead, it's to be celebrated as a true beacon of wildlife conservation has been added to the list of greats around the world. That being said though, come the end of the series, you're still going to be able to get monthly brand new updates and content through the Keystone Ambassador program, which has absolutely no plans of stopping. New issues release on the first of each month, and signing up will give you immediate access to not only the current month's magazine, but also everything else that's come before it. We're currently on issue 7, so that's essentially 7 bonus episodes of the series for you to enjoy for as low as $2.99 a month, with more coming very soon and well after the series officially concludes here on YouTube. The team and I put a ton of effort behind these with the goal of providing great value for your money, so if you want a bonus look at the animals and operations of the zoo, or just aren't quite ready to say goodbye to Keystone Wilds, you can sign up using the link either in the description of the video or the channel itself. In case you missed the last episode, we continued on with the Congo expedition by finishing our habitats on either side of Congo Crave, the last restaurant in all of Keystone Wilds. These two habitats focus on the predator and prey dynamic between the previously mentioned okapi and Dik-Dik, depending on who's home, and the focus of the last episode, the African leopard. With the completion of our leopard habitat, the official path connecting the Himalayan highlands to the Congo expedition has been laid out, with the highlands side fully being completed. The area around the exit of our Palace Cat's indoor habitat has also been completely redone to account for the new structures. As for the leopard habitat itself, where our newest resident Oliver calls home, it perfectly caps off the front half of the Congo expedition. Essentially from here you're going to have two paths, either journey to the highlands or continue on the trek to Gorilla Falls, which we'll get into shortly. As for Oliver, his adaptation into Keystone Wilds wasn't quite as smooth as we would have hoped for. Quickly after becoming relatively comfortable in his habitat, he unfortunately had to spend a large chunk of time in and out of the infirmary after contracting a lingering strain of a so far undiagnosed illness. Thankfully, it doesn't seem to be affecting his health very much, as his energy levels as well as appetite appear to be normal. However, precautions are still extremely necessary since Oliver is next door neighbors with a very vulnerable newborn with a still developing immune system. Aside from these medical complications though, when you do manage to spot Oliver, he's quite the sight to behold. As the only big cat within the standard Keystone Wilds premises, he's certainly a must-see. You can normally catch him lounging about on his climbing frames, as he enjoys people watching from his perch, The habitat also features an amazing talk show purposely built to simulate the leopard's natural hunting habits, but the grand opening of the show has been temporarily delayed due to Oliver's minor health concerns. Overall, as the final predator of the Keystone Wilds roster, the African leopard fits into the zoo incredibly well and is sure to be among the most popular sights on opening day. To be able to view such a rare and elusive big cat with just a standard ticket is an amazing thing. But like always, guests willing to embark on Baobab Safari can see much more. Leopards are amazing animals, but they're not quite the kings of the jungle. Just because Keystone Wilds has finally hit the predator limit on the animal roster, doesn't mean in any way, shape, or form we're done here quite yet. The Congo expedition still has 2 habitats left, and they're both going to be absolutely enormous. We certainly still have a lot of work to get done, and it's really not going to be easy at all. But realistically, when has it ever been? If you'd like to further support the ongoing construction and development of Keystone Wilds, please consider joining Club Keystone. Channel members receive early access to videos, exclusive access to the Ambassador magazine, which as a reminder releases on the 1st of each month, and your name is forever going to be permanently etched onto our wall of donors as a token of our appreciation. Even after the series officially wraps up, your name will forever be immortalized into Keystone Wilds and YouTube history. If you enjoyed today's video, please consider subscribing. Your support isn't just appreciated, it's absolutely critical. Keystone Wilds has been great, and while we still have plenty to do, it's no secret that Planet Zoo 2 is closely approaching. So if you'd like to see more Keystone content come with the arrival of the sequel, the best way to show it is through interaction. Liking, subscribing, and hyping the video help get these videos out to more people, and essentially the more people who watch, the more videos I can make. Your continued and relentless support throughout the entire series has been nothing short of spectacular, and I can't wait to celebrate everything that we've accomplished together as a community next episode. Between episodes, I literally had to redesign the Club Keystone wall to make room for everybody, and that's just one example. If there's any chance to fix the overall roster of Keystone Wilds, now is absolutely the chance to patch things up and even everything out, as it's not exactly a secret as to where we're going in the finale. That being said, after looking over the entire zoo's animal roster, there's one group of animals that's gotten the short end of the stick, or should I say worm. Birds are typically the backbone of many zoos, as they normally don't need giant habitats to thrive and are typically a great choice for starter animals, due to the relatively low maintenance cost both to acquire and keep. It's not like Keystone Wilds is completely void of birds, but outside of Baobab Safari they really are few and far between. This is in direct contrast to Keystone Park, which actually started out with a small waterfowl pond. The mute swan hadn't released yet. To pay homage to Disney's Animal Kingdom yet again, since it's the real-world location that Keystone Wilds is loosely based on, we're going to be fixing this avian issue with the massive aviary. With Planet Zoo 2 on the immediate horizon and birds being half of the new selling point, I really want to build an aviary the old-fashioned way one final time before it gets infinitely easier. While birds are half of the new appeal, aquariums are certainly the other. And for me personally, it's more of a 25-75 hype split. So connected to this large aviary is going to be a large semi-aquatic habitat that's almost certainly going to be called an aquarium in the title of the video. Regardless if it is or isn't an aquarium, the pygmy hippopotamus is going to be calling the habitat home. They're an endangered species with a wild population of around 3,000. They live in small clusters along the western coast of Africa, and just like their bigger variants, need an equal space of water and land. They don't use the space to technically swim. We'll get into exactly how later. Unlike the common hippopotamus, which Keystone Wilds already houses several of, the pygmy hippo is a more solitary animal living in very small groups at the most. We're only going to be having one today. They have very similar diets and habitat enrichment items to the larger common hippopotamus, so it's going to be really easy to go over and check what we already placed in that habitat to ensure that we get everything correct. Ah, good. No cohabitation today. That makes things easy. If you can't tell, this habitat is going to be absolutely enormous. So big, in fact, that it's actually comparable to Vanishing Giants, what's right now, outside of Baobab Safari, far and away the largest habitat in all of Keystone Wilds and Keystone Park combined. That habitat is home to 2 separate species of very large pachyderms, though. This entire space, though, is going to be home to one solitary pygmy hippopotamus, and the entry to his habitat is going to be at the end of the aviary, so naturally we have to start there. This is going to involve some pathing as well as water. Oh no. Oh no. That one wasn't so bad. Jump cut. Hopefully the habitat is a little bit easier to visualize right now. All of the pygmy hippo stuff is going to be located on the right, and all of the aviary stuff is located on the left, close to where the terrain is painted in a circle. Like I mentioned, guests are primarily going to have to travel through the aviary to get to the pygmy hippo habitat. However, we're going to be installing a separate path just in case guests are uncomfortable doing so. The hippo portion of the habitat, despite being the main attraction, is far and away the easiest part of the build today. And that's completely thanks to the hippo's biology. Hippos are very synonymous with water and can only exist in areas with plenty of it. But one thing you may not know about hippos is that they actually can't swim. Their bodies are so dense and so bulky that they actually are too heavy. So essentially they just run or walk on the bottoms of the riverbeds they call home. Knowing this information is absolutely critical because we can use it to our advantage when building the habitat, because now we know and understand that the depth of the water only has to be slightly taller than the hippo itself. Specifically for the habitat today, I used the measurements of the common hippopotamus, just in case we ever have to move a bull over here. For now though, we're going to be starting the build of the aviary, since it's going to be significantly larger and a lot more complicated than the hippo habitat itself. The aviary is going to completely take over the skyline of the Congo expedition, as it's going to absolutely tower over everything else in the area. And I can say that with the utmost confidence because it's already here. This is a blueprint by Pete's Prehistoric Builds that I got off the workshop, and it's going to be the anchor of everything that we build today. While it's an excellent piece, the only slight problem for us is that it's far too large. Luckily the ends of the oval were perfectly rounded, so all I had to do was completely cut out the middle section and put the two ends together, making a near perfect circle. On the very first try, it nearly perfectly matched the outline that we dug out of the terrain pane, and with the anchor of the habitat firmly planted, we were very easily able to get everything else into position, including the entrance building to the aviary, as well as the exit that leads into the hippo habitat. After fixing up and refining the poles supporting up the aviary, it's very clear now that we have 3 distinct sections of the build that we can tackle in any order. I think that the aviary is going to be the most difficult, not necessarily because what's going to go on the inside, but what has to surround it on the outside. The back of the aviary pushes very close up against the back of Baobab Safari, which is built around immersion, so we don't want to see it at all. But we also don't want people from inside the aviary to be able to see the giant empty space between Baobab Safari as well as the aviary, so I'm simply going to be copying over the rock formations that we used all the way back when we built the safari and placing them all around the perimeter of the aviary, making sure they don't look too repetitive. This was actually a lot easier than you might think it was, because by using these trees mixed in with the rock formations, it was able to hide a lot of the imperfections. We used this technique all the way back when we built the safari in the first place, so it was really easy to do again. Within the aviary itself, I'm also going to be adding a really small fish tank at the start for 2 separate reasons. For one, it avoids the video being clickbait because I'm almost certainly going to use the word aquarium in the title, and also in the actual source material from Disney's Animal Kingdom, there is an aquarium of cichlids in the aviary itself. From here, things started to go together surprisingly quickly, as after a very quick layer of foundational materials like rocks, we were ready to put the foliage in the aviary. We're also going to have to detail up this bridge quite a lot. It doesn't have any safety railing, so guests could just fling themselves into the water. What's really nice about the build though is just how tall it is. It really has a sense of scale and verticality. This means we're going to get to use some really large plants and still keep everything contained within the mesh. Starting off of the bridge, I utilized these Australian logs for no greater reason other than I like the colors. From there, I came over to Congo Crave and borrowed the middle section of our supports that stop people from getting into the dik-dik habitat. I then combined these with the Australian logs that we had already placed and made a barrier all around the bridge. With all of the safety features perfectly in place, the aviary was finally ready for some green. Typically the first step of foliage that we've used all throughout Keystone Wilds and a lot of Keystone Park as well involves buffalo grass. However, in this scenario, I wanted things to be a lot more dense, to visualize to guests that they're not allowed to walk off of the path. To accomplish this, I used these planted wood panels that are actually construction pieces. They don't impact the foliage at all if you're playing on franchise mode. Of course though, the biggest tip I can give when using foliage is to use more than one type, so afterwards we of course came over with a layer of the standard buffalo grass. Now that the base layer of foliage was firmly in place, we could get into some larger plants that give a lot more detail. Of course, the obvious plants to use were the trees, especially large ones in the middle that reach all the way to the top of the aviary, but I really like to use these mangrove trees peeking into the aquarium. It's going to give plenty of places for our cichlids to hide. As for the trees that were placed like normal, I chose ones that were tall but didn't quite pierce the mesh on the top, but the most important aspect of their design was the vines that connect between them. As for the birds themselves, I commissioned them from Lar, one of Console's greatest workshop creators. If you've ever used a prop bird, there's about a 50% chance it was his, and about 30% chance of that remainder is somebody who knocked off his work. With the aviary finished and up to the Keystone Wilds standard, the birds are certainly going to have plenty of spaces to perch and watch the guests as they walk by. Let's get them in the habitat. And with that, the Keystone Wilds Congo Aviary is officially complete, and it's far and away the most diverse habitat to date, populated with nearly a 1-to-1 roster pulled from the real location. You'll be able to spot all sorts of different kinds of birds in the habitat, between a solitary spoonbill to much more social waterfowl, but the one thing that everyone in the aviary has in common is an amazing new home. We certainly did the absolute best we could with the available tools in Vanilla Planet Zoo, and what excites me even more is knowing that come October 13th, 2026, we're going to be able to do even better with some truly special improvements. Back in the present though, we still have 2 sections around the aviary to work on, including the actual entrance to the building, which is going to have a couple more surprises. Let's get to work on that now, so afterwards we can focus all of our attention and resources on the Pygmy Hippo. As for this entrance building, there's essentially infinite directions we could go with it, however it absolutely has to match the buildings in the rest of the Congo expedition. They all have a relatively similar look and feel, but each one has a very distinct feature that makes it stand out. In the entrance building's case, it's the massive aviary behind it. Far and away the most important step to get done first are going to be the basic trims and other structural details, and luckily this building uses the exact same dimensions as everything else in the Congo expedition, so we can very easily copy and paste it all over and get this done quick. There's several different windows throughout this building, either looking into the aviary or the 2 exhibits that we're going to have within, and that was also a very easy copy and paste job from the African leopard habitat since we built for the Titan beetle in there as well. This is actually why I think that zoos get easier to build the further and further along you go, because the bigger the zoo gets, the odds increase greatly that you're going to be able to reuse some other aspect of it in the habitat that you're currently building. The secret is to not make it obvious, otherwise the zoo is going to get repetitive. By reusing entire habitat layouts, the zoo is going to get a little bit samey looking, but by reusing some structural aspects and behind the scenes stuff such as trims, it's going to look perfectly fine. For example, we've used this exact same roof design since the meerkat enclosure before the Congo expedition even started, and since then we've used it on the reptile house as well as the top of Congo Crave, and originally I was going to cut corners and put it on the top of this roof as well, however I quickly realized that it wouldn't look as good. I had no intentions of being lazy with the build, but it's very difficult to make something fit in without reusing every design aspect. There's not going to be any thatch on this building, but the rest of the Congo expedition has a lot. Instead, we're going to be utilizing a glass roof so guests on the inside can still see the aviary from above. If birds decide to take flight, they can watch. On the topic of the birds, we're going to need a way for guests to get in and out of the aviary that completely stops the birds from doing so. And a thin layer of chains is going to be absolutely perfect, since the guests are going to be able to easily push them out of the way, but birds aren't quite strong enough. Detailing up the rest of the building was actually surprisingly simple. Essentially all I did was look up African in the construction menu and put everything that I liked on the walls. I included a lot more not very subtle foreshadowing, so guests are absolutely positive they're on the right track. And naturally there's plenty of viewing for our new exhibit animals, the Madagascar hissing cockroach and the lesser Antillean iguana. Now that the aviary as well as its entrance building is finally in the final form we're happy with, we can officially start to work on the pygmy hippo habitat itself. I will admit it's slightly demoralizing after spending a couple hours doing one entrance to see the other one completely bare, but thankfully since the viewing is all underwater and it doesn't really have any changings of elevation, this really shouldn't be that bad at all. Outside of the water, the pygmy hippo's habitat isn't going to be very big at all, so it's not like the guests are going to be missing anything when he's not in the water. That means we're going to be focusing a lot of our efforts on the guest viewing itself as opposed to the actual habitat today, starting with the base layer of concrete because there could be some splashing. I then spent far longer than I care to admit looking at these 2 logs, because they're going to be absolutely critical for the guest viewing, and I eventually chose the Planet Zoo log 8 meters. In the actual habitat that this is based off of, found at Disney's Animal Kingdom, I'll put a picture on screen, the enclosure is roughly based off of a dam that a scientist has constructed to study the common hippopotamus in its natural habitat. I guess that sort of explains why there's glass, but it also makes sense why the wood is here acting as structural supports, because it's supposed to be natural. It also features a very interesting open roof design, and I think these slate wood pieces from the conservation pack are going to work absolutely perfectly to capture the effect. After that, we were able to come over and copy and paste the door trims that we copy and pasted previously and use them in the hippo habitat. This is exactly why I always make the doors the exact same dimension, so I can reuse pieces like this and save a lot of time. I then focused all of our attention on the inside of the aviary to make the transition between the aviary itself and the pygmy hippo habitat as smooth as possible, and in this instance I did utilize some thatch, which helps it blend into the rest of the Congo expedition. From here I wanted to focus on the roof, and since it's an open design, the sun can beat down on the guests and make the habitat viewing experience uncomfortable, so I decided to use a lot of ivy and very unique patterns to hopefully add some shade to the habitat. It's a very subtle detail, but often those are the ones that really make a habitat stand out. But now we need to focus on the guest viewing window, because this is going to be the most important part of the habitat by far. And the best part is we only need 2 pieces to make it look good. We're going to be using these twilight door panels that we've utilized all throughout the Congo expedition, and simply just keep using them. Not only does this glass have to keep back a potentially rampaging hippopotamus, but it also has to hold back who knows how many gallons of water. I don't even want to make a guess as to how much is in here. Essentially, the more layers we add, the more sturdy the glass is going to look, and the glass needs to look sturdy because of the absolute forces of nature that are pressing up against it 24/7. I even put in these hinge pieces that we started utilizing back into the reptile house to make it look even more secure, and I really like how these look. I'm going to start using them all the time. Well, at least until Planet Zoo 2 comes out. I hope they're in the game. With the completion of the guest viewing window, all I had to do now was detail it up with some more African pieces, and with that the guest viewing was completely done. I really like how simple it turned out, and I think we captured the source material very well. Let me know what you guys think in the comments below. Now that the aviary has a highly detailed both entrance and exit, and the guests are going to have an excellent view of the pygmy hippo, we have to give them something worth looking at, so let's start working on the inside of the habitat now. Since we already discussed hippos can't actually swim, they wouldn't necessarily be able to get out of this enclosure if they went into the water. So what we're going to have to do is make a gradual slope that the hippos can get on from the top and simply walk down to the bottom of the pool. With the water firmly planted in place, the one thing that we're going to have to remember when building the majority of this habitat is that the guests aren't actually going to be able to see it all, which means it doesn't necessarily have to have the level of polish that the rest of the zoo already does. It's not that the habitat isn't going to be detailed at all, matter of fact it's still going to be relatively in-depth, but there's a big difference between details that have to appeal to guests versus ones that need to be around for the zoo to operate. It may not look like much now, but this is going to be the perfect circuit for the pygmy hippo to run around. We also took this exactly from the Animal Kingdom location. They have a big rock in the middle of theirs. The rest of the habitat was incredibly basic, all centering around this mud bath. It's essentially going to act as a muddy shore that the hippo's going to be able to rest on. Everything else that we built and added to the habitat was in an effort to blend the muddy banks into the water, including assets from Baobab Safari's hippo enclosure. I used the backdrop of the habitat, which happens to include a stream that's going to make the water appear as it's flowing down from a waterfall and into the water itself, right over the muddy bank, which gives a reason for it to exist. From there, the rest of the habitat was actually really easy to put together, only utilizing some basic grasses and rocks. Since the guests are never going to be able to get back here, we were able to use some in-game barriers, which saved a lot on the construction time. Everything's looking great though. Let's go get our pygmy hippo. I figured we were due for one more surprise. Despite our differences, Red River Hog, welcome to the zoo. Immediately upon entering the new habitat, the Red River Hog first tested my patience by trying out all of the areas in the habitat specifically that weren't built for him. Despite being highly social animals, often found in groups, the shock of being in a new environment was enough to distract the Red River Hog just long enough to where we could get the pygmy hippo introduced. While still exploring though, he did genuinely seem to enjoy the habitat, and like normal, if you have any name suggestions for either the Red River Hog or the pygmy hippopotamus, let me know in the comments below. After receiving the all-clear from the vet team, the pygmy hippopotamus was finally allowed into the habitat. At first, despite our Red River Hog's protests, the pygmy hippo didn't seem to pay him much attention at all. This was to be expected though. This is still a brand new environment for both animals, and pygmy hippo are primarily solitary. The staff were absolutely ecstatic to see the pygmy hippo enjoying the depths of his pool, and Keystone Wilds guests are sure to be equally as excited to get among the best views in the entire zoo. Of course though, all species of hippo are semi-aquatic animals, meaning that they don't stay in the water for forever, but when not submerged in the depths, this gives potential for a beautiful friendship to start blooming. That's gonna take some time though, and for now we need to let the animals adjust into their new environment and marvel at all the work we accomplished today. Between the aviary and the hippo enclosure, this habitat turned out to be absolutely massive. However, that's going to be completely dwarfed by the next build and the finale of all of Keystone Wilds, and I certainly have a lot of work to do before we can get to that point. We've got one episode left, and you bet we're going to go out with a bang. Kingpin out. See you in the finale. Well, it is unfortunately time for Keystone Park to come to an end. The series is bound to continue. I'll see you guys next time. At Keystone Wilds. Keystone Wilds is going to be a direct sequel to Keystone Park. One more time. It's tempting to look back at everything that we've accomplished throughout Keystone Wilds and start to take our foot off the gas as we approach the final form of the zoo. While at times, I'm not gonna lie, the construction process was absolutely grueling, the reward has always been well worth the struggle tenfold. To see a community this passionate and dedicated follow us every single step of the way has always been, and will continue to be, all of the motivation that we ever need. To think that all we accomplished at this location started off the back of a now aging anteater really is crazy to think about, especially when you take the sheer scale of what the project has become into account. While admittedly Keystone Wilds was born with a silver spoon in its mouth, coming off of the massive success of its predecessor Keystone Park, the sequel project was still riddled with struggles and setbacks along the way. Medical emergencies and financial troubles, paired with the behind-the-scenes obstacles we've had to overcome during this year of construction, truly have made this a very difficult project to complete at times. However, thanks to both our amazing staff team at Keystone Wilds and more importantly, the amazing community we've helped create and who support us no matter what, we've managed to overcome each trial and tribulation with flying colors, and have come out stronger and more experienced because of the struggles that we've overcome. Even though today truly is the end of an era, it's not at all a time for sadness, as what we've built here together truly will last a lifetime. We still have one more leg of this race to finish before we can rest, so let's end strong, as if we fail now, everything that we've built so far will have been for absolutely nothing. In case you're new here, this is Keystone Wilds, a long-term Planet Zoo project where we've aimed to build the most immersive zoo possible by creating story-driven content meant to give you a reason to care beyond the quality of our builds. Even though this truly is the end of the series, I promise I'm not kidding, it's never too late to join on the journey. I'm certain you'll be able to find something to enjoy. Right now, it's all hands on deck as Keystone Wilds is closer than ever to our grand opening. Each area of the zoo needs to be completely polished and finalized to truly achieve our opening day vision. Everything from the start of the zoo to the far depths of Baobab Safari truly is in its final form, and it's absolutely incredible to see. We do have one more new addition to the zoo though as of a couple of days ago, and guests are sure to notice if they venture into the Asian Trek. This section of the zoo can be found on the right side of Keystone Wilds and focuses primarily on species from the tropical regions of Asia. Inside you'll find animals both large and small, social and infuriating, with a few more friends mixed in between, all culminating with Vanishing Giants, one of the premier habitats of Keystone Wilds. The facility focuses on the endangered pachyderms of Asia, the Indian rhinoceros as well as the Indian elephant. Both of these species unfortunately are in dire need of human intervention due to human involvement. It's funny how that works, isn't it? Habitat loss, among more violent actions, have harmed the pachyderm's wild populations for decades, leaving it up to trusted zoos and facilities just like ours to help stop the bleeding, and eventually help set the species up for success once more. And help them we certainly have. I'm incredibly glad to say that Keystone Wilds has finally welcomed a newborn baby elephant into the world. Meet Nopsy! Nopsy has been an absolute joy to work with, and has also exceeded all of the staff expectations in terms of just how difficult caring for a baby elephant really is. Nopsy has no off switch, and unlike the calculated movements of the rest of the herd, Nopsy is constantly on the move with little care as to what's in her way. Being able to have the juvenile in our care is living intangible proof of the good zoos can do in the world, and while some individuals and corporations are intent on making the world worse for most, it's the little victories like this that truly show the rest of us that the fight for our planet is far from over. If Nopsy, or any animal for that matter at Keystone Wilds, can spark passion or intrigue into even one individual, then Keystone Wilds has been a success because all it takes to change the world truly is a single person. Keystone Wilds' reach extends much further than the land the zoo physically sits on, as thanks to our hard work and relentless pursuit of conservation efforts, both large and small, we've slowly but surely built up an amazing reputation in the local region. That's why when an extremely dangerous and equally vulnerable American alligator was spotted getting overly comfortable close to a population in the Everglades in the American South, we were called in to help find a solution for the scenario, and luckily we excel at thinking outside of the box. This massive gator is an albino, which is a skin mutation that affects the pigment of those inflicted, making them more often than not appear a bright white. While it's not inherently dangerous in the traditional sense the same way a disease would be, being bright white in the Everglades is essentially a death sentence. It's no short of a miracle that this alligator has survived long enough to reach this massive size, as losing his camouflage likely made hunting next to impossible, and being hunted next to impossible to avoid when he was a juvenile. Taking everything into consideration, Keystone Wilds has temporarily fostered a home for the white giant, and he can be found on very rare occasions in the reptile house, in previously what was exclusively a habitat for our albino Nile monitor. This entire scenario is the motivator that caused us to crown the American alligator to become the next ambassador species of the zoo, as this is a story that's far from over, as we're trying to find a new home for this amazing individual as we speak. If you'd like to learn more about the species, and more importantly receive even more Keystone Wilds content well after the series concludes, consider joining Club Keystone to receive a monthly magazine that provides both. New issues released on the first of each month, and signing up will give you immediate access to not only the current month's magazine, but also everything that's come before it, and we're currently on issue 8, so that's essentially 8 bonus episodes of Keystone Wilds for you to enjoy for as low as $2.99 a month, with more coming very soon, and even well after the series officially concludes here on YouTube today. I want to be totally transparent to the product that we're providing, so I've left a full magazine for you to enjoy in the description of the video completely for free, so you can judge for yourself if you find a subscription worth your dollar. The team and I always put a ton of effort behind these with the goal of providing great value, so if you want a bonus look into the animals and operations of the zoo, or just aren't quite ready to say goodbye to Keystone Wilds yet, you can sign up using the link in the description of the video or the channel itself. In case you missed the last episode, we continued on with the construction of the Congo expedition and built the penultimate habitat of the entire zoo. On top of that, we also added in a very sizable aviary that acts as the entrance to said enclosure. With the release of Planet Zoo 2 growing closer and closer by the day, and avians being half of the main selling point, it was nice to build one by hand one final time to really appreciate how much easier it's going to be soon for everyone. After walking through the aviary, you'll then be met with a larger aquatic enclosure, home to our 2 newest residents of the zoo, Pebble, the pygmy hippo, as well as Ruckus, the red river hog. Together, these two have become unlikely, let's say acquaintances, while Red River Hog are extremely social pigs, contrasting heavily with the other members of the family located at Keystone Wilds, Pygmy Hippo on the contrast are solitary animals. The enclosure was built with both of the species of hippo found at Keystone Wilds in mind, however, which is why Pebble looks so small in the pool. Keystone Wilds also houses several common hippopotamus which can be found very early on in Baobab Safari. While typically tolerable to one another, Hippos are usually unpredictable animals, and as a result, the new enclosure can act as a sort of solitary confinement if any of the larger bull hippos' behavior shows signs of potentially endangering any of the calves in the pod. Thankfully so far that hasn't happened yet, and the more we see Pebble and Ruckus in the enclosure the better. With the completion of the last aquatic enclosure in the zoo though, and the entire Congo expedition being on the brink of completion as well, there's now only one direction to go. It's been foreshadowed for quite a while now, even since the beginning of the section's construction, and by following this difficult path as we build our most complex habitat in the history of the channel to date, we might just find a completed zoo envision at the end. We have one more habitat left. Onward to Gorilla Falls. I really do mean it when I say it, but it's been an absolute honor to be able to be in the position to create this content for you all. It's something I take very seriously, and I try my absolute hardest to perform to the best of my ability every time we upload. If you found Keystone Wilds to be acceptable to your standards at any point throughout the series, I'd greatly appreciate a subscription, as that's far and away the best way to show your support for the series. However, if you'd like to further support the ongoing construction and development of Keystone Wilds, and the Keystone brand in general, consider joining Club Keystone. Channel members receive early access to videos, exclusive access to the Ambassador magazine, which as a reminder releases on the 1st of each month, and your name will forever be etched onto our wall of donors as a token of our appreciation. Even long after the series concludes, your name will forever be immortalized in YouTube history. Keystone Wilds has been absolutely special, and while we still have one more habitat to finish before the zoo is officially complete, it's no secret that Planet Zoo 2 is closely approaching. If you'd like to see more Keystone content come off the arrival of the sequel, the best way to show your support is by interaction. Liking, subscribing, and especially hyping the video will help get these videos out to more people, and putting it simply, the more people who watch, the more videos I can make come October. Throughout Keystone Wilds, we've made some truly complex enclosures, but to successfully send off the zoo on a high note, we're going to have to top everything that's come before it. This is a seriously tall order, because many of these habitats took all of my skills as a player to their absolute limits. However, there has been one secret I've yet to mention throughout the entirety of the series that's been in place since the very beginning. Most every habitat found at Keystone Wilds has had some new element or innovation that's helped me improve a little bit as a player every single time. Be it backstages that have gotten progressively more detailed over time, cohabitation features using increasingly more difficult animals to maintain, the ability to hide a staff room or keeper hut in the build itself, or even improvements to the water and pathing systems. Every single enclosure in the entire zoo has built off what came directly before it, and now we're finally able to take everything that we've learned over the course of the last calendar year in building Keystone Wilds and use it all one final time to truly make the best product possible. Gorilla Falls is going to be absolutely enormous, rivaling Vanishing Giants for the largest single habitat in all of Keystone Wilds. Just like Vanishing Giants though, technically this is two habitats in one. The right side is going to feature a bachelor troop of males, and the left side is labeled MF, which stands for Mother Father, as in a family troop. This is it. The western lowland gorilla is sadly a critically endangered species, with a wild population estimated to be between 150,000 and 250,000. Somehow, all of them fit into this small population in the Congo found on the west coast of Africa. As for our project here at Keystone Wilds, just a single western lowland gorilla needs 780 meters of ground space, as well as 40 square meters of climbing, so it's safe to say this habitat is going to have to be huge, and remember, we're making two separate ones. Gorillas are highly social primates living in families typically led by an alpha male, otherwise known as a silverback. However, adult males that don't have a family can form groups of their own known as bachelor groups, which is exactly what the second habitat in Keystone Wilds is going to be for today. Gorillas have an omnivorous diet and are also incredibly intelligent animals, meaning they have a huge variety of ambition items to the likes of something we've never seen before. Yeah, no, you already got yours.
Oh yeah!
It's widely known that Keystone Wilds has been heavily inspired by Disney's Animal Kingdom, located in Orlando, Florida, but nothing was as one-to-one as the entrance buildings from the very first episode of the series, technically from the very last episodes of Keystone Park. To truly bookend this series, we're going to be basing Gorilla Falls heavily on Animal Kingdom as well, and thankfully when I went to the real-world location to gather some primary research for the series during production, they had a perfect graphic depicting the entire layout of the habitat, making it incredibly easy to visualize. I recently received a comment on one of the latest uploads asking if I could go a little bit more in detail of the planning stage, as that's apparently something that a lot of people tend to struggle with. While we're not going to go crazy in depth in this episode to maintain an air of consistency throughout the entire series, just know that for future projects we'll delve a lot more into detail in the planning stages. Despite being large, the layout of this enclosure is surprisingly simple, as it's essentially a moat-style habitat that we've done plenty of times throughout Keystone Wilds. However, what makes this one unique is that there's a rope bridge going over the moat, with the two troops being able to be seen on either side of the bridge. Naturally, in laying out the foundation of the habitat, knowing that there's going to be a rope bridge, we simply built up the other sides around it. After the rope bridge, there's going to be a more unique viewing of each troop to allow guests to really focus on each individual group, as bachelor troops as well as family troops tend to have slightly different behaviors as well. Before we get to any of the complicated stuff though, I'd like to make one final indoor guest viewing, so that way if there's any rain or inclement weather, the guests are still going to have an excellent view of the apes, because this habitat isn't going to be one you're going to want to miss. Thankfully, this should be relatively simple, as the indoor viewing is going to be far away from any of the more complicated additions to the enclosure, all the way on the left. While it should be a relatively simple build, it's also going to be relatively tall. Seeing as that this is the last possible section of Keystone Wilds that we can possibly build for, we don't have to worry about ruining the sightline to any habitat that could potentially ever go behind it. I started off by adding the main viewing window, starting of course with a concrete foundation. Typically the glass is one of the last things I'll add into an indoor viewing, however in this case, this glass is going to completely dictate how tall the building is going to be, so it was entirely necessary to add first. If you've watched any episode of Keystone Wilds throughout the past year of the series' run, you're likely going to know just how important I value trims in a build, and being the last episode, of course that's not going to change now. This is certainly a solid start, but we still have a long way to go. The main thing I was concerned with was the actual height of the building itself, and these glass pieces are stretched to their absolute limits, so I had to come over with a layer of mesh and make it a little bit taller. After adding in some wood to hold the mesh in place, I came into some very basic grid pieces and threw on a roof of the entire thing. After finishing the foundation, I was really happy with the size of the building, but of course we're going to need some details. Thankfully, Africa has plenty of different options to work with. Detailing in this area is actually surprisingly simple, and I'm especially fond of building for species that have these unique education items. I hope we get a lot more in Planet Zoo too. Although I will say the silence mixed with this hollowed-eye gorilla is... Overall, I'm really happy with the amount of details and little references we were able to pack into this indoor viewing, but we still certainly have a lot of work to do before Gorilla Falls can finally be completed. I think next it would be smart to close off the habitat and make a finite barrier. Usually closing off such a large habitat is normally a nearly impossible task, which is exactly why we saved Gorilla Falls for the finale of the entire series, as it's a lot easier to do this on the outskirts of the zoo, as opposed to directly in the middle of everything. Not only can we finally quit being conservative with the piece count, since after this lag won't matter one bit since there isn't any additional habitats to construct, but we can also make the back of the habitat as messy as possible, since it's the end border of the entire zoo and nobody's ever going to see it. Other than that, on the guest viewing side, we're going to be building up a moat, and unlike the Highlands, this one is going to utilize water. We've been doing this literally since episode 2 of the series though, so I'm sure we can handle this aspect just fine. So far the Congo expedition has a pretty unique look throughout Keystone Wilds. That heavily utilized Baobab Safari's plant and rock palette is heavy inspiration, so today we're going to be starting there and hiding the enclosure. The main goal of Gorilla Falls is to be an absolutely gigantic build that's completely hidden from the guests until they're well within range, so essentially we're going to need to use these existing rock formations scattered all around the zoo and build them up around the perimeter in the most natural way possible. The number one most important rule to understand is to not let people know that you've reused assets. The easiest way to do this is simply rotating your pieces on any axis that's different to the way you found them. Rotating your rocks as well as adding different types of foliage and terrain all around them is going to mask the fact that you completely reused an area of the build. But 9 times out of 10 this only works on natural formations, not rope bridges, so we're going to have to get creative here. Luckily the view from where the eventual bridge is going to sit is going to be nothing short of spectacular. And even though the habitat looks incredibly large from the inside, you still can't really tell what's going on behind the hills from the outside, which is exactly what we wanted to do. Seeing the habitat fully enclosed with a nice natural barrier also makes it mentally a little bit less intimidating to deal with, since now we know the exact space that we have to work with. And since we went ahead and built both sides of the moat early, we now know exactly where the foundation of this rope bridge is going to have to go. Thankfully there's going to be plenty of water in between the rope bridge and the end of the moat, because a gorilla would rank very highly on the list of Keystone Wilds animals I wouldn't want to escape. The rope bridge was overall surprisingly simple too, as after adding in a single basic layer of supports, all we essentially had left to do was add in the mesh that prevents guests from going overboard. It was a bit of a tedious build process that thankfully we only had to do once, as afterwards we could simply copy and paste this one completed layer over the rest of the bridge. From here, all that was left to do was bolster the supports using a lot of Arctic wood and other similar looking pieces. And once that was done, after utilizing some very standard foliage pieces for Keystone Wilds, the entrance to the bridge was completed. It's incredibly basic, lacking a lot of the traditional details found elsewhere in the zoo, such as educational pieces, but this was absolutely intentional. Those are primarily going to be found across the bridge at the main guest viewing, which we'll get to shortly, but I wanted the bridge itself to focus entirely on the view of the troops. Not to mention that the indoor viewing leading up to the bridge also has tons of educational pieces for guests to learn about. Now though, we need to build up the guest side of the moat, and the easiest way to do this while still making it look presentable is going to be with a mixture of rock and concrete. We can borrow the concrete trench-style barrier from the Highlands and primarily layer that around the bachelor troop, and use the rock to surround the guest viewing of our family troop to give them both a unique look. Focusing back on the bachelor troop, the first step after placing all of the concrete is going to be to connect up the terrain of the structure. But since we're dealing primarily with pathing and water in very close proximity, naturally we're not going to use the in-game terrain features given to us. Instead, here I like to use either mulch pieces or the wooden pieces from the conservation pack. They look just as good as foliage and can connect into the trench with ease, making the whole build seamless and sleek. Once the island of the guest viewing was covered with a strong foundation on both sides, a barrier was necessary to prevent an all too familiar tragedy. Here though, we're going to be utilizing logs staggered at different heights to provide both a firm barrier for guests, but also not obstruct the guest viewing from an amazing sight across the water. And thankfully, after finally adding in some custom education pieces, the guest viewing was complete, and I'm really happy with how everything turned out. I'm also quite certain that the guests will be too, since they have so many different dynamic viewings and sightlines to explore in the habitat. With the completion of the last guest viewing in all of Keystone Wilds, naturally now there's only one direction we can go. We're not out of the woods yet. Matter of fact, we have to build them. We still have 2 habitats to go, and then Keystone Wilds will finally be complete. Let's start with the bachelor troop. Despite it being the larger of the 2 habitats, it has significantly less complex features to worry about, so it should come together relatively quickly. If you can't tell, the habitat slopes upwards on the back end, with which some clever foliage placement should allow the habitat to appear a lot larger than it actually is. This is an illusion that we used to great success in the ungulate plains of Baobab Safari, so hopefully we can replicate the trick here. As to where we're actually going to be placing the foliage though, once more we're going to be employing the terrain brush. While we can't terrain paint foliage quite yet, we're going to have to wait for the sequel to be able to unlock that ability, what we can do here in Planet Zoo 1 is use the terrain brush to correctly map out as a blueprint where the foliage is going to go. Then we'll have to place it manually by hand, but by utilizing the terrain brush and perfectly replicating where we want the foliage to be placed, it makes that a lot more efficient. In more simple terms, where you see green, we're eventually going to place buffalo grass and creosote bush. This is going to act as the base layer of the foliage, and this is where I always like to start. The second step of the base layer is essentially the same as the first, however instead of placing buffalo grass on the green, we're going to be placing these faux rocks on the brown. And immediately upon completion of those first 2 steps, you've now given yourself a perfect canvas to make some more highly detailed structures on. Well, at least normally you would, because in Gorilla Falls we're not going to be using any climbing structures whatsoever. The other main gimmick of the habitat that I've yet to mention is that everything inside of the enclosure is meant to mimic the natural habitat of the gorillas. This mainly means there's not going to be any man-made climbing structures at all. Instead, there's only going to be vines and the occasional log. This is mainly done for the sake of immersion, but it also provides us with one final challenge thrown our way, which thankfully, like usual, we were able to overcome with flying colors. With the habitat being halfway done, the finish line for not just Gorilla Falls, but all of Keystone Wilds was finally within our grasp. The only thing left to do now is finish the family troops enclosure, but before we get to that, we need to add the actual falls of Gorilla Falls. This was also quite easy, as thankfully as of the release of the Aquatic Pack, making waterfalls has become as simple as choosing some special effect pieces and merging them into rockwork, using other special effects into the rockwork to make the water abide by the laws of physics that we all share together. And after this was done, the family troop portion of the habitat became our final goal, and this is when it truly started to sink into me that this was really it. While building the final habitat of Keystone Wilds, I kept imagining back and referring to every other habitat that's gotten us to this point. Not even some of the older works here at Keystone Wilds, but all the way back to the original habitats at Keystone Park as well. It didn't really hit me just how much we've improved as a builder over the past couple years of the Keystone series until looking back far enough into our past, but taking everything into account, we were thankfully able to deliver a quality build one final time. As the culmination of the entire Keystone series, I'm more than happy with this build, as looking back to the very first thing we built at Keystone Park being the entrance, to our works here at Gorilla Falls truly is night and day. However, besides us, there's 3 groups of primates whose opinions I value a fair bit more. Our bachelor troop, our family troop, and you the viewers, so please let me know in the comments what you think of the habitat. And with the completion of Gorilla Falls, thus concludes the construction of Keystone Wilds. The zoo is officially in its final form, well at least once we get these gorillas into their enclosure. Knowing what this meant for the zoo, it was almost surreal to see these apes enter their habitats, but the first of the two troops to arrive was our bachelors. Despite having the motivation as well as the hardware for mass destruction, shockingly this newly acquainted trio of apes were surprisingly calm. They started off by slowly exploring every inch of their habitat. Gorillas are incredibly intelligent animals and often have a wide mastery of their territory. They're also incredibly misunderstood creatures, which was immediately evident to the Keystone Wilds staff as soon as the males started interacting with each other, not in a violent manner but in a caring one. It really is something special to see a giant lumbering beast like a gorilla have a simple interaction with a toy like a grab ball. And hopefully by witnessing the amazing behavior of this trio of males, the guests may have their opinions changed on gorillas as well. But just in case the Bachelor Troop, for whatever reason, isn't currently on display, remember that this is only half of the habitat. Our family troop are the first gorillas that you can possibly spot along Gorilla Falls, and it's safe to say that there's a fair bit more movement in this habitat, as there's 2 babies and 6 adults total found within. As we expected, knowing what this troop had to protect, they were a little bit more shy and hesitant to explore their habitat at first, especially when compared to our bachelors. But just like the more comfortable male troop, their caring side was immediately evident as they started grooming each other and otherwise taking care of the young. Overall, as the culmination of everything that we've built before, I'm incredibly proud of the product of this habitat, and please let me know what you think in the comments below. Being able to house a legitimate family unit of a critically endangered animal is an honor that not many zoos get to hold, and I'm incredibly happy that Keystone Wilds has gotten this opportunity, and it's one we certainly don't take lightly. But now that Gorilla Falls is officially completed, I guess that means Keystone Wilds is done too. Well, I guess that's it. Keystone Wilds really is complete, and if I'm being totally honest and genuine with you all, this was a lot tougher to physically record than I thought it would be. Not because the build was especially hard or anything like that, but because letting go of a project that I'm so dedicated to, and that so many of you watching care so deeply about, truly is a challenge. But one of the most important things I've learned throughout the series is that no matter how hard and insurmountable any challenge may seem, with enough planning and care you truly can overcome anything life throws your way. And despite letting go of the zoo being far and away the hardest challenge I've had to overcome in this series, sadly, it is time. Every single story ever written has both a beginning and an end, and I'd rather hold my head up high knowing that Keystone Wilds was finished to the best of my ability than milk the series for more views and content, and I hope you understand that too. I can say with confidence that I've put forth my best effort throughout the entire saga, and I'm not only proud of myself, but I'm proud of all of you for helping me get to this point. Whether you're a paying channel member, frequent commenter, you saw every episode, or if even this is your first time watching, I can't stress enough just how much you did help us reach this point, and for that, I can't thank you enough. All I hope is that for those watching, you found the work acceptable to your standards. As I watched the sun rise over the mountains behind Keystone Wilds for one final time, I reflected back on everything that we've accomplished here. From helping grow and foster a blossoming community, to rescuing animals of all shapes and sizes, and hopefully, most importantly, making a real impact on someone's life. If at even any time throughout the series you cracked the smallest smile while watching, I think I did my job. And from the sheer volume of fan art that I've received over the last few months, I think it's safe to say that at least one of you enjoyed. It'll give me something to look through on the bus ride home. Anyways, it's been a long day, and for now, I need some rest. Thank you all so much for watching. Kingpin out.
permitas sipi pertizi idovanler parluzi news en vocavosi, enum tanner lo agela flizoso lancer ola bagio.
It's good to be home, and we've got some work to do.